Chapter 1534 Sword Flash and Thunder. For Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, they are no longer the same as they were before. And the two of them also want to test how much their skills have improved, so they nodded, turned around, opened the door, and walked out. At the moment, the whole house is surrounded by horse thieves. There are more than 1,000 of them. The 4 major bandits headed by Chao Yinglong lined up in a row, and the others stood behind them, holding swords, axes, bows and arrows, holding torches high, and full of murderous intent. When they saw that the person who appeared was not Shang Xiuxuan as they imagined, but 2 strange girls, everyone was also stunned. But the next moment, their eyes lit up, and they were drooling over the beauty of the 2 women. The 4 bandits were evil, and they would not let women go, especially beautiful women like Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, who were as beautiful as fairies. You know, before this, they were still thinking about enjoying themselves after taking down Shang Xiuxuan. But after seeing Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, they had long forgotten the previous idea. Although Shang Xiuxuan was also a rare beauty, she was much more beautiful than the 2 of them. And the 4 bandits and horse thieves stared at her with their eyes wide open. They wanted to rush forward and hug the 2 women, even if it meant losing 10 years of their lives. "Who are you?" Chao Yinglong had some brains, and he shouted as he watched the 2 people walk out slowly and calmly. Most women would turn pale and collapse to the ground just by seeing the 4 bandits. Not to mention that there are thousands of bandits surrounding this place. Torches are everywhere, just from the momentum. Even a first-class master would have to be careful to deal with it. However, the 2 fairy-like women in front of him seemed to turn a blind eye to it, and there was no nervousness or anxiety in them at all, which made Chao Yinglong alert. After all, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. 2 young girls facing so many people, looking so relaxed, there must be something wrong. "Are you the 4 bandits?" Looking at Chao Yinglong and others in front of her, Xia Longnu frowned slightly and asked. Strictly speaking, the 4 bandits are also fierce-looking people. On weekdays, let alone the victims, even the horse thieves would tremble with fear just by seeing them. However, to Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, who have always been following Duan Muhui, the 4 bandits are more like 4 docile and cute rabbits, and they don't look fierce at all. At the moment, the 2 of them looked at the 4 bandits and the horse thieves, just like watching gangsters imitating the mafia in a movie, completely imitating the ugly woman, without any sense of deterrence. That right. Hearing Xia Longnu question, Chao Yinglong laughed. "Are you too interested in me, Chao? If so, then Chao." Before he finished speaking, a silver light flashed, and the next moment Chao Yinglong stopped. He stretched out his hand to cover his neck, his eyes widened, and then fell backwards to the ground. Until then, blood spurted out from Chao Yinglong's neck, spreading in the air like a fountain. "Go!" Seeing Chao Yinglong being killed as soon as they met, the other 3 people suddenly changed color, and Jiatu Qianli Maozi roared angrily, and quickly retreated. They were able to gather nearly 10,000 horse thieves to run rampant, and they were naturally people with foresight. Although they didn't know why Chao Yinglong was killed by the other party at the first sight, they could be sure that the 2 women were enemies, not friends, and they were highly skilled in martial arts. So the other 3 bandits quickly retreated, and ordered their men to die, trying to use this opportunity to evacuate. If it were someone else, this trick would indeed work. However, Xia Longnu's sword controlling technique is not an ordinary hidden weapon technique or sword technique. One of the sharp blades emerged from the crowd like a silver snake, and stabbed the remaining 3 bandits straight through the gap. As soon as the latter retreated, they felt a flash of sword light in front of them. Before they could react, the 3 bandits followed Chao Yinglong's footsteps and became dead. At this moment, the bandits still didn't know that the 4 bandits were dead, and they still rushed forward with roars. Facing these bandits, Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu did not retreat. They passed many villages along the way and saw the tragic scenes of those who were looted, burned and killed by the 4 bandits. There were even bodies of women who were insulted and nailed to the wall. Even Xia Longnu, who was always calm, could not tolerate the evil deeds of these bandits. Seeing these bandits at this moment, she naturally did not intend to hold back. Facing the bandits charging towards them, Xia Longnu raised her right hand, controlled the swords with her chi, and the 2 sharp blades turned into silver snakes that shuttled through the crowd, splashing blood and screaming wherever they went. Those bandits had been fighting fiercely for years, but they had never seen such a miraculous method. Just watching a sword flying freely in the air without anyone holding it was scary. Not to mention Xia Longnu's 2 swords combined, with her tomb-schooled jade-maiden swordsmanship and the sword-controlling technique. Even the Grand Master himself would find it difficult to deal with it, let alone these bandits. I saw 2 swords flying and dancing wherever they went. The horse thieves were no match for them. They would die if they were touched. But this did not make the horse thieves retreat. Instead, it aroused their ferocity. These horse thieves were people who lived on the edge of a knife all year round, and were not afraid of death. So even if they saw their companions fall beside them, they still rushed forward, until Wang Yuyan took action. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning and thunder, silver snakes dancing wildly, countless lightning fell from the sky, like a waterfall transformed from lightning. Hitting the horse thieves, one encounter turned hundreds of horse thieves into charcoal. At this moment, the offensive finally collapsed. The bandits may not be afraid of flying swords, but they can never fight against the power of nature. No matter what weapon you hold in your hand, it is difficult to resist the power of thunder and lightning. With Wang Yuyan attack, the bandits who were originally aggressive completely collapsed. However, it was not so easy for them to escape. Looking around, there were thunder roars all around, as if the whole world was completely surrounded by thunder and lightning, so that these bandits were panicked and ran around. But they had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Until then, Xiao Longnu finally showed her killer move. As her mind changed, she injected her true energy. The next moment, 2 blue swords several meters long appeared out of thin air, entwined with the lightning that fell from the sky, and transformed from the original silver snake into a giant python thunder dragon, guiding the lightning to explode in all directions. At this moment, it was as if the gods had descended. 2 sharp blades were seen with rolling thunder, like 2 giant dragons wandering around. Wherever they went, lightning flashed, and everything turned to charcoal. Well, not bad. I didn't expect these 2 little girls to develop a combination of skills. Duan Muhuai stood by the window, looking at the battlefield outside, nodding with satisfaction. Although these 2 secret books were given to them by Duan Muhuai, but Duan Muhuai himself didn't know how to practice, so it all depended on the 2 of them to understand how well they practiced. But fortunately, it seems that these 2 people are gifted. Not only did they learn the things in them, but they also innovated and came up with their own ideas. With their current abilities, they can also go to the fairy sword world. As for Shang Xiuxuan and the others, they were completely stunned at this moment. Just looking at the scenery outside through the window gave her a sense of unreality. So much so that Shang Xiuxuan suspected that she was dreaming. However, the deafening roar and the lightning flashes that could not be seen directly by human eyes were so real that she could only stand there, motionless. After an unknown amount of time, the thunder outside stopped. And then Wang Yuyan excitedly opened the door and walked in. All those bandits have been wiped out. Only then did the battle come to an end. When everyone returned to Pegasus Ranch, it was already late at night, and many people were injured, but they were extremely excited. After all, the 4 major bandits raided Pegasus Ranch this time, and they came out in full force, and more importantly, Shang Xiuxuan fell into a trap, and was surrounded by the 4 major bandits. If Duan Muhuai and others hadn't arrived, I'm afraid that Pegasus Ranch would have been completely conquered by the 4 major bandits. However, there are no ifs in history. In the end, the 4 bandits died, and most of the bandits they led also died in the battle, and the rest escaped completely. Everyone returned to Pegasus Ranch, rested for a night, and then early the next morning, Duan Muhuai and others were invited to the main hall, and met Shang Xiuxuan again. I really didn't expect that the immortal god of death would come here, and save Xiuxuan and Pegasus Ranch from danger. It a great favor, Xiuxuan will never forget it. At this moment, Shang Xiuxuan had changed into her usual clothes, instead of a tight outfit. There were a few people around her that Duan Muhuai had seen last night, and they stood up and bowed to Duan Muhuai. The reason why they didn't recognize Duan Muhuai the first time last night was that it was dark, and Shang Xiuxuan was tricked at that time. So he had to hide in the abandoned village, thinking about how to deal with the 4 bandits, and didn't pay special attention to Duan Muhuai. On the other hand, Pegasus Ranch has always been away from the world, only doing business, and is not particularly clear about the situation outside. It was not until Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu took action that Shang Xiuxuan was recognized by the 2 old martial artists around him. After returning to Pegasus Ranch, the 2 old martial artists also grabbed Shang Xiuxuan and talked for a long time, which made Shang Xiuxuan know what was going on. It must be said that, if it were before, Shang Xiuxuan would only think that what the 2 old martial artists said was exaggeration, But after seeing Wang Yuyan and Zilong new abilities with her own eyes, she dared not disbelieve it. After all, these two girls have such incredible abilities, so it is not unreasonable that Duanmu Huai is even more powerful. So the question is, what is he doing at Pegasus Ranch? Shang Xiuxuan still remembers that he once said that he came to find her, but she and this immortal killer god were strangers, let alone any contact. Why did he come to find her? Thinking of this, Shang Xiuxuan was also in a state of anxiety. She even wondered if the other party came for Pegasus Ranch. If so, Pegasus Ranch would probably face an unprecedented disaster. Nothing to forget. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and sat on the recliner next to him. This was originally where Shang Xiuxuan used to lie down and read, and it was just right for Duanmu Huai to use as a chair. Shang Xiuxuan also hurriedly signaled the servants to serve tea and snacks to Duanmu Huai. Wang Yuyan and Zilong knew. Duanmu Huai reached out and took a bite of the snack, and nodded with satisfaction. Sweet but not greasy. Refreshing and fragrant. It seems that Shang Xiuxuan is really good at cooking. May I ask why you came to Pegasus Ranch to find Xiuxuan? After both parties sat down, Shang Xiuxuan couldn't wait to ask, while Duanmu Huai picked up the snack next to him, took another bite, and then spoke. It's not a big deal. I heard that the mall owner likes food. This is Xiuxuan hobby. Shang Xiuxuan was also stunned when he heard Duanmu Huai suddenly mention this, and then nodded. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai laughed. That right. Actually, I came here this time to ask the mall owner to do me a favor. Since the mall owner loves food so much, he must know everything about Nanzhou food and famous chefs. I just came to Nanzhou, and I want to eat and drink and enjoy the food. So I hope the mall owner can give me some information about Nanzhou food and famous chefs, so that I can follow the map and eat to my heart content. Hearing this, Shang Xiuxuan and everyone else were all confused and speechless. As for why Duanmu Huai came here, they thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect that he was actually begging for food. Chapter 1535. Don't enter the tiger den. It turns out that Shang Xiuxuan really loves to eat. She spent a day writing a booklet, which not only contains the local delicacies, but also specifically indicates which restaurant and which chef makes which dish that is the most authentic and delicious. It is even more detailed than those food guides. And Duanmu Huai is also very satisfied after reading it. After having this food guide, Duanmu Huai no longer needs to wander around like a headless fly, and just needs to follow the tips above. Shang Xiuxuan also told Duanmu Huai that, if it were normal times, these chefs would stay in their own places and not move. But now there is chaos and war, and these chefs cannot escape. Especially those famous chefs, who are more likely to be captured by the rebel leaders to cook for them. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. As long as he is sure that the person is there, it's fine. As for whether the other party will cook for him or not, that's not a problem. Even if the rebel leaders capture them, Duanmu Huai believes that as long as he goes to their house and expresses his desire to have a meal cooked by the chef, the rebel leaders should not refuse. If he dared to refuse, that would be another matter. Duanmu Huai and Shang Xiuxuan pondered for a while, and decided to go to Luoyang first, because it was more prosperous, and important cities like Luoyang and Chang'an were more stable than other places, and there were more famous chefs and restaurants. After planning the route, Duanmu Huai was about to say goodbye and leave, while Shang Xiuxuan hesitated a little, but finally spoke. I heard that you are proficient in the art of Qigong, and you once cured the 3 heroes Yudian, who had been disabled for several years in Baiwulan. Is this true? That right. Duanmu Huai had already started thinking about the menu after going to Luoyang, and replied casually, to be honest, the ranch actually took in a distinguished guest a few days ago, but her situation is very special, Shang Xiuxuan said, looking at Duanmu Huai and others. So you want me to go and see? What the situation? I don't know the details. Shang Xiuxuan shook his head, and then began to explain Duanmu Huai in detail. As the largest force in this area, Pegasus Ranch naturally has to protect the surrounding villages, so it often conflicts with those horse thieves. The incident started when the ranch received a call for help from a nearby village, saying that it was attacked by horse thieves. Therefore, the ranch also hurriedly sent people to rescue, but they arrived too late. The whole village had been burned and looted by the horse thieves. The patrol team was so angry that they followed the trail. The two sides fought a fierce battle. In the end, the patrol team defeated the horse thieves and took back the food and property they had robbed, as well as a girl in yellow. At that time, The patrol team thought she was a survivor captured by the horse thieves, so they brought her back. However, then, something strange happened. The girl in yellow remained unconscious. At first, everyone thought she was hit, but later they suspected that someone had pressed her acupuncture points. However, neither Shang Xiaoxuan nor the elders of the ranch could unblock her acupuncture points. Instead, their inner strength was completely consumed, and they almost went crazy. Even stranger things were still to come. Ordinary people cannot live without food and drink. But the girl had been unconscious for several days, without drinking a drop of water or eating a drop of rice. However, her appearance was still bright and beautiful, and she did not look haggard at all. Not only that, the girl was extremely beautiful. Although she was not as beautiful as Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, she was also stunningly beautiful. Almost all the men on the ranch could not walk when they saw her. Many people even put down their work to see her, as if they were bewitched. In the end, Shang Xiaoxuan had to order the girl to be locked up in the side yard, and men were strictly prohibited from entering. In fact, there were rumors in the ranch that the girl was not a human being at all, but a demon incarnation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person not eat or drink for several days, and still be as usual, looking like Sleeping Beauty? Shang Xiaoxuan couldn't do anything about it, because the other person's breathing was long and melodious, and at first glance it looked like she was asleep. But he couldn't wake her up no matter what. Before, Shang Xiaoxuan didn't believe in legends about gods, ghosts, demons, etc. But after seeing Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu thunder sword control technique with his own eyes, well, maybe he should believe it. If the yellow-shirt girl is really a demon, he can't deal with it himself. So let these immortals deal with it. Oh! After listening to Shang Xiaoxuan's description, Duanmu Huai immediately became excited. Is there such a thing? Come on, take me to see. I am a professional in dealing with vixens. 1 pounding can separate yin and yang, 2 poundings can determine the fate of the world, and 3 poundings can destroy the spirit. Duanmu Huai is very confident about this. No matter what kind of vixen, they will have to surrender in front of his Rui Jingu Bang. This is much better than his apprentice Sun Wukong. Shang Xiaoxuan spent a day with Duanmu Huai, and he almost understood his personality, knowing that this immortal killer doesn't care much about etiquette, nor does he care about those worldly views. So she didn't say much, and soon brought Duanmu Huai and others to the room where the woman was placed in the side yard. Here. Shang Xiaoxuan pushed open the door, walked to the bed, and then lifted the curtain and looked inside. She is still sleeping. It'd been the 10th day. To be honest, I have some doubts. This time, the 4 major bandits attacked Pegasus Ranch with a much stronger offensive than before. Maybe they came for this woman. But no matter how I checked, I couldn't find out her background. And judging from her dress, she doesn't look like an ordinary villager. Listening to Shang Xiaoxuan's explanation, Duanmu Huai walked forward and carefully looked at the girl in front of him. She closed her eyes, as if she was in a deep sleep. Her body with beautiful curves rose and fell with her breathing, and it looked as if she was simply in a deep sleep. Her hair was black. Her skin was like snow, and it had a crystal clear and elastic texture. In terms of temperament, she was different from Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu. The latter two were representatives of those who liked to be quiet and did not like to move. However, although the girl in front of her was sleeping, just looking at her elf-like facial features and temperament, she could imagine that she should be the type of playful and active person. But Duanmu Huai already knew who she was. Haha, if you still don't run away now, then forget about running away. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai didn't care about the gender barrier, and directly reached out his hand, grabbed the girl, and then lifted her up from the bed. Even though she was grabbed by Duanmu Huai's big hand, the girl still had no intention of waking up, just like a doll. I take her away. Duanmu Huai grabbed the girl, said to Shang Xiaoxuan, and then turned and left. Shang Xiaoxuan was also stunned by Duanmu Huai's unpredictable tactics. However, when she walked out of the room, Duanmu Huai and the 2 girls had already disappeared. After leaving Pegasus Ranch, Duanmu Huai opened the wizard mansion and walked in with the 2 girls. They were also very curious about the girl in Duanmu Huai's hand. As for whether Duanmu Huai was attracted by her beauty, the 2 girls were not worried. After all, they had seen many beauties with Duanmu Huai along the way. Except for Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu, Duanmu Huai did not seem to be particularly interested in other beauties. Now he brought this mysterious girl in yellow back. Sir, is she really a vixen? Wang Yuyan asked curiously. And Duanmu Huai laughed. You will know if you touch it. Maybe you can feel a furry paw. Huh? Really? After hearing Duanmu Huai words, Wang Yuyan was stunned for a moment, but she reached out carefully and touched the yellow-shirt girl hand. It feels no different from my hand? But why has she not woken up yet? Xiao Longnu was obviously more concerned about another question. Even if some kind of internal energy may have such an effect, it is impossible for her to be full of energy after not eating or drinking for 10 days. Moreover, I just checked and found that her body is extremely empty. She doesn't look like a martial artist at all. Could it be that some monster is causing trouble? She will tell you when she wakes up. Duanmu Huai laughed and went back to the bedroom. I'm going to get rid of the monster. You can go back and rest. Everything will be fine tomorrow morning. Although the two were curious about what Duanmu Huai was going to do, since Duanmu Huai was not taking them with him, they didn't care and left and went back to their room to rest. Duanmu Huai entered the bedroom and casually threw the yellow-shirt girl up there like an object. Then, a few ripping sounds were heard, and the yellow cedar wrapped around her body turned into pieces. Duanmu Huai also put his hands on his waist and stood with his spear in hand, looking at the figure still lying on the bed like a puppet without any movement with a sneer. It really interesting. It really interesting. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and grabbed the body that was still motionless like a puppet again. He pointed his 2-foot-long spear at the middle door, and was actually going to abandon the foreplay and go straight to the center. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, and her 2 snow-white hands swung forward with infinite power, hitting Duanmu Huai's chest directly. This attack was so unexpected, and the powerful internal force was enough to make a master-level expert spit blood and die. The force contained in it could even crack metal and stone. However, Duanmu Huai's body did not move at all after being hit. On the contrary, he stared at the girl in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. No risk, no gain. Right? I gave you a chance, but you didn't run away. At this moment, a trace of panic finally appeared on the girl's face. She flashed, and wanted to distance herself from Duanmu Huai and turn around to escape. However, as she flashed, Duanmu Huai opened his right hand towards her. Then, the girl suddenly felt a strong suction force emerging from behind her. Then her eyes blurred. When she came to her senses, she had been grabbed by Duanmu Huai's head and pressed to the ground. But I want to tell you something now, little one. Duanmu Huai leaned close to the girl's ear, as if a ferocious tiger opened its bloody mouth. Most of the time, the little sheep that enter the tiger den will be eaten by the tiger. Don't you want tiger cubs? I have plenty here. You're welcome. Take them all. Chapter 1536 Means and Purpose. The storm was violent, and thunder and lightning were roaring. Wow ha 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 ha. Duanmu Huai was satisfied, and stood up with a big laugh. Behind him, the girl was curled up on the bed, sobbing and wiping her tears. Well, if this were put in a TV series, it would be a standard plot of a rich young man forcibly seizing a commoner girl. It would make anyone who heard it sad and cry. Seeing this evil man bullying a good girl is simply outrageous to both humans and gods. In fact, it is not much different. It is a pity that no chivalrous hero can defeat this evil young man and save the beauty from suffering. Okay. Why are you crying? Duanmu Huai put on his clothes, turned around, and glanced at the girl with disdain. I told you that you are going to die. I don't believe you don't know that we came to Pegasus Ranch. We gave you several chances, but you refused to leave. You deserve it. So don't pretend to be wronged here. Hearing Duanmu Huai ridicule, the girl shuddered and turned away. Xian Xian has only admired the immortal god of killing for a long time, and wants to get close to you, and has no other intentions. Well now, we are close enough. And you should know that you can never leave me again. Duanmu Huai chuckled. In fact, when he saw the girl, Duanmu Huai had guessed that she was Xian Xian from the Inkue sect. As for what Xian Xian said, Duanmu Huai naturally took it as fart. Based on Duanmu Huai's understanding of Xian Xian, this little girl must have wanted to take the opportunity to find out information about him and others after discovering their arrival. So she stayed to make trouble. According to the usual characteristics of this little girl, she is best at using her charm and beauty to fascinate men, and train them to be dogs who only follow the orders of Can Can. That's why Duanmu Huai attacked her, in order to let this little girl know that if you climb many mountains, you will eventually encounter tigers. And if you walk along the river, you will get your shoes wet. Others treat you as a goddess, but I treat you as a cup. And I tell you to make trouble every day. This is retribution. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also used the Tao heart to plant demons, and planted demon seeds in Can. Once she tries to resist, she will be burned by fire and unable to extricate herself. She must rely on Duanmu Huai's skills to regain her clarity of mind. Otherwise she will become a beast with only instincts left. Using this trick to deal with this little demon girl is the most suitable in Duanmu Huai's opinion, so as to prevent her from making trouble every day. After hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Wan suddenly stopped sobbing and just closed her eyes silently. Wan was taught by Master Zhu, and she wanted to strengthen the demon sect. But now all this has become a bubble. What the point of Wan living? If you want to die, you can do it. I can come a few more times while the heat is on. Duanmu Huai obviously would not be attacked by the morals of Can. Of course, if you don't want to watch Cihang Jingjai and Jingnian Zhen being torn down by me, you can die. No one will stop you. Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Can eyes lit up and looked at Duanmu Huai. You have no grudges against Cihang Jingjai. You are not saying this to please Can. Why? You have been licked for so long. You really think the world revolves around you? Duanmu Huai sneered. My cleaning them up has nothing to do with you, nor with the demon sect. In fact, if the demon sect dares to cause trouble, I will tear them down as well. If the monks and nuns of the Jingjai Jingnian Zhen sect had just been vegetarians and chanted Buddhist scriptures, I would not bother to pay attention to them. But these idiots are so stupid that they want to intervene in the struggle for world domination and the divine right of kings. I can't stand this. If I don't uproot these two idiots, I will write their names backwards. That right. Duanmu Huai had long wanted to deal with Jingnian Zhen and Cihang Jingjai. And this is the reason. What Husher Jade by Yanggong Treasure House. Whoever gets one of them can rule the world. It all bullshit. In the final analysis, this is what these bastards want to use this rumor to make themselves the king divine right. Since the Husher Jade by chose the emperor, then they are the representatives who choose the emperor. For Duanmu Huai, any evil cult trying to interfere in the government is an intolerable heresy. Not to mention that he had once beaten Tathagata to the ground, so he naturally had no good feelings towards Tathagata disciples. Moreover, the sixth heavenly demon king job was to destroy Buddhism, which was also Duanmu Huai's main job. Well, maybe he could really complete the achievement of exterminating the Buddhist sects in the east, west, south and north. Although the system does not have this achievement. Canon did not know Duanmu Huai's background. But when she heard Duanmu Huai say this, her eyes lit up. She no longer had the miserable look of Xiao Baikai who was taken by Huang Shuren. She jumped off the bed like a fish and came to Duanmu Huai. If I can see the destruction of Cihang Jingjai, even if I sacrifice myself for it, it will be worth it. I didn't say I would let your Inkue sect live. Duanmu Huai glanced at Wan coldly. You, the demon sect, are not good people either. Just because I hate those idiots who lick Tathagata's stinky feet doesn't mean I can tolerate you fools who stir up trouble. Anyone who dares to cause trouble or bring chaos to the world will be killed. If someone else said this, Wan would probably think it was just bragging. But when Duanmu Huai, who killed Yang Guang himself, said this, it was extremely true. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Duanmu Huai, Xian also trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to say much. As a member of the demon sect, Xian has been well informed since childhood and is more aware of the bloody, selfish, and ruthless nature of the people in the demon sect. However, when Duanmu Huai's murderous aura burst out just now, Xian only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was not like a war or turmoil at all, but more like a natural disaster that made people desperately wait for destruction, and dared not even struggle and resist. Can asked herself, even her master Zhu Yuyan, evil king Shi Zhishuan, and even the demon master Pang Ban, who was feared by the demon sect, probably did not have such a soul-stirring power. Not to mention the battle between the two of them before, in order to protect her red pill, Can also tried her best, but no matter how she used it, there was no reaction when she hit Duanmu Huai, not even the slightest damage. Finally, Duanmu Huai succeeded. Although there were rumors in the martial arts world that Duanmu Huai was invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to all poisons, and immune to water and fire. But before this, Xian only thought that this was an exaggeration of the rumor. Until this moment, she realized that the rumor was not exaggerated, and was even conservative. Pack up, we're going to Luoyang. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all, turned and walked out of the room. Cihang Jingjai and Jingnian Zhen sect are making such a big fuss, If I don't go to destroy their place, won't it be a waste of their efforts? Hearing this, Xianxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Just like that, Duanmu Huai had another little follower behind him. Duanmu Huai naturally did not hide the identity of Xianxian from Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu. When they learned that she was born in the demon sect, the two, well, they didn't feel anything. The only thing that made the two curious was that Xianxian always walked barefoot, without shoes or socks. And Xianxian explained that she felt more comfortable walking barefoot on the ground, unrestrained and free. Duanmu Huai also felt that it was not difficult to understand this. For example, when going to the beach, walking barefoot on the sand is indeed a different feeling than wearing shoes. However, unless you have the ability of innate qi to protect your body like Xianxian, otherwise, doing so is just asking for trouble. By the way, even on the beach, you have to be careful of beer bottles and stone fragments buried in the sand. After all, for ordinary people, the soles of the feet are still the most vulnerable part. Let alone fragments. Even if you step on Lego blocks, that would be a pain. And Xianxian also changed her previous dress of the rich girl, and wore a plain white robe, like Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu. According to Xianxian, she usually dresses like this. Unless she wants to steal money or kill people, she will disguise her identity. As for her being captured by the 4 bandits before, it was naturally a good show performed by Qianqian. According to Qianqian, Li Mi had a close relationship with the 4 bandits, and the Inkui sect where her master was wanted to secretly weaken Li Mi power. Therefore, Qianqian took action and tried to use her beauty to lure the 4 bandits to kill each other, so as to cut off Li Mi's arm. As for being rescued by the people of Pegasus Ranch later, it was purely accidental. However, Qianqian was very thoughtful and planned to take over Pegasus Ranch. If Shang Xiaoxuan was not a woman, she would have been fascinated by her and could not extricate herself. But even so, Xianxian did not give up. She heard that someone in the ranch was trying to rebel, so she took advantage of the situation. It can be said that, if Duanmu Huai had not arrived in time, Shang Xiaoxuan would have been captured or killed. Even if she was lucky enough to escape back to Pegasus Ranch, the ranch army would have suffered heavy losses. And the traitor would have taken advantage of the situation to seize power from Shang Xiaoxuan and the entire Pegasus Ranch. And by that time, he would be a dish in Xianxian's hands. However, Duanmu Huai's arrival completely overturned the entire plan. The 4 major bandits were also killed, and the traitor plan could not be carried out. In fact, the traitor is the 3rd steward. The mall owner also has doubts about him. He will torture and interrogate him when he comes back this time. However, for Wan, this is meaningless. Why is that? Hearing this, Wang Yuyan asked curiously. It's very simple. Food, grass, and soldiers are the first choice for fighting for hegemony. At present, the world is in chaos, and the righteous armies everywhere want to become the hegemon of the world. The war horses of Pegasus Ranch and the weapons of Dongming sect are what they need. If they can take over Pegasus Ranch, they will have the war horses. The betrayal of the 3 deacons this time is also due to the shadow of other rebel forces. So even if the mall owner takes him down, it is impossible to stop the other party from eyeing Pegasus Ranch. Can put her hands behind her back, chirping like a little bird, and she didn't look like a prisoner at all. Some people really like to fight for supremacy in the world. I don't think there is anything good about it. And I don't understand why so many people want to be emperor. Duanmu Huai shook his head. When you become an emperor, you will know that managing a country is a headache and troublesome. There are endless things to do, and you have almost no time for yourself. It would be nice to be a tyrant like Yang Guang. But if that's the case, you can find a place to live in seclusion or open a sect of your own. Isn't it more fun than being an emperor? But to revitalize the master sect, power and status are necessary. Can also became serious at this time. The dispute between the Buddhist sect and the Saint sect has a history of hundreds of years. I know your origins. No need to waste words. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. In fact, what I hate most is the saying that one can do whatever it takes to achieve the goal, and that those who achieve great things do not care about small details. In the final analysis, these are just excuses for themselves. There was nothing wrong with the demon sect goal of gaining the ideal orthodoxy. However, once you take the wrong means, it will inevitably change. The predecessor of the demon sect was actually the 100 schools of thought in the Western Han dynasty, which was the loser in the political struggle. When they were first established, their goal was to overthrow the Confucian school of thought and return to the era of the 100 schools of thought. So this ideal itself does not seem bad. But it is another matter if it goes astray. But at that time, the Saint sect was severely suppressed. You see, this is the excuse. Duanmu Huai glanced at Wan Wan and said lightly, "It shows that your ideals are not pure enough. And it also shows that you are not persistent and affirmative in your goals. You just want to win. But you ignore that how to win is also crucial. What kind of process leads to what kind of result? I can be sure that, even if you, the demon sect, finally defeat the Buddha sect and take over the world, you will not be able to achieve your desired goal, because you have adopted means that deviate from your ideals. What kind of means? What kind of ending? Think about it yourself." Duanmu Huai said this for a reason, in fact. He has read the novel. In the novel, the demon sect did win in the end, because Wu Zetian was the disciple of Wan Wan, and she became the first female emperor. However, after that, the revival that the demon sect longed for did not come. On the contrary, Wu Zetian regarded the demon sect as her own dark history, and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. She also issued the demon-slaying order, since she herself was a member of the demon sect and knew the demon sect better than anyone else. The demon sect was completely eradicated by Wu Zetian. So you see, you reap what you sow. If the demon sect was not a sect that did evil things, but was like Sihong Jingjai, who at least pretended to be a goddess on the surface, Wu Zetian would not have regarded the demon sect as a dark history that threatened her and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. It can be said that the life of the demon sect is a typical example of using any means to achieve the goal, and eventually being led astray and overturned. For the ruler, the goal is important, and the means are equally important. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Canon showed a thoughtful expression and stopped talking. Duanmu Huai also did not speak, but turned his head and looked forward. In front of him, the magnificent city gate was faintly visible. Luoyang has arrived. Chapter 1537, Bullshit. After entering Luoyang City, Xianxian disappeared without a trace. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He knew that Xianxian must have gone to contact the Inkui sect. After all, Luoyang was crowded with people at the moment, and it was rumored that the peerless successor of Sihong Jingjai, Shi Feishuan, would hand over the Hashir Bai to the wanderer Ning Daoqi here, and give it to the destined person. As the mortal enemy of Sihong Jingjai, the demon sect would naturally not miss this opportunity. But Duanmu Huai didn't bother to care. He took Wang Yuyan and Zai Longna straight to the restaurant, according to Shang Xiuxiu in book Food Notes, and found Luoyang Peony Restaurant. Luckily, the chef here was still there, so Duanmu Huai spent money without hesitation, and asked the other party to prepare a banquet that he was best at, and the latter naturally thanked him profusely, and went to take the order. After a short while, dishes were presented one after another, and Duanmu Huai led the two girls to eat heartily. Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu did not eat much at first, but after their strength increased, their appetite also increased, and the two girls were surprised to find that no matter how much they ate, it could be converted into internal strength. Normally, even if there was delicious food in front of them, they would not eat too much. But now that they have this physique, they would eat it. It must be said that Shang Xiuxiu, as an ancient gourmet, was indeed quite good. Duanmu Huai also enjoyed the meal very much. The only thing that made him unhappy was that everyone in the restaurant was talking about Hashir Bai and Sihong Jingjai. Although Duanmu Huai could understand that the world was in chaos at the moment, most people had no inclination and only hoped that a wise leader would appear as soon as possible to unify the world and end the current war situation. He was still very unhappy to listen to this bullshit while eating. So Duanmu Huai listened, snorted coldly, and said, "Whoever gets the Hashir Bai gets the world." That all bullshit. As soon as this was said, the original noise of the peony building suddenly became quiet. The layout of the peony building is in the shape of a mouth, with a pond garden in the middle and elegant seats around. Those who can sit here to eat and enjoy the beautiful scenery are naturally not ordinary people. If Duanmu Huai had not been sitting in the elegant room on the top floor, which symbolizes the most noble status, I'm afraid someone would have scolded him. But even so, some people still couldn't help but speak up. That wrong. This is what Sihong Jingjai said. How could it be false? Humph. Duanmu Huai took a sip of wine and snorted coldly. Sihong Jingjai made up a lie, and someone believed it. What do you mean? Xiao Wang. Duanmu Huai gestured to Wang Yuyan. Teach these illiterate people the origin of the Hashir Bai. Okay, sir. Although Wang Yuyan didn't know why Duanmu Huai wanted to say this, she still stood up, took a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, and then walked to the balcony next to her. From here, you can overlook the entire restaurant, and you can also clearly see the people above. Seeing Wang Yuyan appear, many people gasped. They wondered if they were drunk. How could such a fairy exist in the world? However, Wang Yuyan didn't care about the looks from all directions in the restaurant, and just spoke quietly. This jade is not ordinary jade. It is said that when Bian He, a Chu man, was cutting wood in Jingshan, he saw a beautiful phoenix perched on a blue stone. Remembering the saying that the phoenix will not land on a place without treasures, he concluded that this stone must be a treasure, and presented it to King Li of Chu. However, the jade craftsman of Chu believed that what Bian He presented was an ordinary stone. So the king of Chu cut off his left foot in anger and drove him away. Bian He was indignant, and waited for King Wu to succeed to the throne. He went to present treasures again, but this time his right foot was cut off. It was not until King Wen, the son of King Wu, succeeded to the throne that he heard about this, and carried the blue stone back to the palace. He ordered the craftsmen to cut it open. Only then did they find a flawless, crystal clear and rare jade inside. In order to commemorate Bian He, they named it the Heshirbai. Wang Yuyan's voice was leisurely and pleasant, and it made people intoxicated. Most people present had heard the story of the Heshirbai, but some had not, and they were discussing it at this moment. That Bian He was also stubborn. He didn't care if he failed once, but he offered it twice in a row. That right. Even if there is jade inside, if you present it in public like this, doesn't it mean that the old emperor is blind? It's good that he didn't just drag you out and chop you off. The same goes for those jade craftsmen. Whether there is jade inside or not, wouldn't it be clear if we cut it open and see? Most people were just watching the fun and discussing gossip, but some warriors' faces changed slightly, because Wang Yuyan's voice was not loud, but it could be clearly heard by everyone in the restaurant. This kind of internal strength attainment is simply unimaginable, not to mention that Wang Yuyan looked like a girl under 20 years old, which was even more surprising. Wang Yuyan waited for everyone to discuss for a while, and then continued. Later, Chu proposed to Zhao, and the Heshirbai came to Zhao. When King Zhaoxiang of Qin learned about this, he wrote a letter to King Huiwen of Zhao, saying that he was willing to exchange 15 cities for the Heshirbai. At that time, King Huiwen of Zhao thought that King Zhaoxiang of Qin did not really intend to exchange it for treasures. So he sent Lan Xiangru to Qin with the Heshirbai. In the court, King Zhaoxiang of Qin did not mention the city in exchange for jade, but just held the Heshirbai and played with it. Lan Xiangru saw that the situation was not good and came up with a plan, saying that the jade still had flaws. And let me point them out for you. Then, under the pretext of taking back the Heshirbai, he wanted to smash it. Under the pressure of Lan Xiangru, King Zhaoxiang of Qin had to agree to take the Heshirbai by bathing and fasting for 5 days. However, Lan Xiangru quickly asked his confidants to send the Heshirbai back to Zhao's state, which was the origin of the return of the Heshirbai to Zhao. Hearing this, everyone was talking about it. Then King Zhaoxiang of Qin was too uncivilized. He said he would exchange the city, but he didn't. Isn't this bullying? It's bullying you. After all, Qin was the strongest at that time, and Zhao was powerless to resist. Besides, that 15 cities, no matter what jade I say, it's not worth 15 cities. King Zhaoxiang of Qin said this. It's obvious that he was just talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Let alone King Huiwen of Zhao. So it's said that a man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a jade. At this moment, Wang Yuyan's voice sounded in everyone's ears again. Later, Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, and the Heshirbai came into Qin Shi Huang's hands. He ordered Li Si to receive the mandate from heaven. Long live and prosper. And the jade craftsman engraved it on the jade, and the Heshirbai became the jade seal. Later, Emperor Gozu of Han, Liu Bang, overthrew the Qin dynasty. The Qin king Ziying presented the Heshirbai to Liu Bang, who called it the imperial seal. Since then, the Heshirbai has become a symbol of the country. Later, Wang Mang usurped the throne and asked Empress Dowager Xiaoyuan for the Heshirbai. She was thrown to the ground in anger by Empress Dowager Xiaoyuan, and one corner was missing. Wang Mang ordered people to use Jia Jin to patch it. Therefore, the Heshirbai has the elegant name of Jade Body and Golden Corner. At this moment, the whole Peony Tower has become quiet. Everyone is listening to Wang Yuyan's story with great interest. After all, the most popular news now is the news about the Heshirbai. It is also interesting to know the story behind it. After Wang Mang's death, Until the end of the Han dynasty, the Hashirbai disappeared. It was not until the Three Kingdoms period that Changhe Governor Sun Jian was patrolling in Luoyang City, and suddenly saw a well shining brightly. He ordered people to salvage it, and found the body of a concubine with a red box tied around her neck. When they opened it, they found the Hashirbai. Later, Sun Jian died in battle, and the Hashirbai fell into the hands of Cao Cao. When the Sui dynasty destroyed the southern Chen dynasty, Yang Jian searched the Chen palace, but could not find the Hashirbai. The Hashirbai was declared missing. Humph. Did you hear that? It was only then that Duanmu Huai spoke. Hearing his impolite question, everyone looked at each other for a moment, wondering what he was talking about. May I ask what this has to do with what you said before? Isn't it simple? If the Hashirbai was really something that could bring peace to the world, then the state of Zhao that held the Hashirbai would not have been destroyed. And Qin Shi Huang took the Hashirbai, and then died in the second generation. If the incident with Sun Jian was true, then wasn't he also the god chosen by the Hashirbai? What happened? Didn't he die? Cao Cao didn't get any good out of taking the Hashirbai. Several of his sons died. Later, Sima Yi stole the country. If the Hashirbai was a good thing, it wouldn't have caused the person who took it to have no descendants and ruin the country and dynasty. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai laughed. It more like calling this thing a demonic thing. Sihong Jingjai actually took this thing out as a treasure. Whoever gets the Hashirbai will win the world. How can they be so sure that the one who gets the Hashirbai will be a wise ruler for generations to come? Couldn't it be someone as unlucky as Hu Hai, Sun Jian, or Cao Cao? Even Ying Zheng and Liu Bang got the Hashirbai only after they unified the world. It was not because they got the Hashirbai that they unified the world. From this point of view, this thing is useless except for its reputation. It has killed many people. As soon as this was said, the whole mutant building was in an uproar. Before, everyone followed the saying of Sihong Jingjai and subconsciously believed that whoever got the Hashirbai would get the world. However, after Duanmu Huai provided them with a new perspective, these people found that the Hashirbai seemed to have killed many more people than those who succeeded because of it. And it seems that no one won the world after getting the Hashirbai. On the contrary, he won the world before getting the Hashirbai. Hearing the noise in the restaurant, Duanmu Huai smiled coldly. This trick of stealing concepts is not popular in this era, but it was already played out in Duanmu Huai era. It like everyone says that only countries that follow the Western democratic path can become developed countries, so if you want to live a good life, you must reform the system. But if you ask them which country has become a developed country after reforming into a Western democratic system, they will be stunned and unable to say a word. What nonsense! However, someone soon scolded them. Sihong Jingjai has the world in mind, and entered the world to find a wise ruler, seeking the welfare of the people. That nonsense! Before the other party finished speaking, Duanmu Huai interrupted coldly. Even if you go to a brothel to find a woman, the woman will only say to you that you are so handsome and generous, and will not directly ask you to pay. That robbery. As soon as these words came out, the whole mutant building paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. After all, Duanmu Huai words were rough but true, and everyone understood that even if it was the demon sect, it would not say that it would kill all opponents in the world after it came to power. This would only attract hatred for itself. Besides, if Sihong Jingjai really had the world in mind and worked for the welfare of all people, then why did they hide in the mountains when Yang Guang was tyrannical? When Yang Guang died and the world was in chaos, who would they show their compassionate faces to? So the people who died in the chaos are the people. And the people who died because of Yang Guang cruelty are not people. Right? Well said. As soon as this was said, someone in the peony tower shouted. After all, Yang Guang was tyrannical and violent, and countless people died in the 3 expeditions to Goryeo. However, at that time, Sihong Jingjai had been pretending to be dead, and now they jumped out to choose a wise leader? Not everyone is used to Sihong Jingjai, but their status as the boss of the White Way is really fierce, and most people dare not offend them. Now that they see someone coming forward, they immediately wave their flags and shout. However, it was clear that some people were not happy about this. A figure suddenly rushed out of the restaurant. How dare you? Who dares to come down and meet me? Wang Bo. Seeing the old man in front of them say his name, the whole restaurant suddenly became quiet. They did not expect that Wang Bo, who was known as the best master in Liaodong, would come out in person. This really surprised everyone. At the same time, they all shut their mouths. The advantage of the tongue did not matter. But no one wanted to make a feud with the master-level master in front of him. For a moment, everyone was curious and nervous, wanting to see how the man upstairs would face it. However, the next moment, they saw a black shadow falling from the sky, and it hit the ground heavily. Bang! Duan Muhui fell to the ground like a meteorite, and the impact wave that followed made Wang Bo dodge backwards. Then he stood up and stared at Wang Bo coldly. "Let me, Duan Muhui, see what you can do." When Duan Muhui introduced himself, the whole restaurant was silent at first, and then with a bang, the atmosphere exploded. The immortal killer Duan Muhui. His name has long been circulated in the 4 major wuzhous. In Nanwuzhou, Duan Muhui's most famous deed is to kill Yang Guang with his own hands. It can be said that Duan Muhui has made great contributions to the development of the situation in Nanzhou to this point today. At one time, everyone rushed to the fence and looked towards the courtyard, wanting to see what the man who killed the tyrant Yang Guang with his own hands looked like. At this moment, Wang Bo was calm on the surface, but in fact, he was sweating profusely inside. He was also an old man in the arena, and he thought that no matter who the other party was, he had to give him face. But I didn't expect to offend this evil star this time. Just kidding. He dared to kill even the emperor. Who else he dared not kill? Could it be that I could not compare with the emperor? What wrong? You don't want to talk anymore? Duan Muhui folded his arms, staring at Wang Bo coldly. The murderous intent that seemed to be real made Wang Bo almost breathless. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, but he didn't even have the thought of resisting. At this moment, he realized that the name of the immortal killer was not unfounded. Get out, or die. Make your choice. Duan Muhui obviously would not give face to this Liaodong top master. Even if Shi Feishuan was here, he would still slap her. So he just looked at Wang Bo and gave him a choice. Wang Bo was also gritting his teeth at this moment. He was in a dilemma. He had come forward just to make a good impression on Sihong Jingjai. He didn't expect that man's plans were not as good as God plans. In the blink of an eye, he faced the difficult life problem of whether to live or die. In the end, Wang Bo made up his mind, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and bowed his hands. Goodbye. The next moment, Wang Bo turned into a shadow without looking back, and almost used the fastest qigong in his life to rush into the peony building and disappeared. Chapter 1538. A mess. Luoyang is a major transportation route, extending in all directions. It wasn't long before the news of the Peony Tower became widely known. There are 2 reasons why this matter became so popular in such a short period of time. First, as Duan Muhui said, not everyone who has the ability to fight for the world is willing to let Sihong Jingjai choose the emperor, but they can't come forward to be enemies with Sihong Jingjai. Duan Muhui denigrated the He by so much, and what he said was all historical facts, not fabricated, which greatly weakened the effect of the He in choosing the emperor. After all, there is only one He, but there are many people fighting for the world. So everyone has the same idea. Since I can't get it, then no one should get it. So these overlords also signaled their subordinates to spread the news to everyone, so that even if Sihong Jingjai gave the He to someone, its influence would be greatly weakened. Second, Duan Muhui pointed out that Sihong Jingjai was hypocritical and pretentious. No matter how high-sounding their words were, they still wanted to fight for the world. Of course, if someone else said this, it probably wouldn't have much effect. But the problem is, this came from Duan Muhui, and he really killed Yang Guang. If it were anyone else, they would say you can do it. But Duan Muhui really did it. I killed Yang Guang. So I can naturally accuse Sihong Jingjai of just talking and not doing anything, and being hypocritical. And others can't say anything. After all, Sihong Jingjai did nothing during Yang Guang tyranny, and it waited until Yang Guang died, and the world was in chaos before it came out to announce the He. Thinking about it this way, Sihong Jingjai is indeed not a good bird. Many things cannot stand pondering, after all. Pondering will cause trouble. Just like many people say that you can become a developed country as long as you practice Western democracy. But if you ask them which country became a developed country after democracy, they can't answer a single word. The same is true for the He. Sihong Jingjai said that whoever gets the He will win the world. Then you can also ask who got the He first, and then won the world. Sihong Jingjai can't answer it either. And now, this has become the most troublesome thing for all the major forces in Luoyang City. I really didn't expect that gentleman would actually say that. In the temple of the Jingyan Zen sect, A woman dressed as a scholar closed her eyes and sighed. And behind her, a monk just clasped his hands together and remained silent. The woman was none other than Shifei, the rare successor of Cihang Jingjai. For Shifei, the sensation created by Duanmu Huai had the greatest impact on her. After all, Shifei really had a broad mind and wanted to find a wise leader who could save the people from the water and fire. However, Duanmu Huai only said a few words, and described Cihang Jingjai as a little demon who took the opportunity to cause trouble. The Hashirbai that was specially taken out no longer had its original attraction at this moment. Shifei originally planned to have a detailed discussion with people in various forces who might become emperors, to hear their views and arguments on the world, and then decide to give the Hashirbai to the wise leader she chose. Shifei had been very successful before, but now the situation is completely different. The big figures of various forces, who used to be in awe of Shifei no longer take the questions and answers with Shifei to heart. And they don't care about the whereabouts of the Hashirbai. Some even threatened that, after they conquered the world, it would not be too late for Cihang Jingjai to send the Hashirbai as a gift. It can be said that Duanmu Huai words in the Peony Tower completely defeated Cihang Jingjai's plan to select the world common leader. Of course, this was also due to his own strength and fame. Otherwise, if someone else said this, it would not have achieved this effect. The monk behind Shifei kept silent, and Shifei also did not speak again. Now their original goal could not be achieved, and they had to rethink their countermeasures. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely opposite to that of the pure minds sect. I never thought that the immortal killing god would smash the plan of Cihang Jingjai with just a few words. It really interesting. In a high house in Luoyang City, a woman wearing a veil sat on a throne and sneered. Beside her, Kankan was standing by like a maid. If he hadn't taken your red pill and ruined the century-long plan of my Inkwe sect to fight against Cihang Jingjai, my Inkwe sect would have welcomed him as a distinguished guest. But now, he has only one way to go, the woman said, snorted coldly, and then slapped the coffee table with one hand. She was none other than Zhu Yuyan, the head of Inkwe's sect. No wonder Zhu Yuyan was so angry. You have to know that this duel between the righteous and the demon sects is related to the future of their Inkwe sect. All along, the 2 sects and 6 paths of the demon sects have been led by Inkwe sect. However, when the demon master Pangbang came out of retreat, it is very likely that he will control all the 6 paths of the 2 sections. In this case, only by defeating the first representative master of the righteous sect, Fei Xian, can the Inkwe sect maintain its influence in the demon sect. For this reason, Zhu Yuyan chose Kankan. Her talent and ability in all aspects are comparable to those of Shifei. And she is also the second genius after the founder of Inkwe sect, who is expected to practice the heavenly demon art to the 18th level. But the problem is that the heavenly demon art can only be practiced if the body is pure yin. Zhu Yuyan lost her pure yin body because she was deceived by the evil king Shi Zhishuan, which made it impossible for her to reach the 18th level. Therefore, Zhu Yuyan placed all her hopes on her apprentice Kankan. But she didn't expect that Kankan also lost her pure yin body like herself. So she could only stop at the 17th level like Zhu Yuyan. This made Zhu Yuyan furious. If the news from the Peony Tower hadn't come at that time, she would have rushed to the door and fought Duanmu Huai to the death. Master, please calm down. Wanwan hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Zhu Yuyan and said in a low voice, in Wanwan opinion, it is unwise to be an enemy of the immortal killer god. Master, please think about it. What? Do you think that our Inkwe sect can't beat that guy? This? Please forgive Wanwan for being frank. That exactly it. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxian decided to tell the truth. Although Xianxian was deceived by the evil man, it was not without gain. In fact, in Xianxian opinion, the rumor that the immortal killer god was born from heaven is probably not groundless, it is true. Oh! Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan frowned. What do you mean? To be honest, after the immortal killer god captured Xianxian, he opened a fairy cave in the void and took Xianxian in. It was just like what was described in the picture book, splendid and magnificent, like a palace in heaven. It occupied an unknown area, and it was definitely not some kind of illusion or image. And when Xianxian came out the next day, she saw that the immortal killer just waved his right hand, and then closed the entrance. Such an incredible thing cannot be done by ordinary people. Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan fell into deep thought. If someone else said this, she would definitely regard it as nonsense. However, What Qianqian said made Zhu Yuyan think deeply. Moreover, the immortal killing god once told Qianqian that the ideal goal of the holy sect was not wrong, but only the right approach could get the right result. What? Are you saying that we did something wrong? Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan glared at Qianqian, who hurriedly lowered her head. Qianqian dare not. Qianqian just felt that the Cihong Jingjai plan had been broken, and the immortal killing god was not happy with them, and he might cause trouble. In this situation, Qianqian thought that the holy sect could also support one side and fight for the world in an upright manner. To be honest, after listening to what the immortal killing god said, Qianqian was also frightened and uneasy. There is always a feeling that, even if our holy sect seizes the world in the current way and means, I am afraid that it will not only be difficult to achieve the holy sect wish, but also bring about a catastrophe. You, kneel down. Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan stood up angrily, slapped the coffee table and shouted angrily, and Qianqian also knelt down on the ground in a hurry, not daring to say more. Zhu Yuyan stood in front of Can, with her eyes closed, and remained silent for a long time, before she sighed and sat down again. You said this is not okay, that is not okay, then in your opinion, what should we do? This? Faced with Zhu Yuyan's question, Can was speechless for a while. The demon sect has always acted recklessly, without any taboos. This was originally a kind of resistance to Confucianism, but now it has completely transformed into anti-human and anti-social terrorism. Whether it was Zhu Yuyan or Qianqian, they were already used to this set of rules. Now Qianqian had to find a way to change all this. But she really couldn't think of one. Perhaps Qianqian could ask His Excellency the immortal god of killing for advice? In Qianqian's opinion, he was not averse to the saint sect philosophy. So maybe there was a way. You go and try. Zhu Yuyan thought for a moment, let out a long breath, and silently closed her eyes. She was not a soft-hearted person. But facing Duanmu Huai, even Zhu Yuyan couldn't do anything to him for a while. On the one hand, Zhu Yuyan was a little surprised by the warning of Qianqian. On the other hand, the deterrent effect of the magic master Pang Ban coming out of retreat on the two sects of the demon sect and the six paths was also very great. Everyone knew that Pang Ban was ambitious and wanted to unify the demon sect. The first people he had to deal with were Zhu Yuyan and Shi Zhishuan. Therefore, Zhu Yuyan could only make a decision based on the situation. Please teach me. Sir. This was the first sentence Qianqian said when she appeared in front of Duanmu Huai again like a ghost, kneeling down in front of him. Teach you what? Trigonometric function? I don't know it. Hearing the incoherent talk of Can, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Please teach me the way to break the deadlock of the saint sect. If it succeeds, Can is willing to pledge her life to you, even if it means death. You said that, as if you have a choice. Duanmu Huai snorted and laughed. Can still wants to control him, but Duanmu Huai doesn't care at all. In front of Duanmu Huai, how could Can have the right to choose? She had to do whatever he wanted her to do. But I like the term committing myself to you. Okay, I just tell you a little bit. Of course, it's your business whether you want to listen or not. It has nothing to do with me. If Can dared to say that she would work like a cow or a horse in the next life, Duanmu Huai would turn hostile and kick her out. He had heard this so many times that his ears were calloused. But seeing that Can was so understanding, Duanmu Huai didn't mind saying a few words. It was just bragging anyway. As for whether it would work, it had nothing to do with him. Right? At this point, Duanmu Huai coughed. And Can also stood up hurriedly and brought Duanmu Huai a cup of tea. Actually, in my opinion, you demon sect are all a bunch of idiots. Duanmu Huai took a sip of tea, and then directly denied the entire demon sect in the first sentence. Actually, I also know your history. You abolished all schools of thought and respected Confucianism alone. You lost, and then you were marginalized. Then you formed the demon sect of two sects and six paths, wanting to regain your original status and return to the era of 100 schools of thought. Is that right or wrong? Just as you said. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Can was also shocked. She had never told Duanmu Huai about the ideals of the holy sect. But she didn't expect Duanmu Huai to know so much about the internal situation of the holy sect. Then what the point of you getting involved in the struggle for world hegemony? Or fighting with Cihong Jingjai for the battle between good and evil? Duanmu Huai curled his lips. What the point? You don't think that if you put an emperor on the throne, people will listen to you? Abolish Confucianism and let 100 schools of thought contend? You are dreaming. Do you think that by then, All the scholars in the world will listen to you. You can make them learn whatever you want them to learn, and if you want them to give up Confucianism, they will give up Confucianism? Isn't that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai question, Can was a little surprised. In her opinion, those scholars who are weak and powerless are completely useless. When they are attacked by swords, you can change whatever you want them to change. This is why the Inkue faction joined the struggle for world domination. When they control the emperor and the power, they will naturally be able to overthrow Confucianism. Look, this is what you martial artists think. You think that you can solve problems with force. But it would be great if it were that simple. At this point, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. If force could solve all problems, it would not be so difficult for the tribunal to deal with evil gods. To tell you the truth, even if you succeed in seizing the throne and promulgating your own policies, those scholars will not listen to you. Why? Hearing this, Xianxian blinked her black and bright eyes in surprise. When the time comes, we can just issue an order, reject Confucianism, and execute the whole family of those who disobey. Isn't that enough? Then how many people are you going to kill? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. I want to tell you, times are different. When all schools of thought were rejected and Confucianism was the only one, Confucianism was just one of them, so it was not difficult to eliminate other ideas at that time. But now, Confucianism is the consensus of students all over the world. How many people do you have to kill to count? Moreover, if you kill all the scholars, who will be the official, who will manage government affairs, military affairs, finance? You? It would be good if you can manage the harem. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed at his head. Thoughts are invisible, cannot be killed completely. Even if Qin Shi Huang burned books and buried scholars, he had his own team. What do you have in the demon sect? Overthrow Confucianism, 100 schools of thought contend. Do you have your own supporters? Do they have their own ideological faction? Will they be loyal to you? Are they willing to promote your ideas and concepts? If the heretics could be educated, the court would not have burned the stakes. Can frowned, thinking about Duanmu Huai's question. She had to admit that this was not an easy task. The holy sect originally resisted the status quo and mainstream thinking, so it was naturally incompatible with the mainstream. Otherwise it would not be regarded as a heretic. You can imagine that there are naturally not many people who are willing to promote the ideas of the Saint sect. Xianxian is naturally eccentric and smart. If it involves things like gang fights and feuds, she can come up with countless vicious schemes. But facing the questions raised by Duanmu Huai, even if she racked her brains, she couldn't think of any good solutions for a while. This is not because Xianxian is stupid, but because Confucianism is the general trend of the world, and no conspiracy or tricks will work. Just like Duanmu Huai, his own strength is invincible. No matter you use poison, or assassination, or even tricks, you will be killed by Duanmu Huai with one punch. In this case, it is impossible to resist. Thinking of this, Xianxian is also discouraged. Could it be that the long-cherished wish of the Saint sect for hundreds of years has come to nothing? No longer possible? How can there be impossible things in this world? Duanmu Huai sneered again. Like the group of idiots in Sihong Jingjai, no one had tacitly agreed that they were qualified to choose the emperor before, but after being pointed out by me, they were immediately beaten back to their original form, even worse than dogs. Confucianism is the same. It looks bright and beautiful on the surface, but it is not without flaws inside. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand. I will give you 8 words. Seek truth from facts, unity of knowledge and action. What do you mean? Staring at Duanmu Huai's gesture, Xianxian's eyes lit up, reciting the 8 words silently, keeping them in mind. Think about it yourself. Remember not to always engage in those evil ways. The reason why I can expose the bullshit of Sihong Jingjai is not because of nonsense, but because every word I say is true, so everyone will accept it so easily. I want to be like you guys. Telling lies every day. Like eating and drinking. I am afraid few people will believe what I say. Xianxian understands. At this moment, Xianxian's heart was trembling, as if she had finally found a way out of the situation. She bowed to Duanmu Huai again. Thank you for your advice. Xianxian will go to discuss with Master Zhu now. If it works, Xianxian will definitely help you. Okay. Get out of here. You are talking as if you still have a choice. You must remember. Whether it works or not, you are my slave. Duanmu Huai waved his hand without waiting for Can to finish. And the latter also chuckled, then turned and left. Watching Can leave, Duanmu Huai stretched and yawned. After finishing eating all the famous dishes in Luoyang, as an after-meal exercise, he should go and cause trouble for Jingyan Zen sect and Sihong Jingjai. Chapter 1539 Post-Meal Exercise. At 2 p.m. Duanmu Huai walked out of the restaurant, looking at the dark sky in front of him, sneered. This weather is good, quite suitable for collecting the bodies of those monks. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Wang Yuyan and Zai Longno looked at each other helplessly, but said nothing. Following Duanmu Huai all the way, they also knew that although Duanmu Huai was not a bloodthirsty person, but once he started killing, no one could stop him. Moreover, the reason why Duanmu Huai attacked the Jingyan Zen sect this time was very clear and straightforward. Although it was a bit speechless, it was not unreasonable strictly speaking. It was just that the Jingyan Zen sect could not think of it. The two women could even guess what rumors would appear in the martial arts world after today. But it must be said that they were somewhat looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. I am Li Shimin, and I have seen the immortal killing god. Oh! Hearing this name, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then turned around, and saw a young man, with a strange appearance, walking towards him with a smile, and a few ministers, while cupping his fists, and bowing to Duanmu Huai. You are Li Shimin. Looking at Li Shimin in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. After all, this man is very famous. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at Li Shimin with a strange look in his eyes. Almost everyone knows the famous Tang Taizong Li Shimin. But Duanmu Huai remembers Li Shimin not because of the Jingguan reign, but because of the little story about Li Shimin that the history teacher told everyone in class. After all, the strong Han and prosperous Tang. Another name is the dirty Han and chaotic Tang. The chaos of the Tang royal family, which can be called a small movie-level excitement. Looking at this boy with regular features, thick eyebrows and big eyes, who would have thought that he would become a chow thief in the future? But if you think about it carefully, the lust of the Li family seems to be a common trait. Li Yuan, needless to say, was obsessed with beauty and gave birth to more than 20 little princes in one go. Li Shimin was not much better. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, he killed his brothers Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji, seized the position of crown prince, and then Li Shimin forcibly married his brother Li Yuanji's wife, who was also his sister-in-law. Oh! There are also rumors that he even took Li Jiancheng's wife. He really looks like Chow Thief. Brothers, sisters-in-law, and younger brothers' wives. None of them were left. And his son Li Yi was not willing to lag behind. After Li Yi died, Wu Zetian succeeded to the throne, and she still kept 4 male favorites. Li Yi put a hat on Li Shimin, and now she put the hat back on her head. But Wu Zetian was more particular than Li Yi. At least she waited until Li Yi died before putting it on. This is not over yet. If this is over, how can it be called a family tradition? Next is Li Longji and Yang Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan was originally the wife of Li Longji's son, Crown Prince Li Mao. And then Li Longji took a fancy to Yang Yuhuan and married her back to the palace. Li Yi was the son who cheated on his father. Li Longji was the father who cheated on his son. The chaotic and prosperous Tang dynasty was so terrifying. Although it was not uncommon for the royal aristocracy to have all kinds of dirty scenes, they were all done in private. And there was no such thing as a formal marriage in public. Moreover, when Emperor Xuanzong of Tang first married Yang Guifei, he was worried that he would be ridiculed by the world. But the eunuchs around him advised him. In the past, Emperor Taizong married Yang Guifei. Emperor Gaozong married Wu Kairan. And your majesty is marrying Yang Yuan today. This is the family rule passed down. So what wrong with it? So Li Longji was persuaded. After all, the family rules are passed down. To be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't remember what achievements Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of Tang, had in history class, what laws he promulgated, and what political affairs he did. But he still remembers this gossip about the family rules are passed down, which left a deep impression on him. Seeing Duanmu Huai staring at him, smiling and saying nothing, Li Shimin felt a little flustered for some unknown reason. Why does my head feel so heavy? Oh, nothing. Are you here for lunch? Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and said casually, after all, Li Shimin future. He, let him decide it himself. Since this is the fate of the old Li family, I'd better just watch the show. That right, if you are free, how about we go together? Shimin will be the host. That not necessary, we just finished eating. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then I won't bother you. Seeing Duanmu Huai say this, Li Shimin knew that he could not get along with him anymore. But he was not disappointed. He just smiled and stepped back. Well, I won't bother you. By the way, Li Kid, At this point, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned. And then he looked at him. Are you interested in watching a good show? Good show? Hearing Duanmu Huai say this, Li Shimin was stunned for a moment. And then he saw Duanmu Huai turn around and spoke to the restaurant. I, Duanmu Huai, am going to the Jingyan Zen sect to take back the Hashir Bai and smash it to pieces. If you are interested in watching the fun, come along. After saying this, Duanmu Huai smiled at the stunned Li Shimin, then turned around and walked forward, looking at the backs of Duanmu Huai, Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu. Li Shimin was also stunned, and after a moment he gritted his teeth. Let's follow them. In Luoyang City, gossip was inevitable, and Duanmu Huai word spread throughout Luoyang City in the shortest time. It has to be said that many people were very surprised when they heard this rumor. Although Duanmu Huai's previous speech in the Peony Tower directly destroyed the golden body of Sihong Jingjai, everyone is still interested in the Hashir Bai. Many people are also speculating where the Hashir Bai is hidden. Of course, most people think that it should be carried by the descendants of Sihong Jingjai. But they did not expect that the Hashir Bai would be placed in the Zen temple of Jingyan Zen. Duanmu Huai walked towards the Zen temple with a swagger, and more people gathered behind him. In addition to Li Shimin and his party, other masters or forces in Luoyang City also sent people to the temple, not to mention those who were just watching the fun. You should know that Duanmu Huai's behavior was basically the same as kicking the door. The Pure Mind Zen sect has been famous in the southern martial arts world for a long time, and no one has ever dared to kick its door. Now Duanmu Huai came to the door. It's such a big fun. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't watch it? But sir, why did Sihong Jingjai put the Hashir Bai in Jingyan Zen sect? Looking at the wanderers following behind her, Wang Yuyan didn't care, but raised her own question out of curiosity. Since the Hashir Bai is a jade seal, it shouldn't be big. In theory, shouldn't it be safer to carry it with you? Since you know, then you should understand that Sihong Jingjai is not stupid. Of course, they have reasons for not being able to carry it. Hearing Wang Yuyan question, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Although there are various rumors about the Hashir Bai, it is true that it is a rare jade. In fact, the Hashir Bai will emit a magical energy, which will weaken and strengthen according to the changes of time. Anyone who holds it will be affected by this energy, causing the true qi to not flow smoothly, and it may even stagnate. Now you understand. Whether you can conquer the world with the Hashir Bai is still a question. But if a martial artist takes the Hashir Bai, it is almost like seeking death. After hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, Wang Yuyan, Xia Longnu and the martial artists who followed behind were also in an uproar. They were all martial artists, and they naturally knew how dangerous it would be if the true qi was not controlled, especially when fighting with others. If the true qi stagnated or disappeared, it would be like being slaughtered. Thinking of this, everyone's distrust of the Hashir Bai increased. After all, in Nanwazu, the leaders of each rebel army were masters with high martial arts skills. If you give them the Hashir Bai, wouldn't they be unable to fight? Isn't this the same as committing suicide? From this point of view, this Hashir Bai is not a good thing at all, it is simply a monster. As they talked, Jingyan Zen gradually appeared in front of everyone. The Zen temple stood in the mountains, with a solemn atmosphere, and steep stone steps extending all the way to the top of the mountain. It was fortunate that those who walk here were masters. Ordinary people would be exhausted halfway through. Looking up, you can vaguely see the pagoda bell tower among the trees. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of bells came from afar, with a sense of ethereal and solemnity. And Duanmu Huai looked disdainful, because this place reminded him of Guanyin Temple, both of which were bright and beautiful on the outside. And inside, it was still the same. It's just that the pure Nyen Zen sect doesn't have a black bear spirit to back them up. You know what? Every time I see this kind of place, I feel very curious. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Wang Yuyan, Xia Longnu, and said, this group of monks have always advocated pure cultivation and asceticism. Where did they get the money to build such a big temple? There is a pure copper palace inside, pure copper, TSK. Even Yang Guang didn't have such a big hand. Look, what is called extravagance and lust, this is called extravagance and lust. By comparison, Yang Guang is just a local rich man. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the crowd behind him started a commotion again. After all, they didn't expect that the Jingyan Zen sect was so rich. Especially when they thought that the rich people were a group of monks, it was even more weird. I've been to Xinel Huzhou before. Duanmu Huai turned around, continued to walk forward, and spoke at the same time. Because that idiot Tathagata said that Shinyo-Hujo is not greedy or killing, and cultivates chi and spirit. Although there is no supreme truth, everyone has a long life. It sounds like the paradise. So I went to see what it looks like. What was the result? As he spoke, Duan Muhui snorted again. It's still full of monsters, catching and eating people everywhere. And many monsters have become monsters after listening to the Bodhisattva and Buddha lectures and gaining spiritual wisdom. I was just confused. It is said that monks chanting sutras are good. How come they all eat people after listening to the Bodhisattva and Buddha preaching? What sutras are these monks chanting? After hearing Duan Muhui say this, Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu were confused, and they didn't know how to answer. And the people behind looked at each other, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. How come they could understand every word said by the immortal killer, but they didn't want to understand it when they were all connected? As they were talking, Duan Muhui and his party had already arrived at the gate of the Jingyanzhen sect. Here, someone was already waiting for them. A beautiful woman dressed in Confucian scholar clothes, with a long sword on her waist, stood there. Behind her, there was a monk who looked to be in his 40s. Then, there were 4 monks holding Zen sticks, with sturdy and strong bodies, and more than 200 monks, who were ready for battle. Seeing this scene, the Jianghu people were all shocked. Those who had the opportunity to join in the fun were all masters. Naturally, they could see at a glance that these monks were all highly skilled in martial arts. And Master Shi Feishuan and Master Liaokong in front of them gave people an unfathomable feeling. With so many people guarding the door, people couldn't help but feel daunted and didn't dare to move forward. However, Duan Muhui didn't feel the pressure at all. He took the 2 girls with him. Just like tourists visiting the temple, he walked to the door with his hands behind his back. 1, 2, 3 steps, and stopped. At the same time, the monks shouted in unison, Amitabha. The loud Buddhist chant echoed in the mountains, and the wanderers behind him also felt the same, as if they were suppressed. However, Duan Muhui still stood there, as if he had turned a deaf ear, looking around. At this moment, Shi Feishuan finally spoke. May I ask why you, the immortal god of killing, are here? Don't you all know it? Why do you have to ask again? Hearing Shi Feishuan question, Duan Muhui turned around and stared at her. Although Shi Feishuan was also a fairy beauty, she was eclipsed in front of Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu. I'm here to take the Hashirbai. And I'm also here to get rid of all of you. It's that simple. Didn't you hear me? The Hashirbai is a spiritual object, and only the virtuous can own it. Shi Feishuan was not frightened by Duan Muhui words. Moreover, Feishuan and the monks of Jingyanzhen Temple have nothing to do with you. And it's too unreasonable for you to bully us like this. Reason? Hearing Shi Feishuan words, Duan Muhui sneered. I'm here to cause trouble for you. And I have my reasons. It's simple. You made a mistake, and you have to pay the price. Made a mistake? Faced with Duan Muhui's unexpected answer, Shi Feishuan frowned slightly. What mistake did we make? Please tell me. Okay, I let you die knowingly. Duan Muhui stretched his neck and stared at the people in front of him. Do you know what the crime of falsely conveying the imperial edict is? Huh? It must be said that Duan Muhui's question not only confused Shi Feishuan and others, but also confused Li Shimin and a group of Jianghu people who followed behind. Yang Guang is dead. Where did the imperial edict come from? And Sihong Jingjai didn't fake the imperial edict, did it? At this moment, a beautiful voice like a bell sounded. Xianxian knows. Accompanied by this voice, Xianxian flashed out from the mountain like a ghost, sitting on the stone tablet next to her, swinging her legs, looking at the people in front of her with a smile. Falsifying the imperial edict is a capital crime. No matter the leader or the follower, all will be executed. But Feishuan and the master did not fake the emperor will. Master Feishuan frowned, trying to refute, but halfway through, she seemed to think of something, and looked at Duan Muhui in surprise. At the same time, Duan Muhui reached out his hand. Boom! A bolt of lightning roared down, hitting Duan Muhui's body, followed by a dark flame of death. And a twisting shadow quickly emerged. In the blink of an eye, Duan Muhui was wrapped in the heavy and huge power armor, choosing the emperor on behalf of the heaven. Isn't it considered a false imperial decree? Duan Muhui carried the thunder hammer and coldly looked at Shi Feishuan, whose face changed drastically, and the monks behind her, who were also extremely surprised. Have you read too many scriptures and your brains are confused? Who gave you the courage to act in the name of heaven? Chapter 1540 Dimensionality Attack. Duanmu Huai came to Jingyan Zen sect to cause trouble. Someone had naturally informed Shi Feishuan of the news along the way. The latter immediately discussed with the masters of Jingyan Zen sect, and decided to come to the gate to welcome the guests. In Shi Feishuan's opinion, Duanmu Huai came to Jingyan Zen sect just to get famous by stepping on them. In terms of martial arts, they may not be opponents, but in terms of verbal disputes, she and the monks of Jingyan Zen sect can use various methods to shut Duanmu Huai's mouth in front of the heroes of the world. But Shi Feishuan didn't expect that Duanmu Huai was so unethical, and he attacked with a dimensionality reduction attack. Tathagata is not a good person, and you disciples are also not good-intentioned. Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and pointed it at Shi Feishuan. A strong murderous aura burst out from him. For a moment, lightning and thunder flashed all around, like the wrath of heaven. For an evil cult dare to run to the central plains to replace the chosen emperor. You are so brave. Where is the scum Ning Daoqi? Come out and die together. Hearing this, whether it was Master Feishuan, Li Shimin or those Jianghu people, they were all shocked at the same time, and finally understood why Duanmu Huai came to trouble Xihong Jingjai and Jingyan Zen sect. No matter how prosperous Buddhism was in the central plains, it was ultimately an alien sect. However, now they had taken over the Magpie Nest, and came to the central plains to replace the heavenly chosen emperor. Obviously, the heavens were not pleased, and came to punish them. Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer, and at this moment, the power of the sixth heaven demon king was agitated and merged with the dark clouds. Those vagrants only felt the sky and earth change color. While Shi Feishuan, the holy monk Liukong, and the four Dharma protectors changed their faces greatly. Generally speaking, the will of people who practice Buddhism is far superior to that of ordinary people, especially the high monks who have achieved enlightenment. They will not take the turmoil of life and death seriously. However, there is a saying that goes, people who do not change their color when seeing Mount Tai collapse in front of them have never really seen Mount Tai collapse. The sixth heaven demon king originally targeted religious believers, and was a special attack on Buddhism. Therefore, the monks' usually calm Buddhist hearts were instantly possessed by the sixth heaven demon king demonic obstacles. For a moment, everyone only felt a lot of illusions in front of their eyes. The Buddha statue collapsed. The monks died, and the whole mountain was ablaze, as if the camp was on fire. Shi Feishuan was also pale. She saw the whole country burning in the sea of fire. All this originated from her arrogance in choosing the emperor on behalf of the heaven. The great sentiment that she once determined to save the world, and the people turned into the source of her selfishness and chaos in the world. Shi Feishuan could no longer maintain the sword heart from the Xihong sword cannon, and her power was completely broken. At the same time, an old Taoist rushed out of the mountain gate and shouted loudly, "Please listen to what the old Taoist has to say." However, at this time, Duanmu Huai had already smashed down with a hammer. The next moment, thunder roared and silver snakes danced wildly. Everyone only felt the thunder roaring in their ears, and everything in front of them turned pale. They subconsciously covered their eyes and screamed. Some people retreated one after another, then stepped on empty air and fell off the cliff. It was unknown how long it took, but the thunder stopped. Everyone opened their eyes tremblingly, looked forward, and then was stunned. The Jingyan Zen temple, which was as spacious as a palace, had been completely flattened. The numerous pagodas and monks' rooms had all turned into debris on the ground. The majestic mountain gate in front of Duanmu Huai, the four Dharma protectors and hundreds of monk soldiers, had all disappeared, and the entire ground had become gray. It was clear that the traces in front of it, like a tidal wave, had swept across the entire Zen temple, and the bronze hall in the middle was also uprooted and shattered. Duanmu Huai put down his war hammer, stretched out his right hand, and reached forward. Then everyone saw a small object shining, with a faint light rising from the ruins, and slowly flew towards Duanmu Huai. As this object approached, the martial artists present all felt a strange feeling, as if their true energy was stagnant, and they were completely unable to use their energy. Thinking of the characteristics of the Hashur by that Duanmu Huai had mentioned before, everyone's faces were solemn, thinking that it was no wonder that Xihong Jingjai would hide the Hashur by here. If Shi Feishuan carried this thing around in Luoyang, she would not be the only one who would be in trouble. At this moment, the Hashurbai fell into Duanmu Huai's hands, and everyone finally saw the famous Hashurbai clearly. It looked just as Wang Yuyan said, with gold inlaid on one corner and jade color throughout. Just looking at it, it had an unusual aura. From this, it can be seen that the saying that whoever gets the Hashur Bai gets the world is not groundless. Duanmu Huai picked up the Hashur Bai and turned it over, looking at the engraving below, and shook his head. Mandated by heaven, long live and prosper. When Qin Shi Huang asked Li Si to carve the seal, did he ever think that his Qin dynasty would perish in the second generation? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai flicked his fingers, and everyone saw the jade seal flying from his hand, spinning and flying into the sky, and then a thunderbolt came down and hit the jade seal, blowing it to pieces. That it done, let call it a day. Duanmu Huai retracted his power armor, yawned and turned to leave. When those Jianghu people saw him coming, they hurriedly stood on both sides, not daring to block his way. Even a hero like Li Shimin is the same. After all, no matter how powerful they are just mortals. And Duanmu Huai attack just now has completely exceeded the limit of mortals. In addition, what he just said in him can't help but make people think more. The reason why Duanmu Huai summoned the power armor was just to put on a show. What is the Zen sect of pure thoughts? He can kill them all with his fists. It's just like what Duanmu Huai said to Kankan before. Killing people is easy, but it's not so easy to exterminate thoughts. That's why he called everyone here and put on such a show. For Duanmu Huai, this was enough. When Shi Feishuan opened her eyes, she saw only a mess. What am I doing? She sat up blankly and looked around. She saw that the originally huge Jingyan Zen temple had completely turned into ruins. There was also a dead silence all around. Not even the sound of birds. As if everything here had been completely destroyed and nothing was left. Where is Master Liu Kong? Where are the others? Thinking of this, Shi Feishuan hurriedly stood up and looked around, but at this moment, a playful voice sounded. No need to look for those monks, they have long been wiped out. Accompanied by this voice, Xianxian fell from the sky like the nine heavens mysterious lady, landed in front of Shi Feishuan, looking at her with a smile. When she saw Xianxian, Shi Feishuan's face changed slightly. She reached out and subconsciously grasped the Sikong sword at her waist. However, Xianxian didn't care about Shi Feishuan's reaction at all. She just laughed and said, "Sister, you are too heartless." If Xianxian hadn't asked that master to spare sister life, I'm afraid sister would have turned into ashes along with those monks. Why did you help me? Shi Feishuan certainly wouldn't let down her guard just because of Xianxian's words. She asked in a low voice, while Xianxian stared at her and showed her playful and cheerful smile again. Of course, I want you to witness the destruction of Sihong Jingjai with your own eyes. I never thought that we would fight each other for hundreds of years. But you ruined everything because of your stupidity. From now on, there will be no more Sihong Jingjai and Jingyan Zen. At this point, Wanwan suddenly stepped forward quietly, came to Shi Feishuan's side, stared at her, and then leaned close to her ear. I never thought that you would be called a heretic one day. Now let's see. Who is the real heretic? Hearing what Xianxian said, Shi Feishuan's face turned pale. Her eyes were blank for a moment. And when she reacted, Xianxian had disappeared. Shi Feishuan stood blankly in the ruined Jingyan Zen temple, without saying a word, like a corpse. After doing the post-meal exercise, Duanmu Huai left Luoyang directly. The disturbances here naturally had nothing to do with him. However, the influence brought by Duanmu Huai has just begun to emerge. For those Jianghu people who followed Duanmu Huai to Jingyan Zen temple, the incredible scene in the Zen temple was enough to shock them for life. However, when they returned to Luoyang, they found that the situation was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. In fact, when Duanmu Huai destroyed the Jingyan Zen sect, all the temples in Luoyang were struck by thunder, splitting the Buddha statues, regardless of whether they were made of metal, stone, earth or wood, in half. Upon learning of this, everyone was shocked. However, this was not the end. After this, news came from various places, saying that the Buddha statues in the temples were split by lightning, which was obviously a sign of some kind. This was naturally Duanmu Huai's sixth heavenly demon king. Divine power. As a priesthood that specializes in attacking religions and Buddhism, Duanmu Huai can use it very easily. It is just a Nanzhou, Duanmu Huai can easily cover it completely. And with this incident, the power of Buddhism in Nanzhou has been greatly reduced. After all, everyone knows that Buddhism is trying to choose the master on behalf of heaven, which angers heaven, and sends heavenly generals to punish it. For a time, Buddhism became a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouted and beat it, and those overlords began to suppress the temples within their own scope, forcing monks to return to secular life. And not that they didn't want to do this before. After all, the monks in the temples are all young and strong. And the land is vast, and the wealth is abundant. Whether it is conscription or robbery, it is the best way. However, religion is a part of social stability after all. If there is no suitable reason to do so, it will trigger a civil uprising within their own sphere of influence. However, with the destruction of the Jingyan Zen sect by Duanmu Huai, these rebel leaders no longer have this moral burden, and they all act on behalf of heaven and begin to eradicate Buddhist forces in the country. After all, we didn't see whether the Tathagata Buddha appeared, but we really saw God appear. Although Duanmu Huai made it clear that he would not side with any force. If we did a good job in eradicating Buddhism, God would be happy and might take a liking to us. After all, the struggle for the world is about the emperor and destiny. God appeared. What else is there to say? This is much simpler than robbing the Hashirbai. So all parts of Nanzhou launched a campaign to destroy Buddhism. Temples were destroyed. Monks were either killed or arrested. And even Sihong Jingjai was not spared. After all, Sihong Jingjai was the culprit of the emperor's election. It was obvious that whoever could destroy Sihong Jingjai would be favored by God. Therefore, the major forces even joined hands, which was rare, to attack Sihong Jingjai and annihilate it in one fell swoop. The head of Sihong Jingjai may have known that the situation was hopeless, and did not flee, but was destroyed together with Sihong Jingjai. At this point, the entire Buddhist forces in Nanzhou also completely declined. And by the way, Duanmu Huai's 6th Heaven Demon King was upgraded by half a level. This shows that this world is not completely without benefits. Although Duanmu Huai also thought about attacking Sherfeishuan, and Wan kept whispering in his ear, saying that she wanted to let this fairy have a good taste. Duanmu Huai thought for a long time and decided to forget it. He had no special interest in a pretentious woman like Sherfeishuan, even if he wanted to increase his pleasure experience. Wang Yuyan, Xia Longnu and Wan were enough for the time being. Even if he wanted to upgrade his skills, he would still have to choose the right person. Otherwise, he could just go to a brothel. As long as he had money, he could have as many women as he wanted. But when he was forced by Lingnu to train this kind of ninjutsu, Duanmu Huai found that this kind of work-related communication was completely boring. No wonder many married men call it paying public grain, and their eyes were dull when they mentioned it. And they looked like they were in agony. If there was no fun, it would be no different from torture. Even if you have to choose what you like. Especially since Qianqian is willing to cooperate with Duanmu Huai in various postures and never gets tired of it. The pleasure experience has increased a lot. Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu were not jealous of Qianqian joining, but were relieved. It was really that Duanmu Huai energy was beyond ordinary people. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't last too long. In addition, Duanmu Huai always liked to use some unique postures and ways of playing. Although Duanmu Huai thought these were all common, Wang Yuyan and Xia Longnu still couldn't accept it. Now Qianqian was willing to take the initiative to send the sheep into the tiger mouth to reduce their burden. The two were very happy. In this way, the four of them left Luoyang and headed to the next stop. Bashu. Chapter 1541. It a waste if you don't eat it. After that, Duanmu Huai and his party left Nanzhou and went to Dongzhou through Bashu. Dongzhou is the most powerful among the four martial states. Although it is not as powerful as legends are worse than dogs. And demigods are everywhere, but compared with other martial states, the top martial artists in Dongzhou are much stronger than others. Just like the martial arts performed by the top masters in Nanzhou, if placed in Dongzhou, almost all the first-class masters can do similar things. The level of Dongzhou top masters is close to that of immortals. In fact, if Dongzhou is willing to help, unifying Wuzhou is not a dream. But they rarely come out. After all, as mentioned before, Dongzhou is a place with unique natural conditions. There are either magical weapons or natural treasures, and cultivation is much faster than other places. In this environment, Dongzhou people are certainly not willing to go to those wild places. It was under this situation that Duanmu Huai and others came to Wushuang City, the first city in Dongzhou. I don't know if they were lucky. When the four of them entered the city, they saw the whole Wushuang City decorated with lights and colors, and it looked like there was some happy event. So Duanmu Huai asked someone, and found out that today was the wedding day when Mingwei, the most beautiful woman in Wushuang City, married Dugeming, the lord of Wushuang City. When he heard the news, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Let go to the wedding wine. Sir, you want to get this too? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Wang Yuyan was speechless, but Xianqian was very excited. I didn't expect that Master Dugu would get married, and I don't know whether the woman named Mingwei is pretty or not. Prettiness is secondary. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. If today is the wedding day of Mingwei and Duguming, then we will have fun. Fun? What fun? Hearing this, Xianqian became more curious and excited. This little witch is the kind of person who is afraid of chaos in the world. When she heard Duanmu Huai say there was fun, she immediately became excited. Do you know that Wushuang City has 2 Wushuang swords? 2 Wushuang swords? Hearing this, Xia Longnu, who had been expressionless, also had a slight change of expression. Since it is called Wushuang, why are there 2 swords? Who knows? Maybe the person who named it was illiterate. But this is not the point. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. The important thing is that it is rumored that Wushuang City has a set of swordsmanship of love in the city, which requires a pair of lovers who are in tune with each other and will never change until death to practice together with the Wushuang Yinyang sword, so that they can perform this swordsmanship of love in the city without any moves or styles and cannot be cracked. Is there really such a sword technique? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the 3 girls were also interested at this time. Even Xia Longnu was quite tempted. After all, her Jade Girl sword technique is also a combination of 2 swords, but this kind of sword technique is rare. Now that she heard that there is such a sword technique, naturally she wanted to go and see it. I don't know, you will know when you go and see it. Today they are getting married, they will definitely use this sword technique. Let go and see it. Duanmu Huai said this, and the other 3 people could not refuse. So they followed Duanmu Huai. For Duanmu Huai, he was just here to watch the fun. However, for Wushuang City Lord Duguifang, the immortal killing god Duanmu Huai came to congratulate. Hearing this name, Duguifang, who was sitting in the wedding venue with a smile on his face, had a click in his heart. Why did this evil god come to Dong'o? Dong'o naturally heard a lot about what Duanmu Huai had done in the 3 states of Northwest, South and North. In fact, many people in Dongzhou don't think highly of Duanmu Huai, because Dongzhou has unique advantages. So they look down on the other 3 Wuzhous. In the eyes of many people, the rumors about Duanmu Huai are mostly exaggerated, mainly because the other Wuzhous are of low level and have never seen the world. So they exaggerate. However, no matter what, Duanmu Huai is indeed a killing god. He basically kills wherever he goes, and he will withdraw after making other Wuzhous a mess. Everyone discussed it, thinking that Duanmu Huai would definitely come to Dongzhou. But Duguifang never thought that he would come to his own Wushuang City. And come to attend the wedding? Damn. That lousy fortune teller. How can this be considered a good day? It's simply a bad day. Although he wanted to cut the fortune teller into pieces, Duguifang still smiled. Please come in. Soon. Led by the servants, Duanmu Huai led the 3 girls into the hall. Today is the wedding day of young city Lord Dugu. I am here uninvited. Please forgive me. I wish you 2 a long life together, and a son soon. Duanmu Huai came in and cupped his hands. He said a few polite words to Duguifang. After all, he came to eat for free. He couldn't be rude. The guests in the hall were also curious about Duanmu Huai. After all, the immortal killer had been famous for a long time. Now he looked at him, and he was worthy of his reputation. He looked so fierce and terrifying. Even if he said auspicious words, he looked like he was here to seek revenge. On the contrary, the 3 beauties behind Duanmu Huai attracted more attention. Xianxian was lively and walked in the front. Xiao Longnu followed closely behind. Wang Yuyan didn't like to meet strangers by nature, so she was at the end. The 3 beauties. One was elf, one was iceberg, one was shy, each had her own charm. The men couldn't take their eyes off. Although Mingwei was the most beautiful woman in Wushuang City, she seemed far inferior to these 3. Even Dugaming, who was wearing a groom robe, stared blankly with a pig-like face, as if his soul had flown away. This rebellious son. Glancing at his son fiercely, Duguifang cursed inwardly, then hurriedly put on a smile, walked forward and bowed to Duanmu Huai. I have heard of the name of the immortal god of killing for a long time, and I thought you would come to Dong'o, but I didn't expect you to come to my son's wedding. I am really flattered. No, I am just lucky. I just saw the lights and decorations in Wushuang City when I entered the city, and it was full of joy. I asked around and found out that today is the wedding day of the noble young master, so I want to come and pay my respects. I hope I won't disturb you. Of course not. This way please. Du Guifang smiled and invited Duanmu Huai and others to the guest seats next to him. But in his heart, he had already torn the damn fortune teller into pieces. Soon Mingwei, known as the most beautiful woman in Wishwang City, appeared on the stage. Du Guifang was also quite heroic. Seeing that the time was right, he also stood up with a smile and bowed to everyone. Everyone today. I am grateful to all the friends from the martial arts circles for coming to attend Shaoquan wedding. As a reward, Shaoquan and his new wife will perform the unparalleled swordsmanship love in the city, which has already shocked the martial arts world. Good. Hearing this, the martial artists who came to congratulate him also became excited. And Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows and changed his posture to look at the front. Then he saw Du Guiming and Mingwei facing each other, holding the unparalleled sword. And they were obviously going to start practicing swords. At this time, Wan Wan leaned close to Duanmu Huai's ear and whispered, Wan Wan, look at Mingwei. It seems that she doesn't like Master Du Gu very much. Really? Yes, generally. A big wedding day is every girl dream, but looking at Mingwei's appearance, she looks like she is going to be executed. But it's not unreasonable, after all. That Du Guiming looks like a pig, and this Miss Mingwei is really pitiful. Speaking of this, Xianxian chuckled. It is said that the combination of two swords requires mutual understanding and tacit understanding. Now Xianxian is curious, what kind of sword technique of love in the city these two can perform. You know when you watch. Duanmu Huai picked up a handful of peanuts and held them in his hand, just as if he was watching a movie. Soon, the two of them drew their swords and began to perform the swordplay of love in a fallen city. Duanmu Huai didn't have much insight into this aspect, and just watched the man and woman holding swords, jumping around and brushing against each other, just like a troupe performing on stage. And can laugh from time to time, as if she had seen some funny jokes, and even caused the people around to look at her frequently. And they didn't even watch the swordplay of love in a fallen city. Wang Yuyan and Xiao Longnu frowned slightly, obviously very dissatisfied. The steps are unsteady, and the breath is floating. Wang Yuyan shook her head. I have also read about the description of the sword technique of love in a fallen city in a book, but now it seems that these two have obviously not reached the realm described in the book. Wang Yuyan was still polite, but Xiao Longnu was not polite at all. They have no tacit understanding at all, they are just dancing randomly, with no rules. Dang! Just as Xiao Longnu was talking, there was a sound of collision, and the next moment, the Wushuang sword in Mingwei's hand was blown away, and Du Guiming just looked at her, and winked and chuckled. My lady, is it because my internal strength is too strong? Is it because I didn't hurt you? And Mingwei just glanced at Du Guiming coldly, and then grabbed the Wushuang sword that was blown away, and continued to practice martial arts again. As a result, after a few rounds, accompanied by dang, with a sound, it was Du Guiming's turn to have his unparalleled sword blown away. The latter grabbed the long sword and stared at Mingwei. My lady has great internal strength, comparable to mine. Let's fight again. As they said this, the two fought again. Seeing this, all the martial artists present were speechless. Anyone who knew a little bit of martial arts could see that this was no longer a performance of the swordplay of love in a fallen city, but more like two people fighting with swords. Legend has it that love in a fallen city can only be performed by lovers, who are in tune with each other, and live together until old age. But you can see how these two look like a loving couple. Especially Mingwei. Looking at her eyes, it as if she wants to chop off Du Guiming's head. Then a few more rounds passed. Dang! Accompanied by a light sound, this time both sides let go of their swords at the same time, and saw two Wushuang swords flying into the sky, and then directly stuck into the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Ha ha ha. Just then, Du Guifang suddenly laughed. I understand. I am really too impatient. This love in the city is the emotional exchange between a man and a woman. Mingwei just entered my house. She must be too shy to express her love. I think it better not to rush. Let the couple get married first, and then send them to the bridal chamber quickly. What can I say? Since the Wushuang City Lord has said so, I can only give him some face. Chapter 1542. What does it have to do with me? After the wedding banquet, everyone said goodbye and left, while Du Guiming and Mingwei entered the bridal chamber. Hee Mingwei, from today on you are mine. Looking at Mingwei in front of him, Du Guiming's mouth was watering, but his mind kept thinking of the three beauties with different temperaments following Duanmu Huai. Although Mingwei is also a beauty, But in Dugu Ming's opinion, those three beauties are more beautiful than Mingwe. I really don't know, are they blind? Why do they follow the vicious and terrifying man? The immortal god of killing. If they can be taken into the bridal chamber, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing in the world? I don't know why Daddy is afraid of the immortal god of killing. Even if he is famous in Sanzhou, it doesn't count. In our Dong'o, he has no say. Humph, I am still the lord of Wushuang City, isn't I much better than him? Thinking of this, Dugu Ming also snorted coldly. I always feel that this is too unfair. I don't know what those girls like about that man. But now, let's eat the food in front of us first. Looking at Mingwe, who had closed her eyes and accepted her fate, Dugu Ming smiled and reached out his hand. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and pressed Dugu Ming's shoulder. Who is it? Being interrupted when you are about to do something good, it feels like watching a movie and someone knocks on the door just when the atmosphere is getting good. Dugu Ming turned his head away in anger, and then saw a pair of big nostrils, and was immediately startled. Then he looked again, and saw that there was a person on the big nose. Are you Nie Feng? The person who came was none other than the head of the function hall of Taixiaoyi. Nie Feng. He came to Wushuang City, originally according to Xiongbao order, to investigate the destruction of the Taixiaoyi base in Wushuang City. In fact, it was Mingwe who destroyed these bases. The Mingwe clan has been the guardian of Wushuang City for generations. Xiongbao wanted to unify Dong'o, so he naturally had to take over Wushuang City. As the guardian of Wushuang City, Mingwe would certainly not let Taixiaoyi succeed. Next is the sad story that often appears in martial arts stories. Mingwe and Nie Feng met without knowing each other's identity. They had a good impression of each other. However, they were in great pain after their identities were revealed. They had to fight because of their identities. But in the end, Mingwe softened her heart and saved Nie Feng's life. When Nie Feng learned that Mingwe was going to marry Dugu Ming, he sneaked into the bridal chamber despite his serious injuries, and tried to take Mingwe away. Unfortunately, he was not a match for Dugu Ming, and was defeated by Dugu Ming. Dugu Ming wanted Mingwe to kill Nie Feng to show his loyalty. However, Mingwe regretted at the last minute, stabbed Dugu Ming with a sword, and then ran away with Nie Feng. To be honest, this kind of plot is too common in martial arts dramas. Duanmu Hui also sighed that in the past, when watching such a plot, I thought it was great that the hero and heroine were willing to elope for love. But now think about it. Isn't the stupid young master of the landlord the most unlucky one? If you were Dugu Ming, a man broke into your bridal chamber on your wedding day, and then you found out that your wife actually had another man outside. Wouldn't you cut him into pieces? As a result, poor Dugu Ming was cuckolded and lost his life, and more importantly, he got nothing. Even worse, Mingwe and Nie Feng ran into Duan Lang when they were running away, and Duan Lang let them escape in order to inherit Wushuang City, and then killed Dugu Ming before Dugu Yifang arrived, and pretended to be Nie Feng. Of course, this is a story of bad luck for the Dugu family, and it has nothing to do with Duanmu Hui. At least not at this time. But when Dugu Yifang saw his son's body, he was furious. That was the only child of the Dugu family. His only son. The incense of the Dugu family. And now, he is dead. Immediately block the entire Wushuang City. And be sure to kill Nie Feng. Fine, Mingwe. Take back the Wushuang sword? Yes. Wait. Seeing his men turning around and leaving, Dugu Yifang suddenly shouted. Does the city lord have any other instructions? Are the immortal killer god and others still in the city? They are still here. Very good. Catch them all. Why? It has to be said that, after hearing Dugu Yifang's order, the subordinates were also confused. Could it be that the city lord suspects that the immortal killer god is colluding with the Tianxia Association? This matter is also related to him. Humph, don't you know? It has been spread all over the world that the immortal killer god is a bad luck god. Where he goes, there will be trouble. That right, when Duanmu Hui didn't know, he had this rumor. After all, the facts are not wrong. He went to Wudong Mountain to celebrate the birthday of Zhang Zhenren, but the martial arts people came to his house to ask for punishment. He went to Lu Zhengfeng retirement meeting, but he encountered the Songhan sect, who wanted to exterminate Lu Zhengfeng's entire family. Then other people saw this and thought, it seems that wherever this person goes, something bad happens. So the word spread. Before, Dugu Yifang felt a little nervous when he saw Duanmu Hui, and this was also the reason. This person would not come to the temple for no reason. Could it be that my Dugu family will also be exterminated? Nothing happened later, and he was relieved. He didn't expect that they were waiting for him here. It was all because of this bastard. If he hadn't come to visit, his son wouldn't have died. Because of losing his son, Dugu Yifang had completely lost his mind at this moment. He wanted to catch Nie Feng and Minghua and cut them into pieces. And that immortal killer, he brought such bad luck to the Dugu family. He must not be spared. Since we can't find Nie Feng and Minghua, let's start with him. Thinking of this, Dugu Yifang turned around and walked out of the bridal chamber. At this time, Duanmu Huai was still eating and drinking. But it was time for everyone to leave. Duanmu Huai saw that he had almost finished eating, so he patted his butt and left. However, at this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly rushed in and surrounded Duanmu Huai and others. Seeing this scene, the guests were also shocked. Before they could react, Dugu Yifang walked in aggressively and stared at Duanmu Huai angrily. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at Dugu Yifang. What does this mean? The immortal god of killing. Dugu Yifang came up and roared. You killed my son. I want you to pay the price. Hearing Dugu Yifang words, the guests present were in an uproar. Dugu Yifang only had one son, who was the groom Dugu Ming. However, according to Dugu Yifang words, Dugu Ming was dead? And he was related to the immortal god of killing? However, Duanmu Huai words stunned everyone. I didn't kill Dugu Ming. It was Minghua who stabbed him. And Duanlong who killed him. What does it have to do with me? Minghua? Duanlong. Hearing these two names, everyone was also confused. Minghua was the bride, Duanlong was the chief disciple of Dugu's side. How come according to the immortal killing god, they killed Dugu Ming? Wait, how did the immortal killing god know? Or what does this have to do with the immortal killing god? Everyone now realized that it was rumored that the immortal god of death was born from heaven and knew everything. Could it be that he came here because he knew about this matter long ago and came to watch the fun? That was indeed a bit not very authentic. You. Dugu Yifang was so angry that he stretched out his hand and pointed at Duanmu Huai. Since you knew about this matter long ago, why didn't you tell me? What do you want me to say? Duanmu Huai drank another cup of tea and ate a small sweet bun. Tell you that your son would be stabbed to death on his wedding? Do you believe it? Hearing Duanmu Huai words, the people around him were speechless. Indeed, no matter who gets married, saying this is just asking for trouble. However, Duanmu Huai next words surprised them even more. Besides, the one who died was Dugu Yifang's son, not your son. Why are you so excited? Hearing this, everyone was confused. What is this immortal killer saying? Isn't this Dugu Yifang? Isn't Dugu Yifang's son his son? Why did the immortal god of death say this in a strange way? Just when everyone was puzzled, Dugu Yifang's face suddenly changed. He glared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, and then waved his hand. Catch him! After hearing Dugu Yifang's order, the guards were surprised, but they still followed Dugu Yifang's order and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. What an idiot! Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Xian, I leave it to you. I know. Xian laughed softly, and then the next moment everyone saw the girl standing behind Duanmu Huai flashing like a butterfly, passing through the crowd, only to see her sleeves flying, and the demon force field exploded instantly, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse. With a huge suction force, sucking all the guards abruptly, then Xian slapped with her backhand, and the next moment those guards broke through the wall and windows, and flew out backwards. Before Dugu Yifang could react, he felt a figure flash before his eyes, and then his acupuncture points were blocked, and he fell to the ground instantly. Even so, he still stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. What are you looking at? Duanmu Huai also stared at Dugu Yifang, looking unhappy. You are just a stand-in. What? Are you addicted to being a stand-in? Do you really think you are Dugu Yifang? What? Hearing this, the guests around him suddenly burst into an uproar. Before, they thought that Dugu Yifang was easily subdued, which really tarnished his reputation as the unparalleled city lord. After all, a man who even the Tianxiaohui Xingbo was afraid of would not be subdued so easily, and almost without any resistance by a little girl like Can. But then they heard that this was actually a fake. You? How did you know? Hearing Duanmu Huai words, Dugu Yifang was shocked. You have to know that this matter is a secret that only he knows. And even Dugu Yifang family members don't know. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and stood up. 18 years ago, Pejuan and Wuming had a decisive battle. Their master Jianhui invited 12 martial arts masters to witness it, including Dugu Yifang. the lord of Wushuang City. In order to prevent someone from harassing Wushuang City when he left, De Guifang used you as a substitute. But unexpectedly, in that competition, Wuming defeated Pijuan. And in order to prevent this matter from being exposed, Jianwei used the Huitian Bingju to freeze the entire Jinzong. Now De Guifang is still frozen there. At this point, Duanmu Huai also shook his head. He had not intended to talk about this matter. But this fake guy came to him aggressively. So don't blame Duanmu Huai for being rude. I didn't kill him. Why are you looking for me? As everyone knows, people in Shiwu province are all crazy. But in fact, people in Dongwu province are also crazy. And they are far more crazy than people in Shiwu province. People in Shiwu province do extreme things. But at least they have a goal. For example, I want to control the entire martial arts world. I want to rule all the men in the martial arts world. And so on. It is at least a goal. But what about Dongyuan? Take the final battle between Pijuan and Wuming for example. At that time, the highest martial arts of the sword sect was the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. And Jianwei was Pijuan's father. Naturally, he hoped that his son would win, so that he could legitimately win the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and then control the entire sword sect. He even gave his son some special treatment in private. Even so, Pijuan still lost to Wuming. Seeing that Pijuan was going to lose, Jianwei broke his defense and used his ultimate move, freezing the entire sword sect and the 12 masters who came to watch the battle. So you say, this train of thought is simply not the train of thought of a normal person. You broke the defense. So what? Why did you kill everyone? The 12 masters came to watch the show, but they lost their lives. How can you justify this? It was just a 10,000 swords returning to the sect, but you broke the defense and destroyed your entire sect? It would be fine if you destroyed your own sect, but you also killed the people who came to watch the battle. What kind of lunatic is this? You have a hole in your brain. Is it necessary to break the defense to this extent? The people of Zuolin would probably shake their heads and sigh after hearing this. What a bunch of idiots. Not to mention Duanmu Huai was speechless. Even the guests were confused after hearing this. They couldn't believe it, but looking at the terrified look of De Guifang sitting on the ground, this immortal killer is probably telling the truth. This is going to change. The reason why Wushuang City was not annexed by Taiangxiaoyi was entirely because of De Guifang's reputation and power to fight against Xiongba. And now you tell me that De Guifang died a long time ago. Is this a fake? Then Wushuang City is doomed. Why don't you run? At once, the guests also hurriedly dodged, showing their magical powers, and fled away. After a while, the originally crowded banquet hall had become silent. Even the guards stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do, not knowing whether to stop them or not. Humph, you are really looking for death. Duanmu Huai stood up, without even looking at De Guifang who was lying on the ground, turned around and left the banquet hall with the other three. At this moment, the fake stand-in was sweating profusely, looking at a loss. Now, Wushuang City is really doomed. Chapter 1543 Sword Master. The life and death of Wushuang City is not a problem that Duanmu Huai cares about. What makes him unhappy is that he is just sitting here for a meal, and someone is looking for trouble. So Duanmu Huai left Wushuang City directly, and continued to wander around aimlessly. At the same time, he practiced martial arts. Every night, he used all his skills to make the three people obedient, but some people are like this. Even if they don't have the strength to resist, they still have a hard mouth. For example, Wan. Sir, after the matter in Dong'o is over, where will you go? Will you go back to heaven? Wan lay on Duanmu Huai's chest. While extending her fingers to stroke Duanmu Huai's body, she asked. It about time, after the vacation, it time to go back. Duanmu Huai could feel that the power of the Destruction Star God had been integrated by more than half, although it was not completely integrated, but now even if other star gods united to deal with him, it would not be a problem for Duanmu Huai. Then will you take us with you? Hearing this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Longnu, who were originally lying on both sides like mud, also pricked up their ears and looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. You want to go too? That a dangerous place. To be honest, compared to the war in the sky, these things on the ground are just playing house. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just laughed and said. In fact, Duanmu Huai really didn't mind taking them with him. Warriors are all capable of fighting and resisting. They are not as clearly divided as mages and warriors. In terms of professions in the world of Faerun, the three of them are actually closer to magic warriors now. the kind that knows a little magic and a little martial arts. In fact, the martial artists in the martial arts world will do well in the magic world of Furen, because they have things like qigong and internal strength that don't make sense to you. The warriors in the Furen world are strong enough, but most of the time, they are not fast enough, unless the mage casts a speed-up spell, or those races are gifted, such as elves. Otherwise, most of the time, the warriors in Furen are not very fast. At least they won't be as high up as the knights in martial arts, flying over eaves and walls, jumping up and down. For the level of Xiaolongnu and Qianqian, even if they didn't meet Duanmu Huai, it would be difficult to kill them with their own strength in the magical world of Furen unless they were a great wizard or a legendary wizard. Because for people in the martial arts world, running away when they can't win is almost instinctive. Of course, it's not that the warriors of Furen don't run. It's just that their legs are short and they can't run fast. And because warriors have internal strength, they have both speed and strength, plus a variety of fighting skills. For them, it is almost easy to deal with warriors from the Furen world. And if they have strong enough martial arts, they may even break the defense of the magician. Some martial arts in the Dongzhou world are not much different from magic. Isn't this interesting? Wan once thought that one day, she would be able to break free from the shackles of the Holy Gate, do what she wants to do, and go where she wants to go. Now there is such a rare opportunity. How could she let it go? And going to heaven should be the dream of most people, she said with a smile, and a complicated expression flashed across her face. At this time, she remembered what Zhu Yuyan said to her before Duanmu Huai left Luoyang. As you said, the fate of the holy sect has ended. But it is also good this way. As you said, our holy sect has taken a too biased path, and has long been unacceptable to the world. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to revive the ideals of the Holy Gate. But you are different. The immortal god of killing has taken a fancy to you. This is your chance. Seize it, and leave the Holy Gate. Remember, this is not the end. Your master wants you to see more, listen more, and think more. Follow the immortal god of killing. See the world outside the sky, and then consider how to realize the ideals of the Holy Gate. And now, Wan is doing this. Warriors are not afraid of danger, nor are they afraid of death. Xiaolongnu closed her eyes slightly and whispered, I heard from you that there are endless demons outside the sky, harming lives. I also want to fight them with my sword to see who is stronger than those demons. Ah. Compared to Qianqian and Xiaolongnu, Wang Yuyan just sighed. Wherever you go, I will go. Now Wang Yuyan feels like a man who follows his wife wherever she goes. After all, Murongfu is dead. There is no point in going back to Mantua Villa. Since she has followed Duanmu Huai, she will follow him till the end. In fact, Wang Yuyan is not as excited as Canon, nor does she have the mentality of Xiaolongnu to fight in the martial arts world. She hopes to find a quiet place and live a peaceful life. Unfortunately, it seems impossible now. I heard from my teacher that there are monsters everywhere in the outer world, and they live by killing and eating people. I really don't know if I can deal with them if I go there. Xiaolongnu is still thinking about competing with the other party, but Wang Yuyan has already started to think about saving her life. This is the difference in personality. Okay, you will come back with me when the time comes, so we can learn from each other. In fact, Duanmu Huai also wanted to take them back, because in the martial arts world, the martial arts training methods of martial artists are also very useful, especially the training of internal force, which, if used well, can even double one combat power. And Wang Yuyan is proficient in martial arts. Xiaolongnu and Wan are also rare geniuses, letting the three of them train the believers of the tribunal. Teaching them how to use internal force is also a way to improve the combat power of the tribunal. Not to mention, in Duanmu Huai view, the most precious treasure in this martial arts world is actually the secret book of internal power. If Duanmu Huai looks at it from the perspective of a judge, then internal power is actually a systematic skill of using spiritual energy. In fact, using internal power to enhance physical fitness and resistance, and enhance combat effectiveness, this skill is also common in other worlds. For example, using magic power to enhance physical attributes, or absorbing power, and then exploding are all of this kind. But the biggest difference between them, and internal skills is that the former has no rules, and is purely reckless. For example, strengthening the arm means concentrating the magic power on the arm to enhance the attack and defense power. And releasing the spiritual energy means directly exploding the whole body. This method is okay once or twice. But if used too much, it will cause damage to the body. And it will also be polluted or even transformed. In the world of martial arts, this is called going astray. In the martial arts world, the rules for using internal force are quite regular and systematic, not just a simple and crude burst. So if this method can be promoted, it will be quite beneficial. Of course, this requires the involvement of Lingnu, Fulilian and Lani to study together. The war is imminent, and Duanmu Huai will not miss any means that can improve combat effectiveness. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai also plans to collect some martial arts secrets and take them away. After all, the more research materials the better. Maybe you can classify them and synthesize them into something new after you go back. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that before he went to find the secret book, the secret book came to him. And it had 2 legs. Where is the immortal killer Duanmu Huai? Looking at the old man with white hair and beard standing in front of him, Duanmu Huai stopped in confusion. Sword Saint, why are you looking for me instead of going to trouble Xiongba? Humph. Kid, stop being so arrogant. Hearing Duanmu Huai question, the Sword Saint Dugu Jian in front of him stared at him coldly. If it weren't for your nonsense, Wushuang City wouldn't have been destroyed by the Tianxia Society. I will naturally go find Xiongba. But before that, you can't let him go. As he spoke, the Sword Saint raised his hand and stared at him. Let me use you as a sacrifice to show my power after I come out of seclusion. You will be my first opponent after I comprehend the 22nd sword. I want to see if you are worthy of the title of Immortal God of Death. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's expression turned cold. I am not very good at respecting the elderly and loving the young. If you have mastered the 23rd sword, it may be a little interesting. But with this half-baked trick now. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his head, stared at the Sword Saint, and showed a ferocious smile. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. I will kill you to pieces. How shameless. Wait till I learn your tricks. At this moment, the aura of the Sword Saint reached its peak. He was like a long sword unsheathed, with sharp sword energy bursting out in all directions. Even the 3 girls, including Qianqian and Zai Longnu, were shocked and stepped back, although they were also considered top masters in the martial arts world. Facing the Sword Saint Ruthless and Fatal Sword 22, they still felt a heart-pounding shock. It was as if countless sharp blades were coming from all directions, weaving into layers of sword nets, wrapping everything in them, and tearing it into pieces. Even the surrounding woods are trembling in the vibration of the sword energy, and the leaves are falling one after another, being cut into pieces. Facing the Sword Saint overwhelming momentum, Duanmu Huai still stands there, staring at him. What the point of playing tricks? Let me see your sword 22, and then you can die in peace. You kid. You are so arrogant. Hearing this, the Sword Saint fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that I haven't appeared in the martial arts world for a long time, so that this young man dares to be so rude to me. In this case, let him have a taste of his own ability. Thinking of this, the Sword Saint no longer held back. He raised his hands and stretched them forward. At this moment, the sword energy that had been accumulated for a long time burst out instantly, transforming into the Ruthless and Fatal Sword 22, whistling towards Duanmu Huai, wherever it went. Even the earth cracked and exploded in this fierce sword energy. This is the horror of Dong'o. Such sword skills, in the other 3 states, are almost like the existence of gods. Only the top masters of Dong'o can perform such a martial art that is similar to a divine skill. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's tall body has been completely wrapped by the sword energy, and he can't even see his trace. Seeing this scene, the Sword Saint also snorted in his heart. Although Duanmu Huai looks extremely brave, his momentum is not very strong. At least until now, the Sword Saint has not felt his fighting spirit and momentum. He just stood there, as if he was stunned by his own sword 22, and let the sword energy hit him. But he didn't react at all. Could it be that the immortal killer god who was famous in the 4 states only had this ability? Thinking of this, the Sword Saint couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In his opinion, since Duanmu Huai could make such a big name in the 3 states of Northwest and South, he must have his own ability. This is also the reason why the Sword Saint decided to use him as a sacrifice before dealing with Xiongba. After all, not everyone is qualified to be the Sword Saint's sacrifice. But the Sword Saint didn't expect that. This Duanmu Huai was so unbearable. Although he looked really majestic, He didn't have the slightest aura. This might be able to fool ordinary Jianghu people, but it would definitely not escape his eyes. The Sword Saint was certain that this immortal killer would definitely die this time. But at this moment, a fist suddenly stretched out from the sword energy and hit the Sword Saint abdomen heavily. Bang! The Sword Saint had never expected that someone could resist his sword 22 without dodging or evading. At this moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated backwards. Then he saw the sword energy in front of him explode. And then Duanmu Huai's unharmed figure emerged from it. At this moment, he was like a demon in the eyes of the Sword Saint. That it? Sword Saint? Is this all you can do with a heartless and deadly sword 22? Duanmu Huai patted his shoulder, and then looked at the old man, who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him. If that's the case, then you can die. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and strode towards the Sword Saint. Who? Ha! The Sword Saint was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, looking up with his eyes wide open, looking at Duanmu Huai in disbelief. Why, I didn't feel such a terrifying pressure until now. I didn't feel anything just now, but now, the Sword Saint felt that the man opposite him was like a wild beast, opening his bloody mouth, walking towards him. At this moment, the Sword Saint felt fear. The fear of death. Death was coming towards him, and he had never felt this feeling so clearly. At this time, a sentence sounded in the Sword Saint's mind. The power cannot be completely gone, the sword cannot be completely gone. If everything is too complete, the fate will inevitably end early. No! I cannot die like this. At this moment, the Sword Master seemed to have a blessing in his heart, and his head was empty. I want to fight. I want to fight to the end. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed color. The dark clouds covered the sky, and then, a beam of light fell from the sky and shone on the Sword Master. The Sword Master, who was defeated by Duanmu Huai's punch just now, was now full of energy. He jumped up and flew into the air, adding a soul-stirring momentum. At the same time, a ray of light burst out from the Sword Saint. And then, an unimaginable scene happened. Everything stopped moving. Whether it was the sword energy breaking the flying branches, the three women retreating, or Duanmu Huai who was walking forward. At this moment, they all seemed to be trapped in this stop time. The Sword Saint flew forward like the master of this world. The whole person turned into a sharp blade, rushing straight towards Duanmu Huai. His sword energy condensed and stabbed out, piercing Duanmu Huai's chest. At the same time, Duanmu Huai moved. Ola! Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist and blasted forward. The indestructible sword energy completely dissipated and disappeared as soon as it hit his fist. Then, Duanmu Huai's fist hit the Sword Master face full of surprise without stopping. Defeat. Accompanied by a roar, Duanmu Huai's right fist hit the Sword Master face, directly knocking the decrepit old man to the ground. A generation of Sword Master, fallen just like that. Chapter 1544, Expose. The Sword Saint and the immortal god of death fought a decisive battle in the Bamboo Sea, and were defeated and killed. This news spread throughout the entire Dongzhou martial arts world in almost the shortest time, and everyone who heard it was shocked. Everyone knew that the Sword Saint would cause trouble for Duanmu Huai. After all, Xiongba massacred Wushuang City, and the Sword Saint Degu Jian is the elder brother of the Lord of Wushuang City. Although he usually does not care about worldly affairs, he is also the backer of Wushuang City. And now, Degu Ming died tragically. Degu Yifang was also revealed to have died 18 years ago. Wushuang City was also massacred by the Taixiaohui. If the Sword Saint does not come out to find trouble, that would be a strange thing. He would look for the immortal god of death. Well, it not surprising. After all, although Duanmu Huai didn't cause this incident, he exposed the identity of the substitute in public, which caused Wushuang City to suffer such a disaster. So no one found it strange that the Sword Saint came out of retreat and threatened to find Duanmu Huai first, and then challenged Xiongba. Even Xiongba hurriedly closed his eyes to practice after hearing the news of the Sword Saint challenge, in order to cope with the duel with the Sword Saint. Whether it was the Sword Saint or Xiongba, Duanmu Huai was just a warm-up. A warm-up. No one thought that the Sword Saint could not defeat Duanmu Huai. After all, he was the top master in Dongzhou. And although Duanmu Huai was famous in the other three states, as mentioned before, even the Grand Master of Nanzhou was only at the level of a first-line master in Dongzhou. So in their view, even if Duanmu Huai was famous, it was just a case of a monkey becoming the king when there was no tiger in the mountain. As it turned out, it was not a monkey, but but a Godzilla. The sword master was beaten to death by him with one punch. One punch. Killed. To be honest, when everyone heard this, they did not believe it at first. How could it be possible? He was a sword master, who learned swordplay at the age of 5, surpassed his master at the age of 7, became famous with one sword at the age of 9, and suddenly realized the way of swordsmanship at the age of 13. He rarely met an opponent. He retired from the martial arts world after a battle with the martial arts legend Wuming, and never appeared again. Even the overlord of the Taiangxiaohui, Xiongba, was afraid of him and did not dare to confront him head-on. He was not just any nobody. How could he be killed by a single punch? But the facts are there, and they cannot deny it. The sword saint is dead. Boom boom boom. The sky was overcast, and the wind was howling. Xiongba sat on the throne of the Tianxia Association, staring at the long sword in front of him. That was the challenge issued by the sword saint to him. After that day, Xiongba went into seclusion to cultivate, waiting for the day of the duel with the sword saint. What Xiongba did not expect was that, after he came out of seclusion, you told me that the sword saint was dead? You are going to die. Why waste my feelings? Looking at this long sword, Xiongba was silent. He was not glad that the sword master was dead, but was afraid. Because Xiongba remembered that he had forcibly captured the clay Buddha and asked him to give him a comment on the rest of his life. But at that time, the news of Duanmu Huai came, so Xiongba asked the clay Buddha to practice with Duanmu Huai first. The result was that the clay Buddha was practiced to death, and Xiongba was also covered in a mess. The comment on the rest of his life naturally ended in vain. In fact, until now, this is a thorn in Xiongba's heart. After that, Xiongba had been secretly keeping an eye on Duanmu Huai. No matter what, a man who could make a clay Buddha explode with his fortune-telling was definitely not an ordinary person. Xiongba naturally didn't want to have anything to do with him. So even though he knew that Duanmu Huai had come to Dongno, he didn't send anyone to cause trouble for him. Others thought that Xiongba, as the overlord of the Taiangxiaohui, would not bother to argue with such a small character. But only Xiongba knew that it was better not to provoke a man who could make a clay Buddha explode with his fortune-telling. Who knows where he came from? Now it seems that his choice was correct. Although being killed with one punch may be exaggerated, but being able to easily kill the sword saint has already proved the man's strength. You know, when the sword saint issued a challenge, he had met Xiongba face to face. At that time, Xiongba could feel the powerful aura bursting out from the sword saint, which was why he chose to practice in seclusion, because even Xiongba did not have the confidence to defeat the sword saint after he came out of seclusion. But Duanmu Huai beat him to death. You know, defeating and killing are completely different. For masters of their level, there are many reasons for defeat, such as not wanting to get hurt too badly, or choosing to admit defeat out of fear of certain things. This is not surprising. Xiongba seldom fights with others now. After all, he is the leader of Taiangxiaohui, and he commands Taiangxiaohui and Dongzhou. Unless the opponent is at the level of sword saint, Xiongba will not fight. But beating to death is different. When facing life and death, everyone will do their best. That is to say, the sword saint tried his best, but was beaten to death by Duanmu Huai on the spot. This guy is really so terrifying. Xiongba has silently put Duanmu Huai on the list of people he cannot mess with. As long as he does not cause trouble for Taiangxiaohui, then I report. However, at this moment, a man rushed over and knelt down in front of Xiongba. Report to the gang leader, the immortal killer Duanmu Huai is here. Hearing this, Xiongba tightly grasped the armrests with both hands, with no expression on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Is this guy so weak that he can't stand being talked about? Why did he come to me? This matter has nothing to do with me. Oh no, it is still related. Thinking of this, Xiongba suddenly remembered that if it weren't for his apprentice, Niefeng killing Duguming, Duanmu Huai wouldn't have been involved in such trouble. Although this doesn't seem to be a big deal, but Xiongba knows that people with top martial arts skills don't care about these things. Those with small minds will take advantage of the situation if given a chance. That traitor. At this moment, Xiongba wanted to tear Niefeng into pieces. When he returned to Taiangxiaohui with Mingwei and Wishwang's sword, Xiongba was quite happy. But now? Damn it, if I had known that you would get into such a big trouble, I would have let you die in Wishwang City. Although he was furious inside, but on the surface, Xiongba waved his hand calmly. Please come in. After a moment, Duanmu Huai and the three women appeared in front of Xiongba. Duanmu Huai held his head high, put his hands behind his back, walked forward slowly, while his eyes swept around, taking in everyone around him. Duanmu Huai was not looking at Xiongba, but those three unlucky ones, oh, I found them. Xiongba eldest disciple, the greenest of the green Qin Shuang, the iconic victim in the famous scene. The eldest brother wife was held in the arms of the second brother, and called the third brother name. Green is just one word, I will only say it once. Killing two birds with one stone, one green twice, unprecedented. The second disciple, the crying god of death Bu Jingyun, look at his hairstyle with instant noodles upside down on his head, making Duanmu Huai want to perm him straight. And the third disciple Niafeng, who is loved by everyone, whoever loves him will die. Well, not to mention this one, the one he likes and the one who likes him, are all tragedies. But Duanmu Huai has no interest in these little brats, so he retracted his gaze and walked in front of Xiongba. At this time, Xiongba also stood up from his chair, smiling, and bowed to Duanmu Huai. I have heard of the name of the immortal god of killing for a long time. Today, I see that he is indeed a hero. Extraordinary. Seeing Xiongba so enthusiastic, everyone in the Taixiaohui was surprised. Xiongba has always been the one who has the final say in the martial arts world. It is rare to see him so calm. Not to mention that the other party is not a veteran martial arts figure, but a newcomer who has just risen not long ago. Yes, even less than a year. Hello, Chief Xiong. Duanmu Huai also bowed. I also heard that Taixiaohui is the #1 gang in Dong'o. After seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. The reputation of Qinsha #1 building is well deserved. Ha ha ha. Hearing Duanmu Huai business boasting, Xiongba also laughed and felt relieved. Although he didn't know what the other party was here for, but since this immortal killer was willing to brag about business with him, at least he was not here to cause trouble. Otherwise, just like the Sword Saint, he should just issue a challenge directly. Why waste so much time? May I ask what the immortal killer god has to do when he comes to Taixiaohui? There is indeed one thing, and I hope that gang leader Xiong can help me. Duanmu Huai laughed and said, Oh, what is it? It's not a big deal. I just hope that gang leader Xiong can lend me the secret book of Sanfen Gyuenki. It's that simple. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar, and the disciples of Taixiaohui widened their eyes, staring at Duanmu Huai angrily, wishing they could draw their swords. Even Xiongba's face changed slightly. You should know that this kind of secret book is usually not taught to non-disciples. Even Xiongba only taught 3 kinds of martial arts to his 3 disciples. But Duanmu Huai wanted the whole set right away. This is no different from robbing a wife. Although Duanmu Huai said it was a loan. But does it mean a loan? Lend me your wife for 1 night. And see if you agree? What do you mean? Xiongba frowned slightly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. If it were anyone else, they would probably be sweating profusely. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. Oh, actually at nothing, I just heard that Sanfen Guiyuan Qi is the best magic skill in the world, so I want to borrow it to learn more about it. The best magic skill in Dong'o. Your words are a bit too exaggerated. Hearing this, Xiongba still showed a little smile on his face. No matter what, someone boasted that his Sanfen Guiyuan Qi is the best in the world, and the one who said this is the immortal killer who traveled to the 4 major wuzhous, so it is definitely not exaggerating. No. I'm not exaggerating. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Ba Xiong is a man of great talent and strategy, with divine power protecting him, and the blessing of heaven. Even Su Fu, who has lived for more than 2,000 years, dared not confront you head-on, and could only hide under a pseudonym and secretly poison you. It can be seen that this Sanfen Gyuenki is indeed the best divine power in the world. What? Hearing this, Xiongba's face suddenly changed. Are you serious? True can't be false. False can't be true. Duanmu Huai shrugged. I think Ba Xiong should know about Qin Shi Huang's pursuit of immortality. Of course, everyone knows about this, but didn't Qin Shi Huang become immortal later? That true. In fact, Su Fu had already refined the golden elixir at that time, but seeing Qin Shi Huang's tyranny and violence, he was afraid that Qin Shi Huang would cause chaos in the world after he became immortal, so he took the elixir himself, and then lied that he needed a medicine to induce him to live, and took 3,000 boys and girls to the east. After several hundred years, Qin Shi Huang died, and Su Fu returned here. After that, he kept changing his identity and playing games with his life. He lived like this for nearly 2,000 years, until a few decades ago, when Su Fu once again wreaked havoc in the martial arts world in the name of the blood god and fought with Wu Wuti. The two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights. And Su Fu was finally defeated. After that, the old guy changed his previous rampant style and lurked cautiously. Blood god. Wu Wuti. Hearing these two names, Xiongba's eyes also showed a touch of nostalgia. I also heard their names in the past, but I didn't expect there would be such a secret. After that, Su Fu has been lurking in Taixiaohui, wanting to kill you. But as I said, the leader of Xionggang is a man of great talent and strategy, protected by divine power, and has the destiny of heaven. Su Fu was defeated by Wu Wuti once before, so he was scared to death. Naturally, he didn't dare to come out and fight you again, and could only secretly poison you. Good water drips through the stone, and sooner or later, he will be poisoned to death. Do you have any evidence for what you said? At this moment, Xiongba's face also changed slightly, while Duanmu Huai laughed. I don't have any evidence, but Su Fu is here right now. Why don't we ask him to come up and speak for himself? While speaking, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and grabbed at the crowd. The next moment, I saw a person wearing Taixiaohui clothes floating in the air, and then drifting towards this side. Who is that? Xiongba looked closely, only to see that the other party was just an ordinary member of Taixiaohui, and he didn't even know his name, and he was also stunned at this time. But I don't know that Su Fu was also shocked at this moment. In fact, like Xiongba, Su Fu had been secretly monitoring Duanmu Huai. The reason was that Su Fu was very suspicious of Duanmu Huai's origin. After all, after Su Fu took the phoenix blood, he gained immortality, invulnerability to water and fire, and the ability to penetrate mountains and seas. So those abilities that seem like exaggerated myths and legends to ordinary people, in Su Fu's view, were all real. Therefore, when Duanmu Huai came along and the rumors became more and more exaggerated, Su Fu had begun to think, did this person, like himself, eat the blood or essence of some spiritual beast to get such abilities? So when Duanmu Huai came to Dongou, Su Fu was thinking about how to meet this compatriot. But what Su Fu didn't expect was that the other party knew everything about him. He even pulled him out. Seeing himself flying towards the two, Su Fu gritted his teeth. Fight! Thinking of this, he roared, and quickly used the 7 deadly realms. The whole person disappeared and broke free from Duanmu Huai restraints. The next moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a huge human face appeared out of thin air, glaring at the whole Taixiaohui. Xiongba, Duanmu Huai, your fate ends here. Let me show you my power. Along with the roar of this giant face, soon, a blizzard fell from the sky like an icy blade, attacking everyone. Chapter 1545 ending. After his identity was exposed, Su Fu knew that he had no choice but to take action. Although he had tried his best not to take action after the previous battle with Wu Wuti, but Duanmu Huai had put himself on the line. Why didn't he take action? Has he been keeping fit for nearly 2,000 years? Thinking of this, Su Fu also condensed all his strength, and used the Emperor Thunder in his Sacred Heart Sutra. For a moment, I saw a blizzard whistling down, and those snowflakes exploded continuously, wrapping everything around. Woo wow! Ordinary Taixiaohui disciples naturally couldn't stop this old monster, who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. There were screams at once, and many people were knocked to the ground by the explosion. Among them, 3 figures stood out and rushed towards Su Fu. They were Xiongba's 3 disciples, Qin Shuang, Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng. Qin Shuang punched out with a sky frost fist, blasting into the air, and the cold wind was blowing all around, and the frost was roaring. Bu Jingyun used the cloud pie palm, and the force penetrated thousands of pounds, and went straight into the sky, as if even the thick clouds would be torn apart by it. Ye Feng used his legs to create countless phantoms. His body rotated, and he rushed towards the enemy, as if a tornado had been created around him. It must be said that as Xiongba's direct disciples, they still had some strength. Just a little. Woo wow! Because the next moment, the moment they collided with Su Fu, the 3 of them flew backwards, far out of the square. And as for where they flew to, Duanmu Huai didn't know. Seeing his 3 disciples being killed in one blow, Xiongba's face was solemn at this moment. He had previously thought that Duanmu Huai was just exaggerating. After all, no matter how hard you think, an old monster that can live for 2,000 years should not appear. However, now it seems that this Su Fu may have really lived for 2,000 years. After all, such a move has far exceeded the scope of martial arts. and it is not surprising to even say that it is a fairy art. However, even so, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Thinking of this, Xiongba stretched out his right hand and saw the surging energy condensed in his hand. That was the unique skill that Xiongba relied on to become famous. The 3-point return to Yuanqi. Ha! Then, Xiongba stretched out his hands and used a move of turtle wave qigong. No, 3-point return to origin qi, which collided with Su Fu oncoming palm force without any fanfare. Boom! As Duanmu Huai said, Xiongba had the destiny and the magical skill of 3-point return to origin qi. Even if Su Fu was powerful, he was no match for the protagonist Halo. After this move, Xiongba naturally took several steps back, his chest heaving. And Su Fu's big face that originally covered the sky was also shattered, and his true body was revealed. However, compared with Xiongba, Su Fu at this moment looked like he was sure of victory. With a smile on his face and a look of disdain. Boss Xiong, if this is all you have today, you will probably be in big trouble. You bastard. Xiongba stared at Su Fu fiercely. Originally, with his strength, although it was unlikely to defeat Su Fu, he would not collapse at the first blow. However, the fact was that when the two sides were competing in internal strength just now, Xiongba suddenly felt that something in his body reacted with the other party's strange internal strength. It was like two armies fighting. And suddenly a fire broke out in the rear of one side, which made Xiongba suffer a loss in shock and anger. Before, he thought that Duanmu Huai's words about poisoning were exaggerated. But now it seems that it is just as Duanmu Huai said. He hated himself for not reacting for so long. Thinking of this, Xiongba stared at Su Fu with anger. You have lived for nearly 2,000 years. And you are almost a god. Are you still so cowardly? Have some shame. Su Fu didn't care about Xiongba's glare at all. He lived for so many years. Just by cowardly. If Duanmu Huai hadn't exposed him on the spot, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. In fact, Duanmu Huai knew that this guy was very good at hiding himself. So he exposed him on the spot. Otherwise, this old guy would have definitely found a chance to slip away. Looking at Xiongba in front of him, Su Fu held his head high. He hadn't been so glorious for decades. Although he was forced to expose his identity now. So what? Aren't you, Xiongba, defeated by me? Thinking of this, Su Fu glanced around and saw that not far away, Wang Yuyan, Xia Longnu and Wan Wan were standing together, with two sharp blades suspended in the air, guarding them on the left and right. In the messy square, only their surroundings were not affected. It can be seen that the strength of these three women is probably higher than he imagined. What about the immortal god of killing? Just when this thought came to Su Fu's mind, he suddenly noticed a flash of surprise in the eyes of Xiongba in front of him. At this moment, a big hand stretched out from behind Su Fu and grabbed Su Fu's head. As a 1,000-year-old man, Su Fu is not to be underestimated. Just when Duanmu Huai's hand was about to grab his head, Su Fu dissipated and decomposed in an instant, avoiding Duanmu Huai's grab. And then his figure flashed and quickly appeared on the other side. At the same time, Su Fu also sneered. Fight me. Boy, you are still not good enough. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows. It must be said that Su Fu, a 1,000-year-old old man, is really capable. Like the 7 desperate situations in the Sacred Heart Sutra, the essence of his current move is to particle his body and then reassemble it. In the world that Duanmu Huai has seen, only the guardians of the Destiny planet can do this move. But their particleization requires the assistance of the light spirit beside them to reassemble. Without the light spirit, they will die completely. However, Su Fu, who was in the 7th desperate situation, did not need to rely on external objects. He could simply use his own strength to achieve particle reorganization. From this point of view, Su Fu was really good. Of course, Duanmu Huai was thinking in his mind. But his hands did not stop. Others might be confused when they encountered Su Fu's trick. But Duanmu Huai had seen similar tricks before. Isn't it just a guardian without a light spirit? What's so difficult about this? Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand and clenched it suddenly. Shut up, dare to go against me, you will die miserably today, the most miserable, the most miserable. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, the next moment he jumped up and rushed toward Su Fu. Seeing this scene, the 3 girls next to him shook their heads. Sir is talking nonsense again. Didn't he say that this is called adapting to local customs, that how people in Dongo speak? What, the language of the strong? Anyway, I think it quite interesting to listen to it. The three girls were not worried about the fight between Duanmu Huai and Su Fu at all. They just whispered to each other. After arriving in Dongo, the girls found that the people here usually spoke normally. But once they started fighting, their speech became extremely strange. For example, "Is this the only strength you have? How can you knock me down? Or I will kill you now." The three girls were confused. Duanmu Huai told them that this was the local dialect of Dongo, called the language of the strong. And anyone who fought would shout these lines. It doesn't matter whether we can win or not, what matters is that we can't lose our momentum. Of course, the three girls would never say such strange and shameful words, especially when they are fighting. Just thinking about it makes them feel ashamed. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai seems to be enjoying it, just like now. Take my move. The magnetic field of the fucking horse rotates 9,999,999 horses. The infinite heaven and earth explosion fist. While shouting the lines that made no sense, Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist and punched Su Fu. At this moment, Su Fu's face changed greatly. He could feel that everything around him, whether it was time, space, airflow, or even the world, seemed to be rapidly pressing towards him as Duanmu Huai approached. He tried to transform into the seventh absolute realm again to avoid it. But at this moment, Su Fu felt that his body was tightly bound by some invisible shackles. No matter how he used his power, it was useless. He could only watch Duanmu Huai clench right fist blasting towards him. At this moment, whether it was Su Fu, Xiongba, or anyone else, they all felt the pressure of that punch. As long as Duanmu Huai threw out this punch, there would be nothing in the world that could stop it. Absolutely no teeth. Boom! The Tiandahui square completely collapsed and broke apart in this blow. Everything that had been arranged was completely destroyed, as if it had encountered a natural disaster. Boom! When Duanmu Huai landed again, Su Fu in front of him had been completely crushed. Even so, he still crossed his arms in front of him, with a horrified expression on his face, as if at the moment of death, this demon who had lived for nearly 2,000 years had never thought that he would actually face death. Even the blood of the phoenix he possessed could not save him. Not far away, Xiongba also collapsed to the ground at this moment, looking at this scene with a horrified face. Although Duanmu Huai's punch was not aimed at him, Xiongba was sure that if he faced this punch, he would also die. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and took out the Sacred Heart Sutra from Su Fu's body. The advantage of Dongo is that people here always carry their own martial arts secrets with them. This is why Duanmu Huai did not directly grind Su Fu to dust. After all, the ultimate goal of killing monsters is to get equipment. Then, Duanmu Huai walked in front of Xiongba. "Boss Xiong, please lend me the 3-point return to Yuan Qi for a look." Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, Xiongba's face changed again and again. And finally he gritted his teeth, reached out his hand, took out the 3-point return to Yuan Qi's secret from his arms, and handed it to Duanmu Huai. "Thank you." Duanmu Huai took the secret book, put it in his arms, and turned around. "Okay. Let go." No one knew what happened. The people in Dongwuzhou only knew that after this battle, Xiongba still ruled Taixiaoyi as always, and his 3 disciples still assisted him. However, as the prestige of the 3 in Taixiaoyi increased, Xiongba became more and more afraid of his disciples. However, when Xiongba tried to deal with them, he did not know that his fate was already determined. As for Duanmu Huai, no one ever saw him and the 3 girls around him in Wuzhou again. Chapter 1546 Bulisaro. After that, Duanmu Huai took the 3 back to the court. The 3 were quite surprised by the environment here. After all, they came from ancient times, an era without magic and high technology. Just looking at the brilliant decorations of the court in front of them, and the vast and boundless galaxy outside, they were also greatly shocked. And their arrival also brought a different and interesting style to the court. For example, the social phobic Xianxian, as soon as she arrived, she dealt with people everywhere, and kept calling her sister with a sweet mouth, but everyone was confused. For example, after and greeted Canon, she came to Duanmu Huai in confusion and asked why Canon called her sister so affectionately, even though she had no relationship with Canon, and was not a little girl like Bambi. Then Duanmu Huai had to explain to Annette in Canon world, calling someone sister or sister does not necessarily mean blood relationship or age gap, but means being close like sisters. after listening to Duanmu Huai's introduction, and eyes lit up immediately. Wait. So, I can also let Gulea be my sister? Hee. This is not bad. If I am a younger sister, I can act like a spoiled child to my sister. Sister Gulea. Hee. Then smiled slyly, drooling as he went to find Gulea. Duanmu Huai could only mourn in silence. After Xiao Longnu came to the court, the first thing she did was to fight with Minmu Sanathorai. Perhaps people who practice martial arts like to fight. After all, strictly speaking, the only ones who can be regarded as having inherited a school in the court are Minmu Sanathorai and Xiao Longnu. One uses the Jingshi-style swordsmanship, and the other inherits the ancient tomb school Jade girl swordsmanship. So the two sides quickly competed. In terms of sword skills, Xiao Longnu was naturally better, but who could blame Minmu Sanathorai, whose moves were all life and death fighting styles? Where had Xiao Longnu seen this before? And for a while she couldn't do anything to Minmu Sanathorai. She couldn't really cut Minmu Sanathorai with one sword. Right? But fortunately, there was a move that Xiao Longnu knew, but Minmu Sanathorai didn't. Or it could be said that only people in the martial arts world knew, and people in other worlds didn't know. That acupuncture. That right, while Minmu Sanathorai was rushing forward, Xiao Longnu directly dissolved her sword moves, and pressed an acupuncture point with her backhand. Poor Minmu Sanathorai had no idea that there was such a strange thing in the world. He was completely unprepared and just stood there. So the winner was decided. In fact, in the martial arts world, Duanmu Huai wanted to learn acupuncture the most. You see, in novels and movies, you can make people unconscious by pressing an acupuncture point, or acupuncture points, and people will be frozen there. Duanmu Huai also heard from Kankan that the demon sect has some acupuncture methods, which can make people confused and infatuated after acupuncture points are pressed. I can't help but love a piece of firewood. Isn't this more convenient than hypnosis? Time stopped. And drug administration? Otherwise, why are all the flower thieves in the martial arts world masters of acupuncture points? Unfortunately, several girls said that Duanmu Huai couldn't learn acupuncture points because his hands were too big, and his fingers were almost as big as their fists. If this is pressed, it is not acupuncture. It is called Fist of the North Star, which will explode on the spot after pressing. So Duanmu Huai had no choice but to give up this idea. This acupuncture also opened the eyes of the people in the court of justice. But they could not learn this acupuncture technique for the time being. First, this thing needs to be used with true qi. And second, the human body structure may be similar, but the body structure and acupuncture points of aliens are obviously not the same as humans. So this move is not very useful except for dealing with humans themselves. As for Wang Yuyan, Duanmu Huai took her to the library, and studied martial arts with others, and brought along Ling Nu, Lani and Fu Lilian. After all, Ling Nu ninjutsu is also a kind of martial arts, and there are some similarities. The three of them also showed great interest in these martial arts. Just as Duanmu Huai said, whether it is Ling Nu, Lani or Fu Lilian world, they all have similar ways to enhance their physical strength. But their methods are simple. Simple and crude to concentrate or cover energy, which has the advantage of being simple and direct. And anyone can use it as long as there is enough energy. But the disadvantage is that the after effect is too strong, and it will cause great damage to the body after use. And it may not be able to recover completely, although the internal force in the martial arts world is not very strong. This method of strengthening oneself through the so-called meridian circulation to form a fixed system is unheard of, and unseen by people in other worlds. For example, in the eyes of people in other worlds, energy is like a ball, which can be directly activated. But now, they were surprised to find that this ball could not only be decomposed and rearranged, but also produce different effects and functions due to different combinations. This immediately aroused the interest of Lani and Fu Lilian, and the two of them plunged into the research and could not get out. The Bell girl was more interested in Qigong. After some experiments and comparisons, Duanmu Huai found that Qigong and ninjutsu were different, mainly in terms of direction. In game terms, Qigong mainly adds evasion, while ninjutsu mainly adds concealment. So female ninjas are more like assassins, hiding and delivering fatal blows. If they are discovered and forced into a head-on duel, their skills are not much better than those of warriors. If they are beaten up by a group of people, they can only wait for death. Qigong is mainly used to dodge attacks, which means that even if you are surrounded by a group of people, as long as you use Qigong, the opponent attacks will all miss. and for the female ninjas led by Ling. It would be more beneficial if they could learn a set of Qigong. But on the other hand, ninjutsu is not very useful for a warrior like Xiao Long Nu. After all, in the martial arts world, unless they are stealing, robbing, assassinating, or attacking, not many people will practice this method of concealing themselves. After dealing with this, Duanmu Huai also listened to Mary report on the encirclement and suppression of the Buli people. How to say it quite interesting. Originally, according to Duanmu Huai approach, he just needed to issue an extermination order to the Buli people planet. Mary also thought so at the beginning. However, after preliminary investigation, Mary had to change her mind. Because the Buli people and the Fox people are residents of the same planet. Although most of the Fox people have escaped from the clutches of the Buli people, some of them are still enslaved as slaves of the Buli people. If it were Duanmu Huai, he would just say this is a necessary loss and eliminate them all. But Mary's approach is obviously different from Duanmu Huai. She thinks she should rescue these Fox people and then issue an extermination order for the planet. So Mary adopted another tactical approach. She first sent a large army to blockade the entire Bulerin planet, creating signs that the Bulerin were going to be completely wiped out. Because the Bulerin had lost their leader, the various clans were already in chaos. With Mary's move, the Bulerin were determined to unite and try to fight against the Inquisition. And this is exactly what Mary wanted to see. Because Mary found out through investigation that the Bulerin clan would work together and be uniform when fighting against foreign enemies, and would abandon all factors that would hinder their progress. That's why they deliberately used this method to force them to unite again without a leader. As expected, after they united to fight against the Inquisition, the Fox people who were useless to the Buli people were left aside. But the Buli people were not fools. After all, the Inquisition announcement was known to everyone. They also knew that they would obviously not be classified as humans. But Fox people might be classified as subhumans. In addition, Duanmu Huai had issued an extermination order before, in order to prevent the tribunal from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The Buli people gathered the remaining Fox people together for custody, and even converted some Fox people into Buli people to increase their combat power. The others were used as hostages to threaten the tribunal. Even so, Mary still did not change her plan, but dispatched the night guard step by step to attack the Buli people tribe to oppress them to the greatest extent. Of course, when the Buli people found that the Inquisition really didn't care about the Fox people and wanted to catch them all, these cunning hungry wolves immediately changed their tactics and charged towards the Inquisition with all their strength. However, at this moment, Mary decided that the time was right, launched an airdrop chamber to forcibly occupy the Fox gathering place, evacuated all the Fox people, and then decisively issued an extermination order for the planet. Of course, some Buli people also tried to get away with it by disguising themselves as Fox people through some strange potion. But they could not hide it in front of Mary Golden Eyes, and were directly caught and eliminated. However, this operation was not completely successful. Perhaps the pressure Mary exerted was too great, which led to some Buli people outside launching an attack on Xianzhou Luofu, trying to rescue the Buli people leader, who was imprisoned in Xianzhou Luofu. However, because 3 Xianzhou generals were present, their plan failed, and Hu Lei was completely eliminated for some reasons. Although the generals said that this level of loss was not worth mentioning, Mary was still somewhat uneasy. Well done. After reading Mary's report, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Although if it were him, Duanmu Huai would not care about the lives of the Fox people who were imprisoned as slaves by Bulerin, and would only regard them as necessary losses. But he didn't care if Mary wanted to do this. After all, Mary had golden eyes, and even if Bulerin wanted to do something in front of her, it would not succeed. In short, for the tribunal, as long as the result was good, the process didn't matter. Hearing Duanmu Huai praise, Mary was relieved. After all, this was her first time to independently command operations and make decisions. Although Mary felt that she had not made any major mistakes, she did not let go of her worries until she heard Duanmu Huai affirmation. That good. By the way, Mr. Duanmu? Xianzhou sent an invitation, saying that in order to celebrate the elimination of the Buli people and the rescue of the Fox people, they plan to hold a celebration and invite Miss Robin, a famous star in the Interstellar, to sing. Should we participate? Anyway, I'm free. Duanmu Huai did not object to Mary's report. Let go and take a look. Chapter 1547A Deal. For Xianzhou, completely defeating Bu Liren obviously has a very special meaning. When Duanmu Huai arrived at Luofu on a warship, there were lights and decorations everywhere, and the atmosphere was joyous. And Mary also introduced to Duanmu Huai that. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, Fo Rao is the enemy of Xianzhou, and Bu Liren, as Fo Rao minions, is naturally the object of their hatred. On the other hand, those Fox people are now also part of the Xianzhou alliance. They have a deep hatred with Bu Liren. This time, they can catch Bu Liren in one fell swoop and completely defeat them. The Fox people are obviously the happiest. In addition, the third reason is the arrival of the Robin. It is said that this person is a superstar in the universe, the messenger of Tongxia, and has many fans. Duanmu Huai also listened to the song of the Robin. He can only say that it is really good. No wonder some people like it. However, he is a little confused about Tongxia. Although it seems to be harmless, Duanmu Huai always feels that this thing is a bit like Shang Shando. As long as Duanmu Huai hears the latter, he will directly hit it with a hammer. Therefore, Duanmu Huai also has a reserved attitude towards this harmony. After all, based on his experience as a judge, many times the enemy standing next to you is far more dangerous than the enemy standing opposite. Things like destruction or abundance are not easily defeated in Duanmu Huai's view. On the contrary, it is the harmony of intelligence that he needs to be vigilant about. After the warship arrived at the port, Duanmu Huai also looked at the others and nodded. Okay, go and have fun. Mary, take care of the three of them. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Wang Yuyan, Zai Longnu and Wan Wan, who were curiously looking at the ferry boat Luofu. Although the courtroom and other places were also magnificent and solemn, they always looked a bit more exotic to the three of them, unlike the fairyland they imagined. However, the atmosphere of the ferry boat Luofu was very similar to their world, and more like the fairyland that appeared in legends and myths. Not to mention that there were ships flying in the air, and the people around them were dressed very similarly to them, which naturally made the three of them more curious. Okay, Mr. Duanmu, are you going to the general mansion now? Yes. Didn't you say that General Jingyuan wanted to discuss a deal with me? I'm going to discuss business. Duanmu Huai had no interest in festivals or concerts. He was most annoyed by the scene of tens of thousands of people cheering and roaring in the venue. It was simply fatal. It would be better to find a quiet place to stay, or do some business. Then, have fun. After Duanmu Huai instructed Mary, he turned around and looked at Wang Yuyan and the others. Since we are here, have a good look around. Remember not to get into trouble. If you get into trouble, report it to the court. We have always been the ones to deal with others. We have never seen anyone dare to deal with us. Do you understand? I understand. Sir. Canon nodded with a smile, and then pulled Wang Yuyan and Zai Longnu away with Mary. As for Duanmu Huai, he naturally went to the general mansion with his pendant Ojas. Then he saw Jingyuan sitting on a chair drinking tea and reading a book. Your Excellency the Judge. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, Jingyuan laughed, obviously a little surprised. I didn't expect you to come to me now. I thought you would at least enjoy the atmosphere of the festival. After all, everyone is very grateful to the Court of Inquiry. I am not interested in those celebrations. For me, it is more important to finish the business as soon as possible. Duanmu Huai took the hot tea handed over by the opposite side and took a sip. Go ahead. You said you have something to discuss with the Court of Inquiry? What the matter? Strictly speaking, this matter is still related to abundance. Speaking of this, Jingyuan was silent for a moment, and looked at Duanmu Huai. Your Excellency the Judge, are you selling your extermination order? Hearing Jingyuan question, Duanmu Huai was confused, but he quickly gave an answer. No. You're kidding, that the tribunal stuff, they're not a store, how can they sell everything? Then, can I borrow it for a while? We are willing to pay a certain amount of compensation. We see what happens. Duanmu Huai frowned. Please explain clearly. General Jingyuan. What is going on? Of course. Jingyuan also knew that Duanmu Huai would naturally react like this when he talked about such a core topic right at the beginning. But he was not in a hurry. Just smiled bitterly, and then told the whole story. In fact, when Duanmu Huai first used the extinction order to deal with the antimatter army, the Xianzhou alliance noticed this. For them, the extermination order of the tribunal was tailor-made to destroy Feng Kai. After all, Feng Kai is like a kind father. who will respond to any request, and is extremely polluting. Basically, on a planet blessed by fungi, all life will become immortal. Of course, they will also change their form. This is also one of the most troublesome problems for the Xianzhou Alliance when dealing with fungi. Although the patrol can accurately track and destroy fungi minions, they have no way to deal with the pollution caused by fungi. After all, so many animals and plants on a planet have been polluted by fungi, it is impossible for them to remove them all. Well, it was impossible before, but now, with the Inquisition, it is not necessarily the case. Destruction is extremely harmful, and fungi is the same. Many people on this planet left to avoid fungi pollution and joined the Xianzhou Alliance. Even if the Xianzhou Alliance destroyed fungi minions on those planets, because they were completely polluted by fungi, even if they went back, they might be polluted as well, so many people did not dare to go back. With the extermination order from the Inquisition, the situation is different. The Xianzhou Alliance has already conducted an investigation on the planets that were previously exterminated by the Inquisition through the Bourgeois Society and the Genius Club, and concluded that the signs of life on them have indeed been completely destroyed, and there is no life. As for the concentration of radiation, it will take several months to 1 or 2 years to completely dissipate. At that time, as long as the atmosphere of the planet has not been destroyed, they will be able to start rebuilding the ecosystem again. Of course, this will take a long time. But this news is the best for the Xianzhou Alliance. It is a means to completely eliminate the curse of plenty and keep the homeland intact. For those hunting followers who want to eliminate plenty, it is tailor-made for them. Therefore, after Mary issued an extermination order to Dull and Star and returned victoriously, Jing Yuan asked her sideways. At that time, Mary's answer was that the extermination order could only be issued with the permission of the Grand Inquisitor. Duanmu Huai only gave himself the permission to eliminate the Bully people home planet. As for the rest, General Jing Yuan needs to communicate with the Grand Inquisitor in person. Therefore, Jing Yuan invited Duanmu Huai to come to Xianzhou Luofu to discuss this matter. After listening to Jing Yuan's request, Duanmu Huai also pondered for a moment, and then spoke. I can use the extinction order to purify those planets. But it is not free. I can understand that. What do you need? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. I need a large amount of dark matter reserves. Like counted by planet, one planet has 100 units. How much you can take out depends on your ability. The reason why Duanmu Huai wanted dark matter was very simple. Because the construction of the ether phase engine required a lot of dark matter. But dark matter was not easy to find. Duanmu Huai had been collecting dark matter all over the universe since he had this idea. But he didn't find much. He had previously made a profit from the Interstellar Peace Company through a deal with them. And now he had to see if the Immortal Boat Alliance had any stock left. This, hearing Duanmu Huai's request, General Jing Yuan was somewhat surprised. In principle, I have no problem. Then I sent Jin Jilling to discuss the details. As the boss, Duanmu Huai naturally couldn't discuss the contract with the Xianzhou Alliance one by one. He left the details to his subordinates. And the same was true for Jing Yuan. The two sides were only communicating about an intention at the moment. If this intention could be achieved, then they would discuss it in detail. Since Jing Yuan agreed to his request, then the remaining details were not something that their superiors needed to care about. They just want the result. So Duanmu Huai looked at Jing Yuan and reached out his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Just as Duanmu Huai and Jing Yuan reached an agreement on further cooperation, in the ferry boat Luofu, a group of people were wandering around. In fact, Duanmu Huai should not have handed Wang Yuyan and the others over to Mary. He originally thought that Mary was more familiar with Luofu, but in fact, Mary herself had been busy dealing with Buliran outside during this period, and had not been around Luofu at all. So the group of people wandered around and then separated. We just came here on the star raft over there. Right. Mary looked at the dock with a cold sweat on her face. Just now, she took the three of them on the star raft to another area, but because of the nearby festival, there were a lot of people, and when they arrived at the dock, Mary found that they had lost contact with Xiao Longnu. It happened that Wang Yuyan and the other two had just arrived at the court not long ago, and they had not been equipped with personal terminals yet, and now they were gone. She had no way to find them. Why don't we ask the heavenly soldiers over there about the situation? Wang Yuyan pointed to the guard standing guard on the street not far away, and Mary sighed silently. It seems there is no other way. Mary went to find the Luofu guards to report the situation. And on the other side, Xiao Longnu was also strolling leisurely at this moment, looking around blankly. Where is this place? Xiao Longnu was also confused at this moment. Just now, because there were too many people, she was separated from the other people. As a result, when Xiao Longnu came to her senses, the starship had already arrived at the terminal. Since this thing is self-driving, Xiao Longnu couldn't find anyone to ask about the situation, so she could only get off the star raft by herself, and looked around curiously, and at the same time planned to find someone to ask about the situation. Xiao Longnu didn't know that she was in the berthing area of the immortal boat Luofu Liandu, which was used to produce and maintain the star raft. Usually, no one came here. Xiao Longnu walked for a long time, and didn't meet any guards. Woo! Just when Xiao Longnu didn't know what to do, she suddenly heard a faint scream not far away. Hearing this sound, Xiao Longnu flashed and ran towards the place where the scream came from. A moment later, Xiao Longnu came to the place where the scream came from. There, a guard was lying on the ground, and in front of him, there were two strange things standing. Damn it! I didn't expect to be discovered here. I was about to escape. Shut up, you aroused the guard's suspicion, which led to this situation. Hide his body quickly, and then we will leave immediately. As long as we hide in the cargo box, we can leave this damn place, then. Before he finished speaking, one of the monsters sniffed and turned around abruptly. Who is it? When the two monsters turned their heads to look, they saw Xiao Longnu quietly approaching, and at the same time, Xiao Longnu also saw the scene, and saw the two monsters at the same time. They look like wolves, but they stand on their feet like humans, and speak human language. So that it is this the work of monsters? Xiao Longnu's eyes also flashed. Before coming here, she heard Duanmu Huai say that there was no peace in the sky, and there were monsters everywhere that killed and ate people. Now it seems that these wolf monsters are one of them. At the same time that Xiao Longnu started to fight, the two Buliran looked at each other and made a decision. Kill her. Chapter 1548 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The sword flashed. Xiao Longnu stepped back, and Buliran in front of her fell down. She held the sword in one hand and stared at the surroundings. The two demons at the beginning had indeed been killed by Xiao Longnu, but at this moment, she was surrounded by more demons. They stared at Xiao Longnu, opened their bloody mouths, and flashed strange light in their eyes. Please answer the meaning of the description here. It seems that, as you said, even in the heaven, there are demons rampant. At this moment, Xiao Longnu did not retreat. On the contrary, she raised her head again. Her eyes were firm, and her face was serious. As a warrior, Xiao Longnu, who originally practiced the tomb school, was a kind of iceberg with no emotions and no emotions. However, after following Duanmu Huai, Xiao Longnu's mentality gradually changed. Now she is no longer satisfied with the state of being neither happy nor angry, neither sad nor happy, but hopes to improve herself and go further. As a warrior, fighting against a strong enemy is the best progress. Xiao Longnu didn't even think about looking for Duanmu Huai or others for help. After all, since Xiao Longnu followed Duanmu Huai, she also learned a lot of fighting skills. However, most of the time, Duanmu Huai could handle the troubles by himself. She only needed to follow Wang Yuyan and Qianqian to cheer. But now it different. Thinking of this, Xiao Longnu concentrated and stared at Buliran, who surrounded her from all directions. Let me see. How powerful are the demons in heaven? At the same time, a young man jumped down from the platform, looked around, and ran quickly inside. The young man's name was Yan Qing, who was in charge of the Cloud Cavalry Guard. At this moment, he was running around in Liandu to complete his mission, searching for the remnants of Buli. Before, the Buli people had ventured into Luofu and tried to release their leader Hu Lei, and at that time, there were 3 generals and the nameless guest, which ended the disaster without much loss. Although Hu Lei died in the battle, the remaining Buli people are still hiding in the ferry boat. Yan Qing received a tip-off that a group of Buli people had appeared in Liyun Ferry and tried to snatch the Xingcha to escape from Luofu. So he rushed here and tried to arrest these murderers. However, Yan Qing was still a step too late. At this moment, there were only a few bodies of guards left, and the Buli people were nowhere to be found. However, Yan Qing firmly believed that these Buli remnants did not leave Liyun Ferry, because the entire Liyun Ferry has been completely blocked. So they must still be hiding somewhere, waiting for the opportunity. The festival is about to begin. We must not let these bully remnants disturb everything. Thinking of this, the young man speeded up again and ran quickly forward. Buzz! However, at this moment, the long sword behind the young man suddenly came out of its sheath, and Yan Qing was also shocked at this moment, and hurriedly stopped and stretched out his hand, trying to hold down his weapon. But he was a step slower, and saw the long sword flying out from Yan Qing's fingers like a runaway husky, turning a corner and shooting in another direction. What happened? Seeing this scene, Yan Qing was also confused. But he also knew that something must have happened. So Yan Qing also sped up at this moment, and rushed in that direction with his weapon. However, as Yan Qing sped up, he also found that something was wrong, because Yan Qing had seen that swords were flying from all directions, including the swords of the dead guards, and the swords in the hands of the monsters, who had turned into demons and wandered around. It seemed that all the swords of Liandu had some kind of will, and flew towards there. What was going on? Yan Qing widened his eyes, looked over there, and then he saw, in the air, a girl in a white robe was floating there. She was holding a sword gesture with one hand, and the other hand was behind her back. And those swords seemed to be soldiers, submitting in front of her. At this moment, the girl in a white robe floating in the air was like a general commanding a large army of swords. Who is she? What kind of power is this? Yan Qing could hardly believe what he saw. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the sword intent of the girl in white robe. It was a sword intent that made all the swords submit. Then, under Yan Qing's gaze, the girl in white robe stretched out her hand and pointed forward. All the swords returned to the sect. For Yan Qing, as a swordsman, he had seen a lot of things in the world. But this scene, for Yan Qing, still shocked him to the extreme. The girl pointed her finger, and those long swords, like thousands of troops receiving orders, rushed towards the remnants of the Bully people on the ground with a roar. Awoo! Facing this battle where there was almost no chance of survival, the Bully people also became fierce. They roared, suddenly jumped up, and rushed towards the girl in white robes in the rain of swords. However, it was all useless. The surging, whistling, and tornado-like sword formation was like a huge python, directly devouring the remnants of the Bully people. In just a blink of an eye, they were completely wiped out. Not only Yan Qing was stunned, even Xiao Long Nu was shocked. After all, it is better to be lenient with the enemy. As a person from the mortal world, seeing these demons doing evil in the heaven, Xiao Long Nu naturally thought that they must be very powerful, so she used her latest unique skills right away. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. But even Xiao Long Nu didn't expect that. This move would be so terrifying. When she was practicing with others, she didn't feel that the power was so great. Wang Yuyan can use her Lingbo Weibu to get out of her Wanjian Guizong. And Wan Wan can even use the Tianma Gongfa to directly distort the direction of Wanjian Guizong. Even the seemingly mad Minmu Sanaorai can dodge when I launch this move, and even launch a counterattack against me. And then can summon a huge fireball to completely melt his Wanjian Guizong. And Miss Mary can also summon a sword that is even larger than her Wanjian Guizong and split it in two. Because of this, in Xiao Long Nu's opinion, her move of 10,000 swords returning to the origin might be somewhat useful in group battles. But it was not very useful. After all, she also discovered that many people in the heavens had various powers, and could easily defeat her. Therefore, when she saw these monsters, Xiao Long Nu decided to use her strongest move first to test the opponent quality. But how come these monsters look so ferocious? But they are not able to withstand a fight at all? She was still preparing for her next move. But she died right away. If Duan Muhuai knew, he would complain that Xiao Long Nu had simply picked the wrong target. These guys were considered top fighters in the tribunal. If you go fight Bambi or Maria, I guarantee that they will make them flee in panic. Of course, as a warrior, Xiao Long Nu would not bully the weak. Anyway, since the demons here had been eliminated, Xiao Long Nu quickly withdrew the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Thousands of sharp blades quickly fell from the sky like rain and stuck into the ground. Xiao Long Nu also fell from the air and stood on one of the sharp swords. This scene was extremely graceful, just like a fairy descending to earth. However, miss, the sword you stepped on is mine. Yan Qing came over awkwardly and said embarrassedly, I'm so sorry. Xiao Long Nu jumped and landed on the ground, and Yan Qing came over and picked up his sword to check it, then sheathed it back. I am Yan Qing, a member of the Cloud Cavalry Guard. May I ask who you are? I am Xiao Long Nu. Faced with Yan Qing's question, Xiao Longnu recalled what Duanmu Huai had said to her, and then spoke. From the court of inquiry, I got separated from my companions, and accidentally came here, and saw the demons wreaking havoc, so I fought back the demons. So that it. Hearing this, Yan Qing also suddenly realized. When he heard Xiao Longnu talking, he thought she was from another ferry boat, but he didn't expect that she was from the court of inquiry. But then again, words from the Inquisition. Yan Qing silently withdrew his gaze from those beauty people who had been strung together like hedgehogs. Understandable, understandable. After all, the Inquisition was notorious for its brutality against the aliens, and now Yan Qing finally saw it with his own eyes. Thank you for your help, Miss. Someone else will deal with these beauty remnants. Since Miss is lost, why don't I take you to find your companions? I think they should have gone to Daihengsi to report the case. Although she didn't know where Daihengsi was. Xiao Longnu nodded, and then left Liandu under the leadership of Yanqing. When the two arrived at Daihengsi, they naturally met Mary and others who came to report the case. After the two met, they were relieved and explained the situation. Hearing that Xiao Longnu actually met the remnants of Buli, they were also shocked. Hey! Did Sister Long encounter a demon? You are not injured, right? Hey! Did Sister Long actually encounter those monsters? It's a pity that I didn't go with them. Obviously, Wang Yuyan and Kankan's reactions were also two extremes. The former was more concerned about whether Xiao Longnu was injured, while the latter was eager to fight the monsters. Mary was also surprised, but seeing that Xiao Longnu was fine, she was relieved. After all, Duanmu Huai entrusted the person to her care. If something went wrong, Mary would be blamed. Not bad, very much like our tribunal, well done. Duanmu Huai was also nearby. After confirming the general intention with Jing Yuan, he came out to look for others, and then learned that Xiao Longnu was separated, so Duanmu Huai came along with them. When he heard Xiao Longnu say that she had eliminated hundreds of Buli remnants, Duanmu Huai was also pleased. This is a real member of the tribunal. If you want to join the tribunal, you don't have to kill 1,000 alien demons and heretics first. How can it be justified? That of course unacceptable. You have to work hard too. After praising Xiao Longnu, Duanmu Huai turned to look at Wang Yuyan and Wan Wan. Remember? As a member of the tribunal, you must be merciless in exterminating the aliens. And you must not be soft-hearted. Just like Xiao Longnu. Without saying anything. Just kill them all. Understand? Woo. I try. Wang Yuyan looked frustrated, while Wan Wan excitedly clenched her fist and waved it. Of course. Sir. Wan Wan also wants to see who is more powerful, me or the demon. After all, Wan Wan is also known as a demon. And this is a competitive psychology among the same kind. Since the person is fine, that the best. Mary has obviously learned not to argue with Duanmu Huai about the line and policy of the tribunal, and directly changed the subject. It just so happens that Miss Robin concert is about to start. Let go and see it together. Chapter 1549 Concert. As a world superstar, Robin concert is naturally hard to get a ticket. But for Duanmu Huai, he doesn't need to buy a ticket. As the organizer, Luo Fu specially arranged a whole platform box for the tribunal, which is enough to seat dozens of people. In addition to Duanmu Huai and Ojas, Mary and N are also there, and then there is Xin Jiling, who aims to be the cutest horse girl in the universe, and of course she will not miss the opportunity to compare with the world superstar. Not to mention, she still had to discuss the details of the further cooperation between the tribunal and the Xianzhou alliance. In addition, Alicia and Eden were also present, only Pataphelis was missing. She probably went somewhere to buy goods again, just don't get caught by the Cloud Cavalry. Wang Yuyan, Zai Longnu and Wan Wan naturally followed. Compared to other people, it was the first time for them to see such a scene, and they couldn't help but be stunned. This is not to say that there is no such thing as singing and performing in the martial arts world, but in the martial arts world, the scale of such performances is generally very small, and basically not in brothels and restaurants, or private performances at banquets held by those famous families, like now in public places, and even watched by tens of thousands of people, which really shocked them. The famous actors in the heaven are really amazing. They can sing and dance under the attention of so many people. If it were Wan Wan, even if she was competing in a martial arts competition with so many people watching, she would probably be confused. Even Wan Wan, who always smiled sweetly on weekdays, patted her chest uneasily at this moment. Wang Yuyan and Xiao Longnu also nodded. After all, when there are more people. The sense of oppression is really not comparable to ordinary occasions. Not to mention that this kind of concert venue is three-dimensional. Not only are there people around, but also when you look up, you can see a dense crowd. This kind of oppression, even martial arts masters may not be able to bear it. On the other side, Alicia was also discussing with Eden with a smile. I heard that Miss Robin is called a superstar of the universe. I wonder who is better than you. Eden? There is no difference between the superior and the inferior in art. Eden shook his head slightly. However, since Miss Robin can become a superstar of the universe and even get the recognition of the star god, she must have her outstanding qualities. I also want to see where the gap between me and her is. No matter what, Karen Chan is the cutest in the world. Jin Jilling was very confident, not nervous at all, but Jin Jilling had her own qualities. And Jin Jilling pursued cuteness, which was different from the route of Robin, so there was no conflict between the two. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, suddenly the entire concert hall dimmed, and then a bright light shone on the central stage. At the same time, a thunderous cheer rang out. Hearing the cheers, Alexia, Eden and Jin Jilling were still calm, and Zay was already excited. On the contrary, Mary and Duanmu Huai were not used to the deafening noise. As for Wang Yuyan and the others, they were so scared that they stretched out their hands to cover their ears, and dared not listen anymore. After all, tens of thousands of people cheering loudly at the same time, the momentum was really too scary. Soon, a girl slowly appeared in the cheers. That was the world superstar Robin. From the outside, Robin really fits the title of superstar. She looks elegant and beautiful, wearing a white and purple dress, with lake-like hair, and the ring and wings on her head. She looks like an angel. Or, she is an angel. Mr. Knight, is that lady an angel? And excitedly grabbed Duanmu Huai and asked, while Duanmu Huai picked up the introduction on the table and took a look. It says she is from the Tianhuan tribe. Her characteristics are the Tianhuan floating on her head, wings growing on her back and behind her ears. Well, this is actually no different from an angel. As he spoke, the music started, and the cheers around him faded away, and then the Robin raised the microphone. The next moment, the beautiful singing echoed in everyone's ears. Although Duanmu Huai had been a band instructor before, his ability to appreciate music did not improve. He just thought it was nice, but he couldn't say how nice it was. But the performances of the others were exaggerated. For example, and was standing in front of the railing of the box, waving along with the others, looking quite fascinated. Alicia beside him also nodded continuously, looking very satisfied. As for Eden and Jin Jilling, they did not speak at this moment. They closed their eyes quietly, listening to the song of the Robin. Even Wang Yuyan and the others, although they did not understand the lyrics of the Robin, seemed to understand the meaning of her song. Only Ojas was lying on Duanmu Huai's lap, yawning like a kitten, and she was simply taking this as a lullaby. Well, she is indeed your daughter, just like your father. I have to say that the Robin song is good. But for Duanmu Huai, what he appreciates most is that the other party's songs are relatively positive, basically singing about hope, freedom, and the future, rather than love songs like You Love Me, I Love Him, I Have an Abortion for You, You Cheat for Me, etc., which are not bad to listen to. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, they are not very grand. Of course, if you sing I shouldn't be in the car, I should be under the car, Duanmu Huai will like it. He will sit on you in the car. Although the Robin song is very nice, because her songs are mainly based on a soothing rhythm. Duanmu Huai also listened to it, and just like Oki's, he fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Duanmu Huai was finally pushed out. Mr. Duanmu, wake up. It over. Ah? What? It over? Listening to merry words, Duanmu Huai yawned, and then opened his eyes. Sure enough, he saw that the lights in the concert hall were on, and most of the audience had left. Others looked at him speechlessly. Really? Mr. Knight? You can just sleep. But you snore, and the noise is so loud. If I hadn't used magic to cover it up for you in time, it would have been troublesome. And also complained helplessly. It didn't matter if Duanmu Huai slept, because everyone knew that he was not interested in this kind of thing. But the problem was that Duanmu Huai not only slept, but also snored, and the sound was as loud as a speaker. If it hadn't used magic to block the sound around Duanmu Huai, I'm afraid the concert of the Robin would have been filled with snoring. Your Excellency is really amazing. Even Can was dumbfounded. Although Kankan didn't understand what the great singer was singing, she knew it was heavenly music, and it lingered in my ears. You could still fall asleep to such heavenly music. Kankan had to admire it. What the problem? Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about Kankan ridicule. It means this song is very hypnotic. Don't you want to sleep? Well, now the concert is over, we should go back to sleep. Dwanmu Hwai patted his buttocks and stood up. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone looked at each other, and then Dwanmu Hwai said, "Come in." Then, the door of the box opened, and then a figure walked out. It was none other than the robin, who was singing on the stage just now. Seeing the arrival of the robin, everyone was surprised. But the robin was smiling, and did not look like a big star. "Welcome everyone to enjoy my concert. Are you satisfied?" Before anyone else could speak, Dwanmu Hwai gave a very straightforward evaluation. "Oh, it was good. I slept until the end of the concert. It was good and interesting." Hearing Dwanmu Hwai answer, Mary, who was about to speak, stretched out her hand to press her forehead and sighed helplessly. Jin Jilling also spread his hands and shook his head. Eden looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As for the performances of the others, they were all similar. Dwanmu Hwai was really too honest. It good that the judge can sleep peacefully. On the contrary, Robin didn't seem to care, but still spoke with a smile. "I came here this time to thank everyone in the tribunal for everything they have done. After all, destruction and abundance are both harmful to one side, but the tribunal is willing to be their enemy regardless of gains and losses, and protect others. Your actions are quite in line with the principle of harmony to help the weak. I admire you deeply. This is the duty of the tribunal." At this point, Dwanmu Hwai became serious and interrupted Robin's speech. "Moreover, the tribunal does not use the strong to support the weak. We protect humans, and only humans, and eliminate all threats to humans. It's that simple." Hearing Dwanmu Hwai answer, Robin seemed a little surprised, but she just nodded. "I understand." Then, "Your Excellency the Judge, can I ask you a question?" "Ask." "What the question?" "If you found a wounded bird in the wild, what would you do? Would you take it home for treatment? Or keep it in a cage? Or would you leave it in the wild, and let it be eliminated naturally? What kind of a question is this?" Hearing the Robin inexplicable question, Dwanmu Hwai was stunned for a moment. What there to think about? Just take it home for treatment, and then release it. It's so simple. Indeed, this is a very simple thing. Facing Dwanmu Hwai answer, the Robin just smiled slightly. But Dwanmu Hwai had not finished speaking. "Of course, this is limited to the case where the other party is a small bird that poses no threat to humans. If it is a poisonous snake, I will only choose to chop it into meat paste and make snake meat soup." "I see. I have learned my lesson." This time, the Robin did not say anything else, but just bowed to Dwanmu Hwai. "Then, I will take my leave, and I wish you all a happy time." After saying this, the Robin turned and left. Watching the Robin leave, Dwanmu Hwai also scratched his head, but soon put the matter behind him. "Well, we should go back to sleep. I didn't get enough sleep just now." Chapter 1550. I don't want this. In the following, Dwanmu Hwai spent most of his time on three things: supervising the completion of the planetary fortress, collecting more dark matter, and sleeping. Yes, sleeping. After all, the Dalhart Sea Demon that was obtained with great difficulty, naturally. Before the decisive battle, I must improve my combat effectiveness as much as possible. So in addition to Wang Yuyan, Xiaolongnu and Wan Wan, Dwanmu Hwai also began to find other people to practice. Dwanmu Hwai chose, naturally, those who were close to him, and with whom he had experience. For example, Minmo Sanatwarai, Suzu, Kanami Mito, Irisville, Medea, Kai's. Their strengths have indeed improved significantly. Among them, Irisville and Medea have improved the most, perhaps because they are heroic spirits, and are the best at absorbing. Then, there are Suzu and Minmo Sanatwarai, and Kanami Mito has improved the least, perhaps because she herself can't let go. By the way, as for the sisters Thino and Uraili, they were directly abandoned by Dwanmu Hwai. They don't have much combat power to begin with. No matter how much they are improved, it's still the same. 0 is still 0 no matter how much they are multiplied. It better to expect them to be obedient than to expect them to fight on the front line. Of course, this also brought a side effect to Dwanmu Hwai. Of course, it not the soreness of the waist and knees, the numbness of the hands and feet, And the weakness of the kidneys. I really don't want this. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Duanmu Huai looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. God of Joy, Medium Divine Power. Level 10. Possessing skills. Quality Observation, Pink Magic, Demon Cultivation in the Heart of Taoism, V Skills, LV10, Skills, LV7, Tentacle Skills, LV5, Falling Mark, given. Can start the priesthood strengthening task. Sure enough, it was still that the bell girl made too much trouble at that time. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand to press his forehead, and shook his head helplessly. After learning that Duanmu Huai had learned a technique called Daoxin Zhongmo, which could improve strength through dual cultivation, Sana was the most excited about it. She also expressed her willingness to call all the female ninjas in her ninja village to let Duanmu Huai improve their strength. Anyway, female ninjas were originally trained for this purpose, and now they can not only train, but also increase their strength in this way. Sana is obviously very happy. Duanmu Huai had no objection to this. So the two of them went to the ninja village in the Dual City. And then Duanmu Huai fought against thousands of female ninjas in the entire ninja village alone. It must be said that these female ninjas were proficient in bed skills. And they really gave Duanmu Huai a great shock and excitement. But Duanmu Huai was not a pushover. Although the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. But Duanmu Huai has more than 4 tentacles. So soon, Duanmu Huai launched a tentacle offensive. And in another literal sense, the female ninja village was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. And he killed his way to a pure white victory. Duanmu Huai also enjoyed the 3,000 concubines of the ancient emperors. But maybe it was too much. When Duanmu Huai rubbed his slightly sore waist and returned to the courtroom, he saw this system prompt in front of him. Then Duanmu Huai was confused. He originally thought that with just these people, it would be impossible to max out the God of Pleasure so quickly. After all, even if the female ninjas in the female ninja village were included, it was less than 4 digits. As for the God of Destruction that Duanmu Huai had before, it was unknown how many forces and hundreds of millions of lives had been destroyed. Even for the old ones. He had to kill many of them before he could absorb them. But this God of Joy, to be honest, Duanmu Huai had never thought that he could be enhanced at level 10. So should he go or not? Duanmu Huai stared at the system prompt, with a face full of speechlessness and entanglement. When Duanmu Huai first obtained this priesthood, he only thought of using it to fight against the evil of obsession. But later Duanmu Huai found that he really couldn't handle this thing. So he gave up. Although there is also a Joy Star God in the extraterritorial galaxy, Duanmu Huai feels that he and the other party are not from the same country at all. The difference between them may be greater than the difference between himself and the Destruction Star God. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai has basically given up on strengthening the Joy Godship. But it actually came to him on its own initiative? Well, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the system. He still remembers that when he first obtained the Joy Godship, he had a dream while resting in the Dual City. And then, he got a kaleidoscope. Then he got this priesthood inexplicably. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that among his 4 priesthoods, only this priesthood of joy came in an unclear way. Duanmu Huai went to find the priesthood of destruction himself, which was not a big problem. The old ones were obtained by Duanmu Huai killing the old gods, which was not a big problem. The 6th Heaven Demon King was obtained by Duanmu Huai after he killed Rolai, which was also normal. Then the question came. Why did this priesthood of joy come to him? Have I done anything related to pleasure? Thinking carefully, it seems that I haven't. There is always a feeling that the system seems to force me to accept this priesthood of pleasure. Why is this? Why? Duanmu Huai clicked on the GM complaint out of boredom, while thinking. And in front of him, there was the usual system prompt. GM not connected. GM not connected. GM not connected. GM 31321 is at your service. Wait a minute. This prompt came so suddenly that Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. And then he reacted and almost jumped up. Duanmu Huai usually pressed this GM complaint button when he had nothing to do. After all, he got this system inexplicably. So according to reason, since there is a system, there must be a GM to maintain the system. Of course, when Duanmu Huai pressed it before, it showed that the GM was not connected. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He always felt that he might get something by pressing it. And it really came out. Is there anyone? Speak to me. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also roared, and then, he heard 2 screams of wow. Wait, 2 screams? Woo. Wow, what to do? Someone suddenly spoke over here. Sister, don't panic, we didn't do anything. Turn it off quickly. Which one is shutting down? Is it this one? Just when Duanmu Huai heard the voice from the other side, his heart sank. Suddenly the screen flashed in front of his eyes, and a video frame appeared, and then Duanmu Huai saw two little girls appear in front of him. One of them had cat-like ears and a tail, and the other had black hair tied in two ponytails, wore a gothic dress, and had an eye patch on her right eye. The two little girls seemed to be young, about 10 years old. Seeing the two little girls in front of him, Duanmu Huai was stunned, and the two little girls on the opposite side, who saw him, jumped up in fright. Wow! They're a bad guy. Mom! While shouting, the two little girls ran out of the video frame and ran away crying. What the hell is going on here? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was completely confused, but he still stared at the screen, wanting to see what would happen next. After all, since he was able to connect to the GM, it meant that this system of his must have been done by someone. He wanted to see who made him like this. But soon after a while, the video communication was cut off, and then the system popped up a line of prompts again. GM31321 at your service. What the hell is going on here? What wrong with this system? Answer me quickly. Duanmu Huai was also knocking on the table, and roaring loudly. After all, he was inexplicably sent to such a world, and it took so long, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any anger in his heart. After all, Duanmu Huai himself was not a person with a good temper. GM31321. As you can see, this system is an auxiliary program tailored for people who travel to another world. Another world? Isn't this a game world? Seeing the other party answer, Duanmu Huai frowned. In fact, he has always been doubting whether this is a different world or a game world. After all, there is a difference between the two. The different world is a real world, and the game world, no matter how real it is just a collection of data. I have played the game Starry Sky. Don't lie to me. Many of the things I encountered are exactly the same as in the game. GM31321. Starry Sky is a simulated world game created by our company based on real data. Through Synapse advanced technology, we simulated the various possible directions in the world, and presented it to players as a game. The game itself is more of a preliminary training and knowledge reserved for players, to better help players adapt to the world after crossing. So it's like a virtual universe? Duanmu Huai remembered that he had heard from Esta that the research topic of the Black Tower seemed to be similar when he was at the Black Tower space station. Then I have to thank you. Right? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. GM31321, you're welcome. It's your luck that players can get the qualification to travel to another world. I don't know whether I'm lucky or not. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Indeed. I clicked on the damn user agreement. Although strictly speaking, no one would take that those who agree to this agreement have a certain chance to travel to another world in the user agreement. This kind of clause is not taken seriously. But after all, they really wrote it clearly. I just didn't take it seriously. As for whether it was a secret operation, Duanmu Huai really didn't think that he was just a fake order. How could he be brought here by the other party's secret operation? After all, if the other party wanted to find the big boss of Starry Sky game, there would be many people who are more powerful than me. Duanmu Huai is only the first echelon. He is not T0's strength. There are at least tens of thousands of players with the same strength level as him. Then they chose me from among these thousands of people? Damn, this might as well be a secret operation. So what about fighting against the Chaos God? GM31321, this is one of our goals. The battle between Chaos and Order is a long and difficult war. The universe is endless. Our company alone does not have enough power to restore the balance of the entire universe. So we need the help of others, so I was chosen? GM31321, hey. Duanmu Huai really wanted to go through the network cable and beat up the other party. Then why didn't anyone answer my GM call before? You guys are all pretending to be dead? GM31321, sorry, the maintenance and operation of the system is a complex and huge project. We didn't expect that someone would receive the gift so quickly, originally. We planned to fully open the system after the AI question and answer system was successfully set up. So what I got was still a semi-finished product? Can I go back to my original world? GM31321, please wait. GM31321, your crossing coordinates have been determined. The answer is, you can. How do I go back? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested. After all, this is what he is most concerned about at the moment. GM31321, The coordinate data packet has been sent. After a while, Duanmu Huai's system had an additional data packet, however. Duanmu Huai did not open this data packet, he just stared at it, and then said in a deep voice. So, you mean? This is not a game world, nor a virtual world, but a real world, and it is in the same universe as my world. Is that what you mean? GM31321, of course. Seeing the answer in front of him, Duanmu Huai fell silent. He finally understood why the other party responded so readily. If his world is also in this universe, then what Duanmu Huai has to do has not changed at all. After all, if he didn't do it, then when the Chaos God was resurrected, his hometown might also be threatened, and his family and friends would be threatened. So, as an Inquisitor, what he had to do remained unchanged. If he couldn't destroy the subspace and eliminate the Chaos God, then even if he returned to his own world, nothing would change. The other party was also very clear about this. So he didn't hide at all, but gave a direct response. Can't you do it? GM31321. Our company has limited manpower and GM31321. If you want to be a savior, luck is an indispensable part. I can't accept what you said. So you rely on the luck of the blind box to determine who will travel through time. Right? Although he said so, Duanmu Huai had to admit that, in many cases, luck is indeed very important. Otherwise, why would he always carry his lucky rabbit with him? GM31321. Do you have any other questions? I have another question. Now that the culprit has been found, Duanmu Huai will naturally ask for clarification. What is the priesthood of the God of Joy? I remember it very clearly. I have never done any tasks or events that would allow me to obtain the priesthood of joy. GM31321. Both parties were silent for an unknown amount of time before GM31321 spoke again. GM31321. Don't you like it? I'm not very good at this. Duanmu Huai did not hide the fact that joy was indeed a priesthood that he was not very good at. GM31321. There are many kinds of joy. You don't have to force yourself to limit yourself to the secular meaning. As long as you feel happy, it's fine. What makes me happiest is to smash the bastard head that stands in my way with my own hands. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. But I think this has nothing to do with joy. GM31321. Both sides were silent for a moment. GM31321. I see, no wonder this priesthood enhancement task appears at this stage. All I can say is, as long as you complete this enhancement task, then perhaps you will have a new understanding of joy. Why do I have a very bad feeling? Can you give me a spoiler? What type of world is this enhancement task? GM31321. Your inquiry has been answered. 5-star praise by default. Thank you. Duanmu Huai now really wants to rush over along the network cable and beat up the other party. Chapter 1551. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, very wrong. If before this, Duanmu Huai's suspicion of this enhanced mission was only 10, now it has increased to 100. He can be sure that there is definitely something wrong with this mission. Maybe there is something serious. So should I accept it or not? Duanmu Huai hesitated between accepting it and not accepting it at this moment, but in the end, he made up his mind. Accept it. What the use of fear? When have I ever been afraid? No matter what kind of world it is, I will punch it through with one punch. Who is afraid of who? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer hesitated, stretched out his hand, and slapped it hard. I want to see what trouble this crappy mission of yours can cause me. The spring breeze blows. The drums of war beat. Who is afraid of who these days? Then, a flash of light appeared. The next moment, a voice appeared in Duanmu Huai's ears. Brave man, please save our world. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, and saw that he was standing in a place that looked like a dark basement. And around him, there were 3 little brats, standing in front of them. There was a group of guys wearing black robes, who looked like heretics. From what he said, it seemed that the world was facing a huge crisis, and therefore needed to summon heroes. Why did this scene look so familiar? Is it possible that I have encountered something similar before? By the way, that was in the demon world, and my whole class was summoned there. Is it standard to call for help when you can't win? But what does this have to do with joy? Although Duanmu Huai understood the current situation, he still couldn't understand what was happening. No matter how you look at it, this is a standard story of a hero saving the world, and it seems to have nothing to do with joy. However, this has become a strengthening task for joy. Why is this? According to the king, This world will be attacked by monsters controlled by the Devil King at regular intervals, and summoning heroes is to deal with these monsters and the Devil King, and each hero is bound with a weapon when summoned. Huh? Where is my weapon? Duanmu Huai then discovered that the other three were holding spears, long bows and long swords, but he had nothing, not even a broken shield. The king obviously also discovered this, and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This brave man, you don't have a weapon? It seems so, but it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. For me, it's more convenient to go barehanded. You can't say that. However, after hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the other three people started to refute. If you don't have the legendary weapon, you can't fight against the monsters at all. Are you going to die? That's right, if you don't have a weapon, even if you are so tall and strong, you are no match for those monsters. You'd better stay in the royal city. You don't have weapons anyway, and walking around will only be a burden. However, before the three of them finished speaking, Duanmu Huai glanced at them coldly. Shut up, kids. As Duanmu Huai spoke, a murderous aura suddenly burst out from him, and the three kids felt Duanmu Huai's terrifying pressure at close range, and their faces turned pale, and they sweated profusely, and were speechless. As for the king and ministers next to them, they all changed color at this moment, and they tightened their bodies, and dared not move. At this moment, in their eyes, Duanmu Huai was like an extremely ferocious beast, who could swallow them completely in one bite. How dare a few idiots, who have never even touched a knife, talk to me about how to fight? You little brats who haven't even grown all their hair. Stay away. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, several people were also very unconvinced. But they were intimidated by the fear that Duanmu Huai burst out, and did not dare to say anything more. The king also coughed, and then spoke. All the heroes must be very tired. In short, take a rest today, and we will talk about the rest tomorrow. As the king spoke, the tense atmosphere relaxed a lot, and then the servants came and led the four heroes to the residence of the other palace. The other three little ghosts seemed to want to talk about something, but Duanmu Huai was obviously not interested. He went straight back to his room, and then lay on the bed and began to think. What does this world have to do with joy? Is it because I told the GM before that he likes to punch his head? But this is not the scope of Joy Priesthood. Just like Duanmu Huai said, this is more like the scope of Destruction Priesthood. But then again, Duanmu Huai glanced at the figure standing next to him, and sneered. This world is really a bit troublesome. Just when Duanmu Huai was thinking this, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Duanmu Huai sat up, waved his hand, and then the figure next to him quickly disappeared into the darkness. Then the door opened, and a woman with wine-red hair walked in, with a bag in her arms. Hello, Lord Duanmu. The woman lowered her head, and bowed to Duanmu Huai. I am the first Princess Maddie Melamag. I am very sorry to visit you so late at night. You are welcome. What do you want to see me for so late at night? I heard that Lord Duanmu didn't have any weapons, so I specially prepared this shield for Lord Duanmu. As he spoke, Maddie took out a shield from his pocket. This shield was just of ordinary size in the hands of ordinary people, but it was obviously not as useful as a wrist guard in Duanmu Huai's hands. If you don't mind, please accept it. Thank you, Princess. Duanmu Huai took the shield, glanced at it, and then smiled, staring at Maddie in front of him. But I'm curious about one thing. When will the princess call for help? Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Maddie's face changed, and then she opened her mouth hastily, but the next moment, Duanmu Huai's big hand covered Maddie's mouth, grabbed her tightly, and pressed her on the bed. You two are good at calculating. Since you are so idle, I can't just sit there and do nothing. Duanmu Huai was certainly not stupid. When he met the king, he copied the king information with his own shadow, after all. It would be easier to ask the king directly than to listen to him speak. Although Duanmu Huai also thought that the king must be hiding something from him, he did not expect that he would actually reveal some explosive information. According to Shadow, what the king said was true. In fact, there were more heroes than just them. Other countries also had summoned or local heroes, but the shield hero was the exception. In this country, the shield heroes seemed to be regarded as some kind of evil taboo. The king originally thought that Duanmu Huai did not look as easy to deal with as those three little brats. So he discussed privately with the first Princess Maddie. Maddie would take a shield from the treasury and enter his room under the pretext of delivering weapons to Duanmu Huai. As long as Duanmu Huai took the weapons, Maddie would tear her clothes and scream. As soon as they heard Maddie cry, The guards who had been prepared for a long time would rush in immediately and arrest Duanmu as a criminal who attacked the princess. And now, woo, under Duanmu hands. Maddie twisted her body desperately, staring at Duanmu with wide eyes in horror. She couldn't understand at all why Duanmu knew everything about her and the king plan. You know, he had just come to this world. What was going on? However, soon, McGrady could no longer think about it. Because at this moment, Duanmu had already reached out, grabbed McGrady's red dress, and then suddenly pulled it. Rip! With a rip sound, McGrady's dress was torn to pieces, and feeling the cold air, McGrady froze for a moment, staring at Duanmu in horror. Since we are acting, we have to act the whole thing. Am I right, princess? Seeing this, Maddie struggled even harder, twisting desperately, and begging for mercy with a woo-woo-woo sound. Duanmu stared at Maddie with a sinister smile. As the saying goes, you can't catch a tiger cub without risking it. And you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Since you plan to use this trick against me, then, I am happy to make this accusation a reality. Woo! For Maddie, this was the only sound she could make. What going on? Why is there no movement? Hiding at the end of the corridor outside, the captain of the palace guard was a little confused. They received the king's order and followed the princess to here for a long time. According to the original plan, as long as they heard the princess cry, they would rush into the guest room and arrest the suspect. How long has the princess been in that room? Almost an hour and a half. I won't wait any longer. Hearing the answer from his subordinates, the captain of the guard gritted his teeth. The situation was too strange. They had to go forward to check it out. Follow me. As he spoke, the captain of the guard waved his hand. And then he led several subordinates directly to the guest room. And then rushed in. Bang! To the captain of the guard's surprise, the door was not locked, which made him almost lose his balance and fall to the ground. When the captain of the guard kept his balance and raised his head, the scene in front of him completely stunned him. At this moment, Maddie was lying on the bed naked. Hey, why are you here so late? On the contrary, Duanmu was standing there, looking at them leisurely, with a mocking face and a ferocious smile. I didn't expect that. A princess would be a second-hand product, which is really disappointing. You, catch him! Seeing this scene, the captain of the guards was furious. He roared, and soon the soldiers around rushed forward, and all waved their spears at Duanmu. Facing the spears stabbing at him, Duanmu did not dodge or evade, but just stood there. The next moment, he saw the spears piercing Duanmu's strong muscles, and then they broke and exploded. Seeing this scene, the captain of the guards almost popped his eyes out. What did he see? This man? Was he not afraid of swords? However, before the captain of the guards could make any further moves, Duanmu walked in front of him and stared at him. Take me to see that old guy. I want to see what he has to say. Chapter 1552 Departure. Bang! When Duanmu kicked the door open and walked into the palace again, the king sitting on the throne was now livid. And in front of him were fully armed soldiers and 3 other brave men. Evildoer! How dare you do such atrocities to my daughter? Do you know your crime? Know your crime? Duanmu scratched his ears, looking indifferent. What does it matter? What are you talking about? I am a hero. Duanmu showed a cold smile, staring at the king. You summoned me here. Didn't you expect the hero to save your lives from the devil? If so, what wrong with me playing with the princess? Anyway, I want to save your lives. So in return, you can ask for anything. At this point, Duanmu sneered. Isn't that the truth? Since you ask others to save you, then you should naturally satisfy all the other party wishes. Let alone the princess. I just want to enjoy the queen and princess together. Isn't that a matter of course? After all, I saved your entire country. One nonsense. Hearing this, the king was so angry that his head almost smoked. You are not a hero at all. You are just a villain pretending to be a hero. You are just foolishly investing your fantasy in a hero. Duanmu sneered at this. What do you think a hero is like? What is a hero? What a joke. The hero is a guy who can even destroy the devil. How could he listen to you idiots, who can't even defeat the devil minions? You've read too many fairy tales, and you've forgotten what reality is. Nonsense, nonsense. I was wondering before, why would the 3 heroes summon a 4th person? Now I understand, you are a demon disguised as a hero. The king shouted, while looking at the other 3. Please, brave man, please take down this impostor. I would do it without you telling me. Your Majesty. At this moment, the three travelers also took up their fighting stances and stared at Duanmu Huai. When I first saw him, I thought he was not a good person. But I didn't expect him to be like that. To commit such atrocities. Such evil acts. We will never recognize you as a brave man. Just surrender. What you did, no matter in which world, is against the law. And it is unforgivable. Hearing the roar of the three time travelers, Duanmu Huai yawned. Little devils are little devils. Let me see what you can do. Watch out. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, the three time travelers' faces also sank. And then, they clenched their weapons and rushed directly towards Duanmu Huai. After all, Duanmu Huai was not even wearing clothes at the moment. Only a pair of shorts. Although he was sturdy, he was holding an indestructible sacred weapon. Ha! One of them held a spear, another held a long sword, and the last one drew his bow and arrow behind them, aimed at Duanmu Huai, and attacked at the same time. But Duanmu Huai just stood there, unmoving, watching their weapons stabbing at him coldly, and then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and just grabbed the weapon stabbing at him. How could it be? What going on? Seeing that their weapons were actually grabbed by Duanmu Huai with his bare hands, both of them were shocked. The spear was fine, but the long sword was very sharp, and if an ordinary person tried to grab it with his hands, he would definitely get hurt. However, Duanmu Huai's hands were like iron, grasping their weapons tightly. Quick, let go, you bastard. So little devils are little devils. Looking at the two people who were desperately trying to draw their weapons in front of him, Duanmu Huai sneered. You are so old. Do you still think that others will do what you say? Remember this sentence well. Don't be so stupid as to be used as a gun in your next life. Accompanying this sentence, Duanmu Huai suddenly exerted force with both hands. The next moment, the holy spear and holy sword just shattered completely in Duanmu Huai's hands with a crack sound. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those were indestructible sacred weapons used to fight against the Demon King army. How could they be as fragile as cookies in this man's hands? Before they could react, Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed the heads of the two men, and pressed them hard to the ground. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the heads of the sword hero and the spear hero burst like watermelons, completely shattered. Duanmu Huai also raised his head at this time, and then saw an arrow. Whoosh! Passing by his ear and falling on the ground next to him. Behind them, the brave man holding a longbow had a pale face, trembling and unable to speak. Just seeing this scene, you are so frightened and panicked, you are not qualified to be a brave man. Staring at the archer, Duanmu Huai showed a hideous smile. As if frightened by his hideous smile, the archer trembled, and then quickly stepped back. Ah! Don't come over here. Don't come over here. He stumbled back, trying to reach out and draw the bow and arrow again. But his hand was shaking so much that he couldn't even take out the arrow. When he finally pulled out the arrow, a huge shadow had completely enveloped him. The bow warrior raised his head tremblingly, and saw only Duanmu Huai's indifferent and terrifying face. That it, kid. Bang! The bow warrior body was trampled under Duanmu Huai's feet, twitching for a moment. And then, there was no movement. Duanmu Huai raised his head at this time, staring at the king sitting on the throne. Next. It's your turn. Soon. A night passed. The next morning, Duanmu Huai left the royal city. And behind him, the king and princess, and the guard saluted him respectfully. Good luck on your journey, sir. Oh, I see. You should do your own thing. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and the latter bowed his head respectfully again. Yes, sir. Duanmu Huai did not do it himself. He just summoned the shadows of these people, and then ordered them to kill the original body and then replace it. Although the king of this country is very stupid, Duanmu Huai did not think of leaving the country without a leader. From this point of view, the copy of the shadow is still very useful. Just replace them directly after killing them. As for the three idiots, Duanmu Huai didn't even need to replace them. Anyway, the summoning of the heroes had not been announced to the public, so they died. The advantage of replacement is that Duanmu Huai has a lot of funds this time, and also obtained the royal token, and has the power to enter and exit all places in the country and mobilize the army. Such a good start, and at the first time. I have to say, Duanmu Huai is in a good mood at the moment. Of course, he thought that this should have nothing to do with joy. Then, the next question was about the Demon King army. as he walked out of the royal city and began his journey. Duanmu Huai recalled the knowledge he had gained from the information provided by the shadows last night. According to the information provided by the shadows, there are 3 big countries and many small countries in this world. Of course, even the big countries are just a royal city and a few cities. The small countries are even simpler, just a city and a few villages. However, with this kind of civilization background, you can't expect any metropolises with a population of millions. These 3 major countries are the front lines of the battle against the Demon King army. Each country also has its own heroes who fight against the Demon King. For example, this country method is to summon heroes from other worlds to fight against the Demon King army. Duanmu Huai also heard from Yingzi that the neighboring country has a method called protection, which is said that everyone is given a kind of protection when they are born, and this protection represents their ability. At present, the country has already seen the presence of a brave holder, and is forming a team to fight against the Demon King army on the front line. As for the other country, it is similar to the legend of King Arthur, where the holder of the artifact is recognized by the artifact, and is regarded as a brave warrior who fights against the Demon King. How should I put it? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, they are all typical. According to intelligence, the 3 countries have already had brave warriors take action. Among them, there is only one brave warrior in the country of protection. And then a team is formed with several adventurers who aim to fight and destroy the Demon King together with the brave warrior. As for the heroes of the Kingdom of Divine Instruments, there seem to be 4 of them at present, but the details are unknown, and we only know that one of them is the princess of that country. There were originally 4 of them on my side, but in the end, I was the only one left. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Those 3 rubbish, it a waste of time to keep them, it better for them to die. As for the Demon King, it the classic Demon King plus the 4 heavenly kings, there's nothing much to say about this. Maybe all the Demon Kings in the world like the design of the 4 heavenly kings. Duanmu Huai doesn't know where this came from. If we have to find 4 heavenly kings, can't we find 5? Can't we find 3? Or just one on the left and one on the right? Or, is this the tradition of the Demon King? The law of the ancestors cannot be changed. If that the case, Duanmu Huai thinks it better for the Demon King to change. After all, history has proven that the Demon Kings who fought against the 4 heavenly kings all died. Maybe they died because of this unlucky number. In short, first go to the front line to see what the so-called demon army on the opposite side is. If it's the classic subhuman versus human battle, a boring fight where each side regards the other as a demon, then Duanmu Huai will decline. The Inquisition doesn't care about the infighting among humans. Of course, if it really a demon, that another matter. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't care about the dead, he will definitely stand on the side of humans in the battle between humans and demons. But then again, the more he studies this information, the more puzzled Duanmu Huai becomes. This world has nothing to do with joy. Isn't it just a traditional dragon quest? How can this thing be joyful? Could it be that there is something else I haven't noticed? Chapter 1553 Border. Basically, in similar worlds, the heroes fight against the Demon King alone or in small teams, and the reason is very simple. Humanity lacks both manpower and firepower. Generally speaking, the demons have sufficient manpower and powerful firepower, or can drive monsters to fight for them. In comparison, humans can mobilize much less manpower. Especially in this era, there are neither weapons of mass destruction nor weapons that are easy to use. In a battlefield where the numbers are the only way to win, the side with the largest number and least fear of sacrifice will naturally have the advantage. So in order to offset this advantage, the best way is to concentrate a small group of elite forces and launch a decapitation operation against the opponent, no matter whether the opponent is a demon, a zerg, a green skin or something else. This tactic is useful. The premise is that the hero must be strong enough. So in simple terms, it is not that humans do not want to use the human wave tactic, but simply cannot afford it. If they could afford it, they would have played it long ago. So, can decapitating the Demon King solve the problem? Actually, it can't. Beheading the Demon King will only lead to a leaderless group. The Demon King army may start a civil war because of the struggle for ruling power, which will give humans some time. Therefore, the best way is to completely eliminate the Demon King army, kill them all, and leave no one alive. Humans just can't do it, so they can only choose to assassinate the Demon King as a second choice. After all, it takes at least a dozen years to train a warrior from birth to being able to go to the battlefield, and the interval is too long. The level of human civilization in this world is not high. The population is low. And the birth rate cannot be guaranteed. What the point of playing the human wave tactic? Forget it. In short, let's take a look at the current situation here. And then it's not too late to make a decision. It didn't take long for Duanmu Huai to reach the border fortress, because he had the king handwritten letter in token. He soon met General Gross, who was in charge of guarding the fortress. Are you the summoned hero? General Gross is an old man over 50 years old. He looks very dignified. However, when he saw Duanmu Huai, the old general was quite surprised. From another perspective, I heard that the heroes summoned are not from another world. So what? What do you think heroes from another world should be like? Duanmu Huai crossed his arms and stared at the old general, who frowned and thought for a moment. I don't know. But at least they should be different from us. Although you are indeed quite different. Okay. Enough of the small talk. Let's get down to business. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, cutting off the topic. And the old general didn't say much. After all, the other party held the king personal letter in token, and even had the power to mobilize the kingdom army. So he could only do as he was told. I want to know about the current movements of the Demon King army, and their composition. That's not a problem. Obviously, General Gross was quite capable. Or in other words, as long as he wasn't an idiot who just sat there doing nothing, this level should be taken for granted. Soon, he unfolded the military map and began to introduce the current situation to Duanmu Huai. According to Gross, the Demon King army launched its first large-scale attack about a month ago. At that time, all countries were caught off guard and fled in panic. They also lost the border fortress and had to retreat here. After confirming that the invasion of the Demon King army was true, the capital immediately began the plan to summon heroes. Duanmu Huai asked carefully and confirmed that the Demon King army was indeed composed of demons. At least from the old general description. They were not even subhumans, but pure aliens. Among them, monsters like ogres and gargoyles are also included as the main vanguard force. And as the king said, the Demon King army will manipulate a large number of monsters to attack, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. After all, for the Demon King army, it doesn't matter how many monsters die. But for humans, even losing one soldier is a problem. Therefore, even if 10 monsters are exchanged for one soldier, it is a huge profit for the demons. And according to the intelligence, the brave team of the Kingdom of Protection seems to have eliminated one of the 4 heavenly kings. So the Demon King army is now more cautious. And in order to avoid encountering brave men again, the remaining 3 heavenly king generals do not seem to plan to appear on the front line like before. Which is good news. After all, if you charge into battle and get hit by a hero, you will lose both your wife and your army. I guess that's how the unlucky 4 heavenly kings died. But this doesn't mean the situation has improved. The Demon King army seems to be planning to suspend its offensive against the Kingdom of Protection and turn to our country. Oh! Why do you think so? Because officially, only our country has not yet had a hero. Gross hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his guess. The Kingdom of the Protector has eliminated one of the 4 heavenly kings, and it has been confirmed that a hero will appear. The first princess of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment is a hero who possesses a divine weapon. Only our country has not officially announced a hero yet. Therefore, from the perspective of the Demon King army, as long as they can defeat our country in one go, it will be much easier to deal with the other 2 countries. It sounds better than singing, but it is not that easy. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. So, are there any problems now? The biggest problem is, of course, the lack of manpower. General Gross gave a helpless smile. The Demon King army can manipulate thousands of monsters, which is really a cheating method. Moreover, those monsters themselves have powerful strength. Ordinary soldiers are no match for them at all. Have you ever thought about recruiting adventurers? Even if you can't let them go to the battlefield to participate in regular battles, at least you can form a guerrilla team to conduct reconnaissance and harassment on the Demon King army from the rear. We can't afford to pay them enough. The old general shook his head again. Besides, the adventurers' ethics are not trustworthy. It's hard to say whether they will become accomplices of the Demon King army and attack us. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai pondered for a moment again. By the way, I saw the subhuman slave trade here on the way here. Can we let those subhumans form an army to fight? Now I can be sure that you are indeed a hero from another world. The old general smiled bitterly. Your proposal is something we would never even consider. Oh. Why? According to legend, these demi-humans were originally the accomplices and subordinates of the first Demon King. After the first Demon King was annihilated by the first hero, they scattered and fled to various places. In fact, in every era when the Demon King invaded humans, there were demi-humans who became accomplices of the Demon King army. Therefore, we would never consider asking the demi-humans to help us fight the Demon King. It would not benefit them at all. On the contrary, if our country is destroyed, they will be too happy to wait. I see. Duan Muhui narrowed his eyes, then silent for a moment, and nodded. Okay, I already understand the current situation. So what is the first combat goal you want to achieve now? To be greedy, it is naturally to destroy the Demon King army. Ha ha ha, okay, just kidding. As far as I can see now, what I want to do most is to recapture the occupied fortress. At this point, General Gross clenched his fists. The attack of the Demon King army came too suddenly, causing the fortress to fall without any preparation. Strictly speaking, if we could have detected the invasion of the Demon King army earlier, we could have completely resisted the attack. Although this canyon is suitable for defense, it is only a temporary stronghold after all, and is not enough to resist the formal attack of the Demon King army. Looking back now, the fortress fell too easily. There must be a traitor. General Gross clenched his fists, showing an unwilling look. Perhaps he really was unwilling. Are there enough soldiers? At present, as long as we take back the fortress, there are still enough soldiers for defense. Of course, the premise is that the opponent does not have two powerful demons. This possibility is basically non-existent. After all, the old general himself said before that the demons like to show their strength by charging into battle. This is also the reason why the four heavenly kings will personally go to the front line to fight. After all, as long as they crush human resistance with their unstoppable posture, they will greatly improve their morale, weaken human fighting spirit, and show their strength. That is, one of them jumped too happily, and after being killed by the brave, the other three learned to be timid. But this does not mean that other powerful demons will be timid. The demons respect strength, and as long as they show a stronger power than the four heavenly kings, they may seize the opponent position. I heard that the current status of the four heavenly kings was also obtained by defeating their previous masters. Not to mention that one of the four heavenly kings is missing now. There must be many demons eyeing it, trying to show their strength to get this vacant position. Double the patrol. Duan Muhui finally made a decision. But in this way, the defense will be reduced. You said that the demons were just harassing before. I have a hunch that they will not just harass. They may launch an attack in the next 2 days. Therefore, I want you to send more people to be on guard. If there is any situation, notify me immediately. Okay. Brave man. Although the old general wanted to say something, he didn't say anything in the end. Perhaps he also felt that if the Demon King army really marched in, then the few people under his command would not be enough no matter how he manipulated them. In this case, it would be better to learn about the other party actions earlier, and it might be easier to guard against them. After that, Duan Muhui naturally stayed here. The simple checkpoint did not have a place for Duan Muhui to live, so the old general arranged Duan Muhui to stay in the hotel in the village next to the checkpoint. He also told the village chief to take good care of this customer. Of course, the old general also emphasized Duan Muhui's identity as a brave man. This naturally frightened the inexperienced village chief and made him nod his head repeatedly. Then he immediately arranged the best room in the hotel for Duan Muhui. Lying on the bed, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, Duan Muhui let out a long breath. To be honest, until now, Duan Muhui didn't think this mission had anything to do with pleasure. But he had already decided. No matter what the world was like, he just had to do what he wanted to do. As for whether he would be happy in the end, we see when the time comes. Maybe the other party would see that he was not qualified and directly revoke his position as a priest of happiness? If so, it would be a good thing. After making the decision, Duan Muhui closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 1554. The story of a border boy. When Lin walked out of the room, it was morning. He put on his armor, held his weapon, looked up at the sky, and checked the time. Ah, brother. Just then, a clear and sweet voice sounded. Lin lowered his head, and saw a girl with playful brown curly hair smiling and greeting him. That was his sister Ailian, who was washing clothes by the river at the moment, and waved to him vigorously. Good morning, brother. Are you going on patrol? Yes. Lit tightened his grip on the long sword at his waist and nodded. He was just a militiaman here, and he was mainly responsible for patrolling the surroundings of the village. Although he had only been on guard against wild beasts before, with the invasion of the Demon King army, he had to be on high alert. Even though there was a checkpoint of the Kingdom army nearby, he did not let down his guard. Be careful on the road. Ah, by the way, at this point, Alien seemed to have thought of something. I just saw Sister Mina go to the cemetery. Really? Speaking of which, at that time again. Hearing his sister's words, Lit nodded. I go see her. Well, please, brother. After saying this, Lit turned and left. And Alien stared at Lit back, clenching her fists tightly. Come on, brother, I'm rooting for you. Following the rural road, Lit came to a cemetery in a corner of the village. When he walked into the cemetery, he saw a girl standing not far away, praying silently with her eyes closed. Mina. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lit couldn't help but sigh. And then he walked silently to Mina's side and accompanied her. Mina's parents were killed by the demons. Not recently, but a few years ago. Perhaps the remnants of the Demon King army who wandered here. At that time, Mina was just a child, and their parents were killed by the demons to protect them. Lit and Mina grew up together. He still remembers that Mina's parents were very honest and kind people, but they were killed for no reason. It was because of this that when Lit saw Mina's heartbroken look at the funeral, he secretly made up his mind to protect Mina. So he joined the militia. Even if he is not a big shot now, one day, he will use the sword in his hand to protect Mina. Ah, Lit, you are here. After a while, Mina finished praying and turned to look at Lit. Lit nodded and looked at Mina. Are you okay? I don't know. Mina shook her head. It'd been several years. I thought I had forgotten it quietly. But every time I come here, I can clearly remember what happened that day. As if it happened yesterday. I can't forget the ugly appearance of the demons at that time. If I could, I would even want to kill those demons with my own hands. But, speaking of this, Mina lowered her head and looked at her hands. I can't do anything. Hearing the sigh of her childhood sweetheart, Lit didn't say anything, but just clenched his fists. And at this moment, Mina raised her head and looked at Lit. Lit, I'm worried. I don't want you to die like them. If you die, I have nothing. Lit turned his head and looked at his childhood sweetheart. Looking at her moist eyes, Lit suddenly felt changed. For Lit, Mina was his childhood sweetheart, and they had a good relationship. He still remembered the scenes of them playing with Alien. But now, under the sunlight, Lit looked at her fair cheeks, moist eyes, bright and smooth golden hair, and her curves slightly revealed in her dress under the sunlight. Suddenly, he felt his heart start to beat. In his memory, Mina was still a carefree girl, but the one standing here was a young girl. A beautiful girl full of youth. I won't die. Rit said this with great difficulty, and turned his head away at the same time. For some reason, he didn't want to face the passionate emotions contained in those wet eyes. I will protect you, Mina. Yeah. Hearing Lit answer, Mina lowered her head silently, and then whispered after a moment. I believe you, Lit. Yes, yes, Mina. Perhaps wanting to break up the strange atmosphere, Lit changed the subject abruptly. Did you know? The hero came to our village. Ah, I already know about this. Huh? Really? Yes, I was called by the village chief yesterday, and asked to serve the hero well. Is that so? After all, Mina originally worked at the inn, so it was natural for the village chief to ask her to serve the hero well. Have you met the hero? Well, although he is a bit fierce, he is unexpectedly a good person, and is very kind to me. A bit fierce? Unexpectedly a good person? Hearing Mina answer, Lit was a little surprised. These words don't seem to be used to describe the hero. But now is not the time to ask, because it is getting late. I am afraid that my partner has been waiting for me for a long time, and it is time to go on patrol. After all, the general has issued an order to increase the patrol shifts of the scouts to prevent the sudden attack of the demons. If we continue to talk, we will be late. Sorry. It's almost time. I have to go. See you later. Mina. See you later. After waving to Mina, Lit turned and left the cemetery, while Mina just stood there, looking at Lit back, without saying a word. When Lit arrived at the meeting place, his companions who had been waiting there for a long time were already a little impatient. Really? Where have you been? Like Lit. The woman wearing the same guard armor stared at him with dissatisfaction. Her name is Lillian. She is a new member who joined the guard corps at the same time as Lit. But she joined 2 hours earlier than Lit, and has always treated Lit as a senior. Of course. Although Lillian Tone is a bit arrogant. She is a very caring person. Today our patrol route is the hills outside the village. If we are later, we may not be able to return before the sun sets. Do we need to go to the mountains? Yes. Lillian shook her black twin ponytails. Send patrols as much as possible to guard the surroundings. And report any findings immediately. After all, this is no longer a remote village that is at peace with the world, but the front line against the Demon King army. To be honest, I still don't feel it. Walking beside Lillian, Lit looked around and sighed. Originally, this village was just a remote countryside in the country. Apart from the locals, only people in the nearby towns knew about it. But now, this place has become the front line against the Demon King army. Me too. Lillian walked beside Lit and whispered. But I will try my best to protect everyone. And isn't the hero here too? With the hero here, we won't lose. The hero? Can he really defeat the Demon King army? What nonsense are you talking about? The hero of the Kingdom of Protection has already eliminated one of the 4 heavenly kings, so the hero of our country will definitely not lose to the other side. Lit didn't say much, just nodded, and continued to perform his mission. When the two finished their patrol, night had already fallen. Really, it's all your fault. If you had come earlier, we wouldn't have to go back in the dark now. On the way back, Lillian complained unhappily, and Lit knew that he was wrong, scratched his head with a bitter smile. Sorry, Lillian, it's all my fault. It's good that you know. Let's hurry up. If it's too late, we might not even have dinner. Before she finished her words, Lillian stopped, and then she looked ahead with wide eyes. Wait, what's going on there? Huh? Hearing Lillian's voice, Lit looked up and... Look there. I saw a thick black smoke rising into the sky, merging with the black night. Under the darkness, the blazing fire was clearly visible. That? A checkpoint. Damn it, is the attack of the demon army coming? Quick! Lit, we have to go back. Okay. At this moment, Lit also ran with Lillian. At this moment, he was thinking only of his well-behaved sister and childhood sweetheart Mina. You must be safe. Perhaps it was good luck. When Lit rushed back to the village, there was no attack by the demons, but everyone was already panicking, running for shelter. Alien? Have you seen Mina? Rit saw his sister at a glance, and rushed forward and asked loudly. Alien was relieved to see Lit back, and nodded vigorously. I was also looking for Sister Mina. She said she was going out to pick fruits, and she hasn't come back yet. Damn, she wouldn't go to the woods in front. Hearing Alien answer, Rit's heart sank. I go find her, and you go to the shelter with everyone. Okay. Brother. Be careful. Although somewhat reluctant, Alien nodded obediently, and then turned and left. Lit also rushed out of the village quickly, and ran towards the woods. Just when Lit came to the entrance of the woods, he saw a figure lying on the ground, surrounded by 2 snake-headed monsters. That was Mina. Mina! Seeing this scene, Lit was also furious. He roared and rushed forward, raising his long sword and rushed towards the demon in front of him. The 2 demon soldiers obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly rush out, and they were also shocked. They turned around and attacked quickly. At this moment, Lit was extremely angry, exerting a strength far beyond his usual strength. He swung his sword and cut off the head of one of the demons. Then, he increased his speed and rushed into the arms of another demon. Before the other party could react, he saw the sharp blade piercing the demon head from bottom to top. Only then did Lit stop panting and looked at Mina. Mina, are you okay? Lit. At this moment, Mina also jumped up, threw herself into Lit's arms, and hugged him tightly. Thank you. Lit, thank you. Mina, gently stroking Mina trembling back. Lit said nothing, while Mina hugged Lit with her backhand and held him harder. Lit, you have really become stronger, and you are different from before. As she spoke, Mina raised her head, and looking at the girl at this moment, Lit's heart was moved. Mina. At this moment, in Lit's eyes, it seemed that only the girl in front of him was left, and everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. He slowly lowered his head and approached Mina. Boom! However, at this moment, suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed beside the 2 of them. The 2 people came to their senses in shock. They looked carefully, and were shocked to see that in front of them was a giant monster several meters tall, strong, and with 6 arms. Ha ha ha, human, delicious human. I finally caught him. Get out of here, devil. Rit stood in front of Mina, raising the long sword in his hand, but the latter just glanced at him, and the next moment, the long sword in lit hand turned red, and feeling the irresistible heat, Rit also hurriedly dropped the long sword. Then he saw, the long sword completely turned into a pool of bright red molten steel on the ground. Is this also the power of the demons? Ha ha ha. A mere mortal, trying to stop me, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is really courting death. The huge demon sneered again. When they heard each other's words, Lit and Mina froze. The 4 heavenly kings? Is this demon in front of them one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King army? Mina, run! Lit gave up his life at this moment. He picked up a branch from the side and rushed straight towards the demon in front of him. However, just as he started, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. No! Lit! At this time, Lit could only hear Mina vague scream. What he saw in front of him was that the demon stretched out his hand to grab him. However, immediately afterwards, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed the demon arm. The next moment, Lit completely fell into the dark abyss of unconsciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lit finally woke up slowly. He sat up, looked around, and found himself in a strange room. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and then Lit saw an old man walk in. It was the old village chief. Oh, Lit, you're awake. Village chief. Seeing the village chief, Lit suddenly became excited. Where is this? Where is the village? How is everyone? Ali and Mina. Okay, calm down, Lit. The old village chief reached out and patted Lituk on the shoulder. The village is safe and sound. Everyone is fine. Everyone is fine. But the 4 heavenly kings. Yes, the 4 heavenly kings attacked, but we were all scared, and we thought we were dead. Luckily, the brave man who destroyed the Demon King army arrived at the critical moment. He is worthy of being a brave man. He easily tore the terrible demon into pieces. Thanks to him, you and Mina were saved. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. This is my home. Alien has been looking after you just now. But she is also very tired. So I let her go back to rest. Mina came to visit you before, and she seemed to have something to say to you. But she left at this late hour. But Mina home was destroyed by the Demon King army, and she should be staying in a hotel now. Is that so? Thank you, village chief. Rit stretched his body and nodded to the village chief to express his gratitude. You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the hero. Ah, he is indeed a hero. Even the big demons of the level of the 4 heavenly kings are vulnerable in front of him. Now it seems that our country is really safe. In short, it's good to be safe and sound. It already late today. We talk about the details tomorrow. Go home and have a rest. Okay, thank you, village chief. Light nodded, and then left the village chief house. When he walked out of the house, he saw that the surroundings were indeed in a mess, but most of them were still well preserved. Seeing this scene, Light was relieved. Then he turned and walked towards home. However, halfway through, Light saw the hotel not far away, and then he remembered Mina's figure and everything that happened before. Mina. Light murmured the name of his childhood sweetheart, hesitated for a moment, and turned around and walked towards the hotel. There was no one in the hotel. Light pushed open the door of the hotel and walked into the hotel, only to see a dim, uninhabited hall. And at this moment, Light heard a low, creaking sound coming from the 2nd floor. It was like something was twisting, and Light also heard a vague sound. Woo. Mina? Although the voice was unclear, Lita could still recognize the voice of his childhood sweetheart. After all, they grew up together. Could it be that Mina was injured? Thinking of this, Lituk also hurriedly went upstairs, and then came to the door of the guest room. Lituk stretched out his hand, but the door was locked, and the voice coming from inside was still vague. Accompanied by the noise, the voice coming from inside was intermittent. Lit concentrated his attention, but couldn't hear clearly. Sir. Brave sir. Is it okay? Yes. Sir. Please leave it to me. The noise became more intense, and the originally vague sound fluctuated. How could it be? This is worse than before. Then, is that the end? The inner voice paused for a moment, and then sounded again, as if Mina had made up her mind. "No, I'm fine, sir." Hearing this, Lituk narrowed his eyes. What was Mina saying? What did she want to say? "So what are you going to do?" Please use my. There was a roar in his ears. At this moment, Lituk felt as if he was not standing on the floor, but in the clouds. He seemed to be in a dream, and could not believe the words he heard. Was that the voice of his childhood sweetheart? Was it her words? The lively, cheerful, always smiling and greeting him, taking care of Alien like an older sister. His closest childhood sweetheart? Did she have such a side that he didn't know about? Very good. Then get ready. Yes. The mixed and distorted noise became more and more violent, making people feel as if the whole hotel was shaking, and the floor was shaking constantly, as if an earthquake had erupted. But at this moment, Lituk felt his mind was blank. Chapter 1555 Intelligence. Huh? When Duanmu Huai walked out of the hotel, he felt refreshed. Although it was a rural area, it was not bad. Recalling the beautiful dream last night, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Although the rural girls here were not particularly beautiful, they were simple and well-behaved and interesting. No matter what she was asked to do, she would do it obediently, and she would try her best to cooperate with him. It was not that other people were disobedient, but this feeling was still quite fresh. As for giving such a reward for saving her from the devil, Duanmu Huai also thought it was normal. At least, it was much better than being a slave in the next life. Well, after a night rest, I'm refreshed. Let go and see the old man. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai hummed a song and walked towards the checkpoint outside the village. Unlike Duanmu Huai, who enjoyed a night, the old general now had 2 dark circles under his eyes. But he was radiant and excited. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, the old general also laughed and waved to Duanmu Huai. Brave man, you are here. We have just received a report from the front line that the Demon King army is evacuating at the fastest speed. I have ordered the first army to assemble quickly to occupy the fortress they abandoned. After this battle, I think the Demon King army will not be stupid enough to dare to attack our country again. The old general said this with confidence. In fact, anyone who saw Duanmu Huai fighting yesterday would be full of confidence in this. They still remembered that the demons were using tens of thousands of monsters to charge towards them. To be honest, relying on this unsafe high ground and fragile outposts, they were even ready to be crushed by the other side. However, to everyone's surprise, Duanmu Huai stepped onto the front line at this time. And then he raised his hand and clenched it tightly towards the army of monsters in front of him. Then, an unimaginable scene appeared. The seemingly endless army of monsters exploded instantly, and in a moment, they were scattered all over the ground and turned into corpses. Even the demons that came after that were no match for Duanmu Huai. The demons were divided into 2 groups, one trying to attack the checkpoints, and the other flying through the sky to attack the village. The soldiers hoped that Duanmu Huai would first destroy the demons that attacked the village, and they would hold out until the other side came back. But unexpectedly, Duanmu Huai did not do so. Instead, he rushed into the demon army with a giant hammer in his hand. Then the soldiers saw Duanmu Huai raise the hammer and smashed it down. Then the demons flew up, and then fell to the ground. The giant hammer was raised and smashed down. The demons flew up and fell down. After repeating this several times, the entire demon army was wiped out, and Duanmu Huai returned to the village without looking back. Not long after, they received a report that one of the 4 kings was killed on the spot by Duanmu Huai, and his guards were killed. It was hard to say whether it took an hour from the beginning to the end of the war. But no matter what, General Gross and his subordinates were already in awe of Duanmu Huai. I can only say, you are worthy of being a hero. Or, we are the strongest heroes. Okay. Although the hero of the Kingdom of Protection also killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but according to intelligence, the hero team also won a tragic victory, and lost a lot of troops and manpower. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, but as long as I count the number of casualties, I can imagine how fierce the war against the 4 heavenly kings was. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the hero is probably limited. Unlike the heroes of our country, beating the 4 heavenly kings is like beating grandsons, pressing them to the ground and beating them until they cry for their parents and can't even get up. This is so satisfying. The soldiers who saw this scene at that time all felt extremely angry. You know, the demons have always been much stronger than them. Although the opponent relies on human wave tactics, to be honest, even in a one-on-one situation, Few soldiers can take advantage of the demons. Being humiliated by the demons is a common thing for them. These soldiers also gritted their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the demons are indeed much stronger than them. Because of this, when Duanmu Huai pinned one of the 4 heavenly kings to the ground and beat him up, everyone felt so happy. You demons will also be pinned to the ground and rubbed one day. It's a pity that there are no cameras in this era, otherwise, if we filmed it and played it in a loop, it would definitely boost the morale of the human race. But even if there were no cameras, the soldiers who witnessed this scene were also very motivated, and even took the initiative to chase and kill the fleeing demons. Because of this, when one team tracked the remnants of the demons all the way to the frontline fortress, they found that the other side had entered the fortress. As a result, the demons stationed in the fortress heard that their leader had been beaten to death by the brave. They were naturally scared and retreated in a hurry. When they found that the demons were trying to withdraw from the fortress, the team hurried back to report. Upon learning this, the old general was overjoyed and sent people to investigate overnight. After confirming that this was not a trap set by the demons, he immediately gathered soldiers and set out to take back the fortress. Humph! The demons came prepared this time. They are really cunning. But they are too smart. And in the end they lose everything. Which is really ridiculous. Speaking of the information obtained from the demon captives, the old general also laughed. Although the old general had predicted that the Demon King army would launch an attack because no heroes had appeared in his country. After actually capturing and interrogating the prisoners, he found that the Demon King army was coming with great force this time. And the reason was different from what he thought. In fact, the Demon King army had already known that his country had summoned heroes. So they launched a large-scale attack. As for the reason, it was actually very simple. The hero of the Kingdom of Protection killed one of the 4 heavenly kings before, which not only greatly boosted the morale of humans, but also reduced the morale of the demons. If the 4 kings were really killed by the hero, then the demons would also doubt whether the hero was born to be the nemesis of the Demon King. The Demon King would never win with the hero around. Once this situation of shaking the army morale spreads, the war will naturally not have to be fought. In fact, the restraint of the demon army during this period of time is itself very telling. Therefore, the Demon King asked his men to think of a way to boost the morale of the Demon King army. It would be best to kill a hero, so that the demons would know that the hero is not immortal. In this way, it would be much easier to fight. So who should we choose? The heroes of the Kingdom of Magical Tools are in the capital. It is unknown when they can really reach the capital. The heroes of the Kingdom of Protection have proven their abilities. If they can kill one heavenly king, they can naturally kill another. So the remaining 3 heavenly kings discussed for a long time. After learning that the 3rd country had finally summoned a hero, they made a decisive decision. Gather troops and attack the Kingdom of Summoning first. The reason they made this decision is also very simple. The heroes of the Kingdom of Magical Tools and the Kingdom of Protection are all native, and they have experienced many battles, and have super strong combat power and rich experience. But the heroes of this summoning country are summoned from another world, and they are not familiar with this world at all. Moreover, what kind of fighting power can such a summoned little devil from another world have? The demons also know how to pick on the weak ones. The demons have even thought about it. If the opponent is stupid enough to come to them, they will use the terrain to lure him to death. If the opponent runs away, they can publicize it. The heroes will also run away when they see the demon army, which can also boost morale. However, despite all their calculations, the demons did not expect that the hero summoned from another world was not a lamb. It was a Godzilla. And a complete one. So it was a tragedy. You know, in order to be absolutely sure, the Demon King's army sent the Fire King, who was the best at attacking among the 4 heavenly kings. The one who was killed by the Protector hero before was Earth. However, the best frontal combatant among the Demon King's army, who was even second only to the Demon King in ferocity and brutality, and who was feared by even the demons, was beaten to the ground by Duanmu Huai in a head-on confrontation. This has already caused the 3 views of those demons to collapse. It can be said that the battle plan of the Demon King's army this time not only failed to achieve its goal, but also made things worse. After this blow, I am afraid that the Demon King's army will not dare to act recklessly for a long time to come. Of course, this does not mean that the 4 heavenly kings are not powerful. Duanmu Huai also calculated during the battle that these so-called 4 heavenly kings are basically at the level of demigods. So the Demon King is probably at most a quasi-god. For this world, The Demon King may be the final boss. But for Duanmu Huai, who possesses the two powerful powers of the God of Destruction and the Old Ones, it is like looking at a child who has just entered the first grade of elementary school. Well, this is normal. After all, this is not an enhanced copy of the God of Destruction, but an enhanced copy of the God of Joy. It doesn't look like a very powerful guy to fight against. On the other hand, if Duanmu Huai wants to be the Demon King, then he will be invincible in destroying this world, and no hero can stop him. This happy copy. It can't be that I become a Demon King and destroy the world. This is too ridiculous. I have sent someone to deliver the news to the palace. I think everyone will be very happy to hear this news. The old general didn't know what Duanmu Huai was thinking, but he was quite excited at this time. After all, the brave man of his country showed overwhelming combat power, and single-handedly pinned one of the four kings, the most powerful Fire King, to the ground, beat him up, and tore him into pieces. Now the old general wanted to howl to the sky. Can the heroes of the other two countries do it? Ha ha, you can't do it. Report, General. Just when the old general was secretly happy, the messenger came in a hurry. Seeing his solemn expression, the old general's heart skipped a beat. What wrong? What happened? Did the troops that took over the fortress fail? That would be a huge loss of face for me. The hero has killed the king, and I am a loser. I might as well resign on the spot. We received a report from Shadow. Oh! Hearing this, the old general also hurriedly took the letter and checked it. Shadow is the name of their intelligence unit, which is mainly responsible for collecting intelligence. The Shadow unit was collecting intelligence around the fortress before. As a result, before they had time to report, the fortress was broken by the Demon King army, and those members of the Shadow unit also lost contact. Now it seems that the previous members of the Shadow unit discovered that the fortress was taken back, so they hurriedly sent intelligence. What wrong? Seeing the old general face change slightly, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, and the old general carefully read the information, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. According to the information, the Demon King army is currently surrounding the Principality of Logavia. Explain in detail? The old general knew that Duanmu Huai knew nothing about this, so he quickly explained that the Principality of Logavia was a small country located between the Kingdom of Summoning and the Kingdom of Protection, which only had one city and a few villages. It is usually used as a transit station between the two countries. The trade between the two sides is transferred through this principality. Of course, in the current situation, cross-border trade is basically suspended, but this is not important. According to the intelligence of the Shadow Force, the brave men of the Kingdom of Protection are currently in the Principality of Logavia, and the Demon King army is trying to block Logavia and trap them to death. Oh! Brave men? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. After he came to this world, he had never seen what the brave men of other countries looked like. Those three idiots don't count. Where is the Principality of Logavia? Mr. Brave, you wouldn't. Hearing Duanmu Huai question, the old general suddenly had a bad feeling. Let go and take a look. I also want to see what the brave man who fights against the devil in this world is like. Chapter 1556 Attack. That Logavia. Standing on the hill, looking at the city in the distance, Duanmu Huai frowned. From a distance, you can see that the city has been surrounded by the Demon King army. The whole city is surrounded, and it is impossible to escape. Logavia is the transit station connecting us with the Kingdom of Protection. The man standing next to Duanmu Huai spoke up. He is a spy of the Shadow Force, and an expert in intelligence investigation. I have always wondered why other countries did not react when we were attacked. Now it seems that the Demon King army should have surrounded Logavia at the same time as the fortress was attacked, so that we were out of touch and had no idea of each other's situation. At this point, the Shadow Agent smiled bitterly. But to be honest, even if the Kingdom of Protection knew about our situation, I'm afraid they wouldn't send anyone to help us. Why? Are you not on good terms? That not the reason. The spy shook his head, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Brave, in your opinion, what kind of power is the protection? Protection? Let me think. It should give some ability, or be more proficient in specific professional skills? Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, the spy sighed. Indeed, as Mr. Brave said, those who hold the protection will be stronger than ordinary people when they use the ability in the field specified by the protection. This is true, although the Kingdom of Protection calls it God blessing. In my opinion, it is more like a curse. Oh! How do you say that? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested and asked curiously. The holder of the protection can only live in the way specified by the protection. Let me put it this way. If a person holds the protection of a craftsman, then he can only be a craftsman in his life. And more importantly, he has to do it. Because once a person violates his own protection, then they will be very painful. And even want to die. Is there such a thing? After hearing the spy report, Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, to be honest, it's okay for people like craftsmen and doctors to have protection, but some people protection is fighting, or even killing, which is very scary. When I was collecting intelligence in the Kingdom of Protection before, I saw a similar scene in a tavern. At that time, a man provoked someone who wanted to beat him up, but the man took out a knife and cut the other person's throat, killing him. He said that this was because he had a killing protection, and if he didn't kill for a period of time, he would be in great pain. When the other people in the tavern learned about this, their reaction was, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. I have to say, after listening to the spy description, Duanmu Huai was really speechless. Your Excellency, the brave man also finds it strange. Right? Actually, I think so too. Fortunately, only those who were born and raised on that land can awaken the protection. Once they go to other places to get married and have children, the next generation will not have the ability to protect. Therefore, the people of the Kingdom of Protection believe that their country is the chosen country favored by God. After all, compared to us and the Kingdom of Magical Tools, they are the only ones who are born with this strange talent. As he spoke, the spy shrugged his shoulders. But if you ask me, I think this is more like a curse. That country is not a place for normal people to stay. Of course, the other party doesn't think so. So the people of the Kingdom of Protection always look down on other countries. That's why I said, even if they knew our situation, they wouldn't send troops to help us. Duanmu Huai also laughed at what he heard. The people of the Kingdom of Protection are indeed arrogant, but they have their own reasons for being arrogant. But Duanmu Huai was also very curious. What if a civilian awakened the King Protection, then would the current king give up the throne? Or kill him? But what the spy said was not wrong. Rather than a blessing, it was more like a curse. A blessing from God. Right? It seems that when I deal with the Demon King, I have to pay attention to what this God is. Forget it. Let's ignore those boring things and talk about the current situation. What is the movement of the Demon King army surrounding Logavia? No special changes. The spy also put on his expression and began to report seriously. It seems that the Demon King army thinks that we can't organize an army to rescue Logavia for a while. So they want to continue to hold on. After all, as long as Logavia is captured, the Demon King army will be able to seize the frontline base for attacking our country and the Kingdom of Protection. Moreover, Logavia is good at weapon manufacturing. Once it is captured, the strength of the Demon King army will also be enhanced. It is already early winter. For Logavia, material reserves may be a problem. The main force of the Demon King army besieging Logavia is orcs. They have thick skin and strong combat effectiveness. The cold winter has little effect on them. Frankly speaking, it is indeed a problem. At this point, the spy paused, and the enemy has more than 30,000 soldiers. And we only brought 5,000 soldiers. And they are all infantry. I said we can fight. And we can fight. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Order everyone to prepare for battle. I want to have dinner in Logavia before dark. Yes. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do. Seeing that this brave man was so decisive, the spy no longer hesitated and hurriedly turned around and left to give orders. After all, they can only trust the brave now. At the same time, in the castle of the Principality of Logavia, the atmosphere was also extremely solemn. Although the enemy has temporarily suspended its offensive, I believe it won't be long before the Demon King army will attack again. Standing in front of the sand table was Gaius, the captain of the Logavia Guard, and opposite him stood a girl with long golden hair, dressed like an adventurer. That was the princess of the Principality of Logavia, also an outstanding adventurer. Lislet Ofer Logavia. At this moment, she also frowned, with a heavy face. With the supply and materials running out, it will be even worse if we delay any longer. Now the whole city is blocked. It is impossible to escape. What do you think, brave man? As he spoke, the captain of the guards turned his head and looked at the 5-member team standing on the other side of the long table. They were the brave men from the Kingdom of Protection. Hearing the captain of the guard's question, everyone looked at each other. And then a black-haired man spoke. I think. Woo woo woo. However, before the black-haired man finished speaking, he heard a horn sound from afar. Everyone was stunned when they heard the horn sound. It's the attack horn. Has the Demon King army launched an attack? Go and have a look. Everyone rushed out of the room in a hurry, came to the city wall, and looked outside along the cold wind. To their surprise, it was not the Demon King army that launched the attack. On the contrary, the Demon King army that had surrounded the royal city was turning around quickly at this moment. From the looks of them, it seemed that they were planning to deal with the attack. Over there. Just when everyone was still confused, a girl raised her hand and pointed to the distance. Looking in the direction of her finger, everyone saw that, on the hill in the distance, an army was gathering there, and the flag they were holding high was the flag of the summoning country. They are coming to reinforce. Seeing this scene, the captain of the guards and Lizlet shouted excitedly. Because the royal city was surrounded, they had no way to ask for help, and the messengers they sent out several times were captured and killed by the Demon King army. In fact, they had already given up hope for reinforcements. But they did not expect that the other side actually sent reinforcements. But the number difference is too big. The black-haired man standing next to the girl observed carefully, and then showed a serious expression. There are less than 10,000 of them, and they all look like infantry. What? How do we fight them? Hearing the black-haired man's words, everyone was stunned and didn't know what to say. You have to know that the Demon King army not only has monsters, but also 30,000 orc soldiers. Ordinary human infantry has no chance of winning against orcs. Are they here to die? Duan Muhui stood in the front, and behind him were fully armed soldiers. Of course they were very nervous and scared. After all, there were 30,000 Demon King troops in front of them, and they were strong orcs. And they only had 5,000 people, and they were all infantry. Logically speaking, there was no way to fight. But they still stood here, because the one who led them was a brave man. Well, it was good, and this was good. Duan Muhui stood at the front, staring at the Demon King army. His fingers opened, then closed, and then opened again. Then, let's start. As Duan Muhui's mind turned, the next moment, a card appeared in Duan Muhui's hand. He raised his right hand high, and then clenched it tightly. Chant, heaven-devouring holy dragon. Roar. Accompanied by the roar that resounded through the battlefield, the holy white dragon spread its feather-covered wings, emerged from behind Duan Muhui. It raised its head and roared to the sky. Next, yellow prayer. Sacred relic of prayer. Gate of heaven, the ethereal, holy prayer chanting sounded and resounded in the soldiers' ears. This made the soldiers look at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know where this prayer poem came from, but with this sound, they could feel that the fear deep in their hearts was dissipating. Not only that, they felt that they were full of strength, a kind of strength they had never felt before. The heavy dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone on the soldiers. At the same time, they were surprised to see that in the clouds, a huge white door appeared, and beside it, angels holding golden bells surrounded it. Duan Muhui opened his right hand, and then, a spear fell from the sky and landed in Duan Muhui's hand. Then he thrust the War Maiden spear into the ground with force. The light emitted by the spear shone on the soldiers. And then, they were surprised to find that their heavy armor was now as light as feathers. Not only that, on the outside of their bodies, they could also see a layer of armor that looked like a phantom. Is this God blessing? At this moment, the holy white dragon has landed in front of Duan Muhui, lowered his head, while Duan Muhui held a war hammer, jumped up, and stood on the white dragon. Then he turned around and looked at the soldiers behind him, raised the war hammer, and swung it forward. Forward! Warriors! After the words fell, Duan Muhui grabbed the holy white dragon with his left hand, and suddenly flew into the sky, and then rushed straight towards the Demon King army. Seeing this scene, the soldiers behind were just stunned for a second, and then, oh! Charge! Charge! They raised their weapons high, and rushed towards the stunned enemies below like tigers descending from the mountains. It must be said that the scene created by Duan Muhui was really cool. So much so that when he drove the white dragon into the Demon King army, the latter only reacted. However, it was too late. Pure white breath burst out from the mouth of the white dragon, penetrating the entire line of the Demon King army. Duan Muhui swung his war hammer, and the orcs were smashed into meat paste wherever he went. The strength displayed by those soldiers was also frightening. Originally, human soldiers were not as good as orcs, but these soldiers could easily withstand the orcs' attacks that could smash people into meat paste. Not only that, the orcs' thick skin and flesh, which could normally withstand dozens of arrows, were as fragile as tofu in front of these soldiers' weapons. Almost as long as the soldiers swung their swords, the orcs on the opposite side would be split in half with their weapons. The enemy is numerous, and we are few. Generally speaking, we cannot win in this situation. But now the situation is reversed. Duanmu Huai drives the White Dragon to directly break the formation of the Demon King army. And the soldiers following him are killing people, killing the orcs, and making them flee in panic. After all, the Demon King army and humans have a blood feud. Especially the orcs, who are the minions of the Demon King army. It can be said that since the Demon King army launched the war, more than half of the attacks on human villages and towns were done by these orcs. Many of the soldiers had deep hatred for the orcs. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, how could they let them go? As for the Demon King's army, the strange vision that appeared when Duanmu Huai summoned them before had already frightened them greatly and made them waver. In addition, there was the extremely powerful White Dragon in front of them. Duanmu Huai riding on the White Dragon, who was like a god of death, and the crazy soldiers behind him. The orcs were just stupid, but not foolish. Now that they saw that they could not win, they naturally collapsed and began to be defeated. However, it is not that easy to leave if you want to. Just when the Demon King army was in chaos because of the sudden attack, a horn sounded in the besieged city of Logavia. Then the tightly closed city gate opened, and the brave man and the soldiers of Logavia rushed out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they finally launched a counterattack against the Demon King army. At this moment, the overall situation has been decided. Chapter 1557 The Definition of a Hero. Although the Demon King's army had more than 30,000 people, the reality was not a game, and they could not fight to the death until the last moment. In fact, when Duanmu Huai led the way through the Demon King's army, he and his soldiers only killed more than 10,000 people, and the remaining orc soldiers completely collapsed, and they threw away their weapons and fled. Not to mention that Luo Jiawei also took advantage of the chaos of the Demon King's army and rushed out to kill, and vented the anger of being surrounded for several months. Finally, nearly half of the Demon King army was killed, and the rest fled without a trace. It was not until then that Duanmu Huai came to the city gate, jumped off the White Dragon back, and joined the Logavian army. Then, he saw a blonde girl rushing over and bowing her head to him. "I am Princess Lislet Ofer Logavia of Logavia. Thank you for your help. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Your Highness." Duanmu Huai nodded to Lislet, and then the spy beside him hurriedly introduced him to the princess. "Your Highness, this is the brave man summoned from another world by our summoning country. It was under his leadership that we repelled the attack of the Demon King army. Just 2 days ago, the brave man killed the Fire King, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He eliminated the threat of demons in our country, and after learning about the situation in the Principality of Logavia, he came to assist you." As he spoke, the spy raised his head proudly. After all, the 3 great powers were competing openly and secretly. Their own heroes were obviously better, so they had to show their support. A brave hero from another world? Lislet was obviously confused after hearing the spy explanation. She raised her head and took a closer look at the bald man who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, wearing black, heavy armor inlaid with golden skulls and double-headed eagle logos, carrying a war hammer, and had a ferocious look on his face. "You said this is a brave hero? A hero from another world. Is that so?" "Maybe. After all, he is from another world." "Thank you, hero." Lislet bowed her head again to thank him. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our Principality of Logavia would be completely destroyed. Nothing. It's my duty to eliminate the threat of human beings." Duanmu Huai carried the war hammer and looked around. "By the way, I heard that you also have a hero here. Where is he? Is he dead? I also want to see what the heroes of this world are like." Faced with Duanmu Huai's wild and unruly speaking style, Lislet couldn't get used to it for a while, but fortunately, her savior came. "Hey Lit, the battle is over, what are you doing here?" Just then, several people dressed as adventurers came over, and seeing these people, Lislet's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is the team from the Kingdom of Protection." She hurriedly introduced Duanmu Huai, and then turned to the brave team, who had just arrived here, and didn't know what happened. This is a brave man from another world summoned by the summoning country. It just so happens that he wants to talk to you about something. I go deal with the aftermath first. After saying this, Lizette left as if escaping, leaving the brave team who stayed here looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened. Then, they saw Duanmu Huai coming over. Are you the brave team? Looking at the adventurers in front of him, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes curiously, looking at them. Then who is the brave? No one answered, but they all cast their eyes on a girl in the team. She had short blue hair and red eyes, and looked quite cute. But she had no expression on her face, just stood there quietly, without saying a word. Are you the hero with the protection? Come! Let me see. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked to the girl, stretched out his hand, lifted the girl's chin, asked her to raise her head, and then stared at the girl. Seeing their hero being treated like this, the people around seemed to want to rush out to do something, but were quickly stopped, while Duanmu Huai stared at her, frowning slightly. At this moment, the girl still had no expression on her face. Even if she looked directly at Duanmu Huai, or was stared at by Duanmu Huai, she did not react at all. However, from her eyes, Duanmu Huai had already figured out the truth of the matter. So this is the so-called protection of the hero? Are you kidding me? As a true god with powerful divine power, Duanmu Huai saw through the situation of the young hero at a glance. In fact, he was more inclined to the spy statement that this so-called protection was actually more like a curse. In other words, it was a curse imposed by the gods. In fact, this kind of curse is very common in myths and legends. For example, if a believer drinks too much and annoys the gods will curse him, making him feel like drinking water in the future, without any feeling, and he will never get drunk. For a drunkard, this is a fatal curse, but for a non-drinker, it seems to be just like that. And now this girl is being cursed like this. She cannot feel cold or heat, nor can she feel pain, and will not be affected by toxins. She looks like she is immune to all abnormal conditions. But in fact, if she cannot feel anything, then naturally she has no sense of being alive. If she cannot feel pain, naturally she cannot understand how serious her injuries are. Because of this, even when facing Duanmu Huai, the girl did not have any emotional ups and downs, because she was completely numb. She could no longer feel any stimulation from the outside world, and naturally, she would not have a similar reaction. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also saw a series of designated curses on her body. The so-called designated curse is to specify a certain aspect that you are not allowed to do, or to do something. For example, if you are not allowed to touch a woman, then your body will not be able to follow your idea of touching a woman. Even if you want to bump into a woman, your body will not allow you to do so. The curse this girl suffered was similar. For example, a hero cannot abandon his companions, or a hero cannot stand by and watch someone in distress die. These are of course the good qualities of a hero in the legend. But the problem is that it was a choice made by the hero out of his own will. And this girl at the moment has no power to choose at all. She is like a robot, an NPC, who has to act when a command is triggered. And it doesn't matter what she thinks. This is totally using people as robots. You call this a blessing from God? That must be an evil god. To be honest, even in the world of Faerun, no god is so idle and bored. Listen, little girl. Staring at the girl, Duanmu Huai thought for a while, and then spoke. This is not a blessing at all, but a curse imposed by God. I can help you remove these curses, but the premise is that you have to be willing. I know you can hear me. So I want to ask you one thing. Do you hope to be free from this curse? What are you talking about? Hearing this, the young hero did not react. But the people in the team next to her reacted violently. How dare you say that? You don't understand the meaning of the protection to us. I don't need to understand. I just act according to my knowledge and my understanding. Duanmu Huai simply ignored the other party roar. So what? Little girl, do you want to be free? This is your question, you decide for yourself. However, the young hero just stared at Duanmu Huai without saying a word. Okay, then you take your time to think about it. Duanmu Huai did not expect her to make a decision immediately, but waved his hand, let her go, and then looked at the others. You too, if anyone wants to remove the curse, you can come to me. This is the blessing given to us by the gods. Oh, that's what I want to say. Facing the woman who looked like a devout believer, Duanmu Huai's face turned cold. After destroying the Demon King, I will go to meet this evil god of yours, who treats humans as toys, and then kill it. You? How dare you do this? This is the duty of the Inquisition. We do not allow any existence to threaten humans, whether it is the Demon King or the god. Anyone who violates this rule will die. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Your so-called god uses so-called protection to restrain humans. For the Inquisition, this is an indisputable heresy against humans. Just wait. After I twist off the devil head, the next one will be this shit you believe in. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and strode into the city. Notify the team to assemble. We are going into this city. I hope their dinner is still hot. Yes, Mr. Brave. Rogavia did hold a sumptuous dinner for everyone to celebrate the victory. As a brave man, Duanmu Huai was also invited to the scene. The rest were the senior nobles of Rogavia and the brave team. After all, if they hadn't fought hard, I'm afraid Rogavia would have been lost long ago. Duanmu Huai didn't like socializing, luckily. Those nobles didn't dare to bother him, so after a hearty meal, Duanmu Huai took a bottle of wine and went to the balcony outside to enjoy the breeze. While Duanmu Huai was blowing the bottle and watching the lively celebration parade in the city, the balcony door opened, and a figure appeared behind Duanmu Huai. To be honest, I would rather have a woman come to me than a man. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze from the brightly lit street and looked at the man behind him. What do you want to talk to me about? I do have something to talk to you about. My brave master. The man walked to Duanmu Huai with a wine glass in his hand. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gideon. Gideon Ragnarsson. My sister Ludi is the protected hero. You are the brother of that unlucky girl. Duanmu Huai shook the bottle. So, what do you want to see me for? Gideon looked at the night view outside and was silent for a moment. Can you really remove the protection on Ludi? Of course. But this should be her decision, not yours. That true. In fact, I agree with you that the protection is a curse, not a blessing. Gideon lowered his head. His voice was low. That child has a protection that is ineffective against abnormal states. But do you know what that feels like? She can't feel cold or heat, nor can she feel pain. Even sleep and eating are out of her reach, because sleep and hunger are also abnormal states, so they are completely ruled out. Good man, this is really awesome. Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up. It's not easy for this girl to live to this day. Gideon looked up at the starry sky with a melancholy face. When she was young, the child once went to the mountain to save her missing friend. Then her friend was attacked by a bear. The child should have run away at that time. But she couldn't. Because a brave man can't stand by and watch someone die, so, even if she was killed, she could only stand there and fight against the terrible giant bear to protect her friend. That was not her own will, but the effect of the protection. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. What kind of stupid thing is this? To be honest, I have always hoped that my sister can get rid of all this. Although she has become very powerful now, I can't imagine what she will be like after she defeats the devil. However, as a hero, this is what she must do. I don't think so. Duanmu Huai shook his head, interrupting Gideon's words. To be honest, after I came to this world, I felt that the people in your world were stupid. Stupid? Yes. You seem to believe from the bottom of your heart that only the brave can defeat the devil, and no one else can do it. Right? Isn't that the case? Of course not. Duanmu Huai raised his head again and gulped down a bottle of wine. You have misunderstood the cause and effect. It is not the heroes who can defeat the devil, but the ones who defeat the devil are qualified to be called heroes. Everyone can kill the devil, no matter if you are a hero or not. As long as you defeat the devil, then you are a hero. It's that simple. Duanmu Huai threw the empty bottle aside. In fact, I have experienced a similar world before. At that time, I met a team of adventurers. They also went to fight against the devil in that world. There was a guy among them. His dream was to become a hero and a brave man, to destroy the Demon King, and to protect mankind. So he embarked on the road of adventure, and destroyed the Demon King's subordinates, and tried his best to help those humans who were harmed by the demons. That was not because of the request of the protection, but he did it willingly. It can be said that, except for being a little handsome and a little nosy, this guy is still in line with the style of a brave man. Ha! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Gideon didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Duanmu Huai and decided to remain silent. Duanmu Huai continued. At that time, this team of adventurers went to look for the sword of the brave. because it was said that only a brave man could pull out the sword of the brave. So they went to that place and tried to pull out the sword of the brave. And then? Did he succeed? He failed. Duanmu Huai shook his head. He didn't pull out the sword of the brave, which means he is not the legendary brave. But he didn't give up. On the contrary, he continued on the road to defeat the devil, because he believed that, even if there was no sword of the brave, as long as he defeated the devil, then the sword in his hand would be the sword of the brave. Duanmu Huai laughed and looked at Gideon. Do you understand? That the brave is an honorary title, not a savior or guardian. I think that I can just put everything on the hero. Because that is the hero mission. This is just laziness and shirking responsibility. Because I am not a hero. I will not fight against the devil. No wonder you were beaten like this. For you, maybe fighting against the devil is the hero responsibility. And others just need to play the role of being harmed. No one spoke. After a while, Gideon's voice sounded again. Thank you for your advice. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai picked up another bottle of wine, waved his hand, and then opened the door, and the sound of the door closing sounded behind him. Duanmu Huai sighed and looked at the sky. Sure enough, just like before, compared to the enemy standing opposite, the guy standing next to you is the most dangerous. Chapter 1558 Going Out to Fight. Gideon was very fast. The next morning, Duanmu Huai had just finished breakfast, when he saw the members of the brave team led by Gideon coming to him. Some of them glared at him, some were observing him, and some showed an expression of watching the fun. I have explained the specific situation to everyone, Gideon said, while looking at his sister beside him. Ludi, make your own choice. Wait a minute. Just then, a lewd man wearing glasses hurriedly spoke up. How can we listen to the nonsense of such a guy with unknown origins? Maybe he is a demon in disguise. Who is that idiot? Duanmu Huai took a sip of tea and pouted at the lewd man, who raised his head with a smug look on his face. I am Iris, the sage of the brave team. You despicable demon. I have seen through your identity. Prepare to die? Oh. Duanmu Huai nodded, turned to look at Gideon. Is that sage his protection? That right. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Gideon smiled bitterly helplessly. No wonder, I was wondering, where there is such an idiot sage. It turns out to be a fake product that is selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai answer, Iris turned pale with anger, and Duanmu Huai completely ignored him and stood up. Okay. Then let's take a step back. Suppose I'm a demon in disguise, and I want to destroy the heroes here. What will you do? Is there any need to ask? Of course, I can't let you succeed. You want to shake us with lies and take advantage of us when we are careless. Your conspiracy will not succeed. As long as we work together, see through your conspiracy, then your lies will lose their effect. Okay. Duanmu Huai nodded. Go out and fight. It must be said that, after hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone in the opposite brave team was stunned. The sage who had just been eloquent and talking non-stop was even more confused. Huh? I'm not really good at persuading people. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and raised it. Most of the time, I believe that force is better than words. That right? I'm here to frame your demon clan. Are you satisfied now? Let go out and fight. Let me see, you protected puppets. What exactly can you do to fight me? After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and strode out of the restaurant, while the others were confused. Finally, you looked at me. I looked at you. What else can you do? Just follow me out. Soon, the group walked out of the Principality of Logavia and stopped on the battlefield outside. At this time, the news that the two sides were going to fight quickly spread throughout the city of Logavia. Upon hearing this news, the king, princess and ministers of Logavia were all shocked and hurried over. On the contrary, the soldiers of the summoning country who followed Duanmu Huai stayed far away, watching the show on the city wall. Two brave men. At this time, Lizette also rushed out of the city gate in a hurry. Please calm down, there must be some misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, interrupting Lizlette's dissuasion. That idiot sage suspected that I was a demon, then come to stop me. I just want to see what the so-called power of protection is. This, seeing Duanmu Huai was completely unmoved. Lizette could only look at the brave team opposite. Sensing her pleading eyes, Gideon shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. So, sir, are you going to fight our entire team alone? Of course. I'm best at cleaning up together. Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand and hooked his finger at them. Come! Let me see. What are you? The so-called brave men blessed by the gods. Capable of. Interesting. Hearing Duanmu Huai words, the muscular man in the brave team laughed, clenched his fists, and suddenly bumped. Although I have no grudge against you, I also want to know how capable the brave man from another world is. Just right, let me see what you can do. As a knight of the church, I can't turn a blind eye to your blasphemous remarks. Another woman with long black hair, holding a spear, also stepped forward, and took an attacking stance towards Duanmu Huai. Humph, you are so boastful. I want to see how long you can keep bluffing. The sage looked gloomy, snorted coldly, and prepared to cast a spell behind the three people. Gideon and Ludi looked at each other, and drew their weapons from their waists. In that case, please forgive me for being rude. Looking at the 5 people who were ready in front of him, Duanmu Huai folded his arms and nodded. Very good, since you are ready, I won't be polite. But I say this in advance. Be careful. Otherwise, you die. As soon as the words fell, Duanmu Huai's body trembled, and an incomparable murderous aura burst out from him. Feeling this oncoming murderous aura that almost destroyed everything, the faces of the brave team on the opposite side also changed drastically. They are not rookies who have just started out, but experienced adventurers who have experienced hundreds of battles. They have faced countless demons, and even fought against one of the 4 kings of the demons. They are very experienced. Not only that, if we talk about momentum, the hero Ludi in their team is also no problem. As the strongest person designated by the gods, she has the protection of the hero. Others can instinctively realize that they are not her opponent just by looking at her. Even powerful fighters and church knights with firm beliefs cannot overcome this instinct of fear. Just being stared at by Ludi, they can't help but want to run away. However, the terrifying aura brought by Duanmu Huai is far greater than Ludi. It's not that they are invincible. It feels like a natural disaster. They even lost the consciousness to escape, because their survival instinct has been almost destroyed. It feels like they are facing and witnessing the destruction of the earth and sky, except for waiting for the last moment in despair. They can't do anything. This pressure is more terrifying than the 4 heavenly kings. Is he really the demon king? Swish. The sword flashed, and then everyone saw the petite girl rushing out of the team, holding a sharp blade and rushing towards Duanmu Huai. Unexpectedly, the first person to attack was not the sage, but the brave Ludi. As expected of a guy blessed by the gods, he really has some skills. Duanmu Huai was not surprised that Ludi could resist his fear and pressure. After all, she was cursed by the gods. Ludi could not feel any emotions at all, and naturally, she would not be afraid or terrified. But unfortunately, the shortcomings were also obvious. Looking at the girl rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai grinned, raised his right fist, and clenched it tightly, and blasted her directly, facing Duanmu Huai's seemingly ordinary punch. Lu Ti also raised the brave sword in her hand, and chopped it down hard at Duanmu Huai's fist. Dang! The fists and blades collided, and then the brave sword in Lu Ti's hand was completely smashed and exploded, and she flew backwards like a cannonball, tumbling nearly 100 meters away, and then collapsed to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Seeing that the brave did not even take Duanmu Huai's blow, the other members of the brave team were also shocked. Ludi! The second person to rush out was Gideon. He ran towards Ludi while shouting loudly. Duanmu Huai just casually swung his palm in the direction of Gideon. Gideon, who was originally running towards Ludi, seemed to have noticed something and quickly stopped and tried to dodge. However, he was hit by something and flew up in a spin, and then fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! Watch out! Seeing 2 members of their team being taken down by Duanmu Huai, the warriors and knights also became nervous. They almost used all their strength and roared at Duanmu Huai from both sides. As members of the brave team, these 2 people are naturally not in vain. The power that burst out of their bodies is just like turning into 2 giant pythons, opening their bloody mouths and rushing towards the target. Even if it is the army of the demons, under such a full-strength attack, they will only be completely penetrated. However, Duanmu Huai just stood there, motionless, and coldly watched the 2 rushing over. Then, the 3 of them collided with each other. Boom! The shock of the explosion even made the soldiers on the distant city wall feel that the entire city wall seemed to be shaking. It can be imagined how terrible this force is. Even the battlefield that had not been cleaned up was filled with smoke and dust. making it impossible for the people outside to see what was happening inside. Only the fighter and the knight knew. What? How is this possible? The two stared at the front in amazement, and could not believe what they saw. In front of them, Duan Mu Huai just stood there, with his arms folded. The fighter's invincible right fist hit his chest, and the knight's spear pierced Duan Mu Huai's lower abdomen. Under normal circumstances, those who were hit by their full-strength attack would only have one way to go, and that was death. But Duan Mu Huai just stood there, without moving. Instead, the two felt that their attacks were like hitting a solid wall, and had no effect at all. They looked at each other, and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. Just as the people on the distant wall were anxiously observing the battlefield filled with smoke, suddenly, they heard a sound of whoosh, and then the wind blew up, blowing away the smoke and dust around. Then everyone saw two figures flying out of the smoke and dust, and then fell heavily to the ground. In just less than a minute, the brave team was completely defeated. Seeing this scene, the people of the Principality of Logavia widened their eyes. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and the soldiers of the summoning country cheered loudly. After all, they had long known how powerful Duan Mu Huai was. Now seeing Duan Mu Huai so easily deal with the brave of the Protector country, they were even more excited. After all, the Protector country is the kind of country that is arrogant in this world. No one likes them. Being able to witness their own braves pinning the brave team that represents the face of the Protector country to the ground and beating them up. They can brag about it for 10 years. No, I can brag until I die. Even if I am lying in bed, old and frail, I can still brag to my grandson. Back then, your grandfather, I watched our heroes beat the brave team of the Kingdom of the Protector to the ground. Grandpa, you have told this story 800 times. But, it's not over yet. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up. And then, they saw a huge meteor falling from the sky and hitting them. Iris, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us? The fighters and knights who had come to their senses at this moment saw this scene, and their faces turned pale. They knew that it was one of the most powerful magics of the sage, the meteor. This magic was enough to destroy the entire battlefield. Even if they usually faced this kind of magic, they had to be careful. And now, they were knocked to the ground, and there was no way to stop it. Ha ha ha. However, the idiot sage turned a deaf ear to their roars, just raised his hands high, with a crazy look on his face. You are indeed the devil. Die, devil. Amid the sage roar, a huge meteor fell from the sky, falling towards Duan Mu Huai. Seeing this scene, everyone on the city wall exclaimed, and the soldiers of the summoning country even cursed the sage for being shameless. Everyone could see that this was no longer a simple exchange. This was a fatal blow. Facing this meteor, Duan Mu Huai just raised his head, clenched his fist, and blasted it out. Boom! The meteor that streaked across the sky exploded completely in the air before it could fall to the ground. Then it turned into a huge, shining firework and disappeared into the air. The sage stared at the scene blankly, as if he had no idea what was happening. How could it be? The strongest magic he had just used with all his strength was directly blown up by the opponent in the air? Are you kidding me? Is this something a human can do? No. He is not a human. He is the Demon King. He must be the Demon King. Just then, Duan Mu Huai came to his side, and looking at Duan Mu Huai in front of him, the sage trembled all over, and then knelt down directly. Master Demon King, please forgive me. I am willing to serve you. Please let me be your follower. I am willing. Before the sage could finish his words, Duan Mu Huai had already grabbed him, lifted him high, and then smashed him directly to the ground. The sage's body trembled suddenly, and then there was no reaction. The battle is over. Chapter 1559, The Curse of Protection. It must be said that, this time Duan Mu Huai fought against the brave squad, but he made a big splash. For the soldiers of the summoning country, they knew Duan Mu Huai combat power, but the people of the Principality of Logavia did not know. Although Duan Mu Huai had led the people of the summoning country to fight before, at that time he was mainly responsible for charging, and he did not encounter any generals of the Demon King army. So the people of the Principality of Logavia subconsciously thought that Duan Mu Huai power might be more in summoning or assisting. This is not surprising. After all, generally speaking, the abilities of heroes and their countries are closer. For example, the heroes of the Kingdom of Protection are protected, and the heroes of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment are called heroes only after they have obtained sacred weapons. So as a hero summoned by the Kingdom of Summoning, it is normal that Duanmu Huai abilities are close to those of the Kingdom of Summoning. After all, the slave mark that is now popular all over the continent and makes the subhumans hate it is the masterpiece of the Kingdom of Summoning. Although Duanmu Huai's size also proves that he is very good at fighting. I didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. You have to know that the opponent is a brave team. And they once killed one of the 4 heavenly kings. They have outstanding achievements and proven strength. Even if the competition is not a life and death fight. It is too exaggerated to be defeated so easily. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai did not use heavy hands. And after Lu Ti used the brave magic to heal herself, she immediately got up and treated the others one by one. Including the sage, who was smashed into the ground by Duanmu Huai. Because the brave cannot watch others die. Even if Lu Ti hates that person, her body will uncontrollably heal the other person. Well, this is the protection. This thing is a pure curse. The hero healing ability is very strong, and everyone was healed quickly, even the sage. But everyone looked at him with a bit of contempt. After all, although they were knocked to the ground just now, their ears were not deaf. Not only did this bastard want to summon meteors to attack them regardless of their lives, even after being defeated, he knelt down in front of Duanmu Huai and begged for mercy, which really embarrassed them. You have to know that this duel is watched by people from Logavia and the Kingdom of Summoning. If you simply lose, it's just because you are not as skilled as your opponent. If you lose, you lose. You can practice again. But as a sage of the brave team, you turn around and kneel down to beg for mercy in front of the person you regard as the devil. Do you still have any shame? I really didn't expect that you would be such a person. The female knight clenched her fists and stared at Iris angrily. If her spear hadn't been shattered by Duanmu Huai, she would have wanted to pick up the weapon and stab the opponent through. Iris' face was also very ugly at this moment. But she still argued with a stiff upper lip. You don't understand at all. I did it on purpose. I wanted to lower his defense, so that I could attack him when he was careless. How to launch it? The fighter asked unhappily. Your protection is that of a sage, not an assassin. And will your begging for mercy be of any use? You knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. But you were still knocked over by the opponent? What do you mean? Do you think this is my fault? Nonsense, you were the first to say that the man was the devil. Of course it's your fault. Of course, it would be fine if you just lost, but you actually knelt down in front of so many people and begged for mercy. You have disgraced us all. Hearing the roar of the fighter, the sage face turned pale. He was shocked when he saw Duanmu Huai just now. It was only now that he realized that there were so many people watching on the distant city wall. At this moment, the sage felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. He could even imagine that it would not be long before his heroic appearance would spread across the entire continent. I am not. The sage was dumbfounded and speechless. Then, he turned to Ludi angrily. It's all your fault. You are not a hero at all. A true hero is invincible. Not like you, who was knocked down by one punch. You are just letting her win. Humph, I understand, you are not a hero. This is not the place for me to stay. After saying this, the sage turned around and tried to leave. Wait, where are you going? I'm going to find a real hero. I'm tired of playing house games with you fake guys. Only a real hero will recognize my value as a sage. After leaving this sentence, the sage left resolutely, and everyone watched his figure disappear, and was speechless for a while. Just go, I never liked this guy. The fighter snorted coldly, not taking the sage seriously at all. But it really strange. Gideon had no intention of keeping the sage. On the contrary, he was carefully checking his sister at this moment. Ludi has the protection of the hero. How could she be defeated by one punch? It's very simple. It's the protection of the hero that hurt her. At this time, Duanmu Huai, who had been watching the excitement coldly, finally spoke, but his answer surprised others. Hey! How could it be? I hit each of you with the same amount of force. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Do you understand now? Wait, that's even more wrong. Isn't it? None of us fell completely. Why did the hero fall? The fighter was even more confused, but Gideon thought of something, and trembled all over. Wait, I understand. It's the protection. Protection? The female knight looked at Gideon in confusion, and the latter hurriedly explained. This gentleman is very powerful. Although he said he held back, it is still very difficult for us to withstand his attack. Therefore, when we feel something is wrong, we will try our best to avoid it. so as not to cause fatal damage to our bodies. Isn't this natural? The fighter was puzzled. After all, warriors are like this. In the martial arts world where Duanmu Huai was before, there are more similar situations. For example, when two martial arts masters duel, if one of them feels that the situation is not good and is about to die, he will risk getting injured to avoid the fatal attack. After all, injuries can be recovered, but death is the end. That's true for us, but not for Ludi. Gideon shook his head vigorously. Ludi has a protection that makes her immune to abnormal states. In other words, she can't even feel pain, so we can quickly change the transformation when we sense danger. But for Ludi, she can't feel pain at all, and naturally can't feel danger. Speaking of this, Gideon himself was scared. Before, Ludi had always been invincible. Although she had been injured, the hero had a powerful healing protection, and she could be saved as long as she had a breath left. So Gideon overlooked one thing. That is, when masters fight, they will not give you a chance to regret. Just like the punch Duanmu Huai hit Ludi just now. If it was him, a fighter, or a female knight, they would use the pain they felt in their bodies when the weapon broke to determine the situation in front of them, and then try to avoid it. This is why Duanmu Huai knocked the three of them to the ground just now. But the three of them were still conscious. On the one hand, Duanmu Huai only used a little strength, and on the other hand, they avoided the vital points at the last moment. But Ludi didn't feel the pain at all. She didn't have the awareness at all. After all, fists are not like swords. When you see a sword coming at you, you can predict that the opponent will chop off your head or limbs next. But when a fist comes at you, unless it hits you, you can't feel how powerful that punch is. Strictly speaking, Gideon and the others only took half a punch from Duanmu Huai, but Ludi took a solid punch from Duanmu Huai. The result must be different. The fighter and the female knight were both warriors. After listening to Gideon's explanation, they understood the reason and their expressions changed slightly. They knew that Ludi Braid protection was a bit cruel, but in their opinion, there was no protection more reliable in battle. But now it seems that this is really a curse. After all, the abnormal state is invalid, which only makes Ludi unable to feel it. But it does not mean that her body is invincible. It's like if the opponent cuts off Ludi's hand, Ludi just can't feel the pain of her hand being cut off. But it doesn't mean that her hand will not be cut off. Similarly, if the opponent can kill Ludi, then Ludi will die. She just can't feel the pain and fear before death. Sure enough, this blessing is a curse to his sister. At this moment, Gideon's expression also became serious. He was extremely glad that he noticed this during the competition with Duanmu Huai. Otherwise, if they fight the Demon King with this mentality, the Demon King might kill Ludi in one blow. Of course, Gideon made this analysis, mainly because he subconsciously believed that the relationship between the hero and the Demon King is the relationship between the challenger and the challenged. Generally speaking, the challenger is weaker than the challenged. Therefore, Gideon subconsciously thought, Duanmu Huai is so powerful. Then the Demon King must be more powerful than Duanmu Huai. After all, Duanmu Huai is just a hero, and the opponent is the Demon King. Well, Gideon must not know the existence of Shalipo Sword God and Feng Lingwing sect. In front of them, even the final boss is a chicken and a dog. Thinking of this, Gideon held Ludi's hand tightly, looking at his sister, who also looked at Gideon silently. There was no expression on her face, and her eyes were dull. Have you decided, Ludi? Hearing Gideon question, Ludi was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, and then she showed a painful expression. Just thinking about giving up the hero protection in her heart made Ludi feel an unbearable pain, worse than death. In fact, this was the only feeling Ludi could feel now. Please, Mr. Duanmu? Gideon glanced at his sister, then looked at Duanmu Huai, and lowered his head. Please help Ludi. Help my sister get rid of this curse. Gideon. Hearing Gideon's words, the female knight immediately cried out, and the fighter next to her reached out and pressed her shoulders, shaking his head at the female knight. Have you decided? Okay. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he walked in front of Ludi, stretched out his finger, and gently touched her forehead. All right. Just kidding. Once the power of destruction comes out, what divine power curse, isn't it all just a bunch of shit? All right? Obviously, the other three people didn't expect that. Removing the curse was actually such a casual thing in Duanmu Huai's hands. That right. Oh, by the way, I will hold a meeting next to explain the next actions, if you are interested. You can come and listen." After saying this, Duan Muhuai waved his hand, turned around and left. The four people were left staring blankly at his tall back, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chapter 1560 Declaration. Next, Duan Muhuai borrowed the training ground of the Principality of Logavia, gathered his soldiers, and planned to hold a briefing. Duan Muhuai would not do such a waste of time in the past, but this time is different, after all. He will lead the army of the tribunal to fight the Chaos Legion head-on, so Duan Muhuai decided that in this world, he would no longer fight the Demon King army alone, but would use soul cards to strengthen the army for combat, as a warm-up in advance. Although he doesn't have the amazing command and combat ability of Iko, Duan Muhuai has also commanded small troops in the game, so he has some experience. He doesn't usually do it because he is too lazy to do it. But now, the decisive battle is imminent, and he has to practice no matter how troublesome it is. It's like the college entrance examination is just around the corner. No matter how much he slacks off, he still has to review. Right? But before that, Duan Muhuai has to hold a meeting first to unify the ideas of his soldiers, and explain to them the responsibilities of the court and the judge. Princess Lizette was also very curious about this. And Gideon and other brave men were also very interested in visitors from another world like Duan Muhuai. So they also joined in curiously. Duan Muhuai chose to start speaking now, which was also considered as he had thought about it. Now that his soldiers have seen his power, and experienced his power personally, it is the time when he is most persuasive. If it were before, I am afraid that no matter how much I said, it would be useless. But now, well, it is still necessary to unify thoughts. Even nearby, many citizens and soldiers of the Principality of Logavia came over curiously to listen. Duan Muhuai had no objection to this. He always liked to speak out the ugly words in advance, so that when he took action in the future, the other party would have no reason to say that they had not heard it before. Hello. Duan Muhuai walked to the front of the stage, looked at the soldiers lined up in front of him, and nodded. I summoned you this time because I have some things to explain to you. First of all, about my identity. Maybe in this world, you see me as a hero, but being a hero is not my profession. Let me introduce myself. My name is Duan Muhuai, and I am the Chief Inquisitor from the Tribunal. Tribunal? Hearing Duan Muhuai words, the female knight of the hero squad frowned slightly. She came from the church, and knew that there were heretic inquisitors in the church. Could it be that the heroes in this other world were also similar? Duan Muhuai also quickly explained. The duty of the tribunal is to protect humanity, and to eliminate any threat to humanity at all costs. Hearing this, everyone became excited. But the next moment, Duan Muhuai changed the subject. But, you must remember that the tribunal is not a righteous existence, and we never claim to be righteous. It must be said that when everyone heard what Duan Muhuai said, they were all confused, and they didn't quite understand what Duan Muhuai wanted to say. Isn't it righteous to protect humanity? I know, in many worlds, each force will claim that they are righteous and their enemies are evil, to justify their actions. But the Inquisition does not need to do this. We protect humanity, which is our duty, but we are not moral judges. We will not judge whether human behavior is right or wrong. For example, Duan Muhuai thought for a while. You all come from the summoning country. You should know that the slave trade in the summoning country is very prosperous. Hearing this topic, the soldiers below looked a little unnatural. After all, the summoning nation was able to become one of the 3 major nations, and the slave mark they invented to enslave subhumans played an important role in the definition of the Inquisition. The definition of human beings is very simple. Duan Muhuai knocked on the skull pattern on his chest. Skull. As long as your skull is the same as that of humans, then you are human. In other words, in your world, what you call subhumans, in the eyes of the Inquisition, are also a kind of human. On the way to the front line, I also saw how many people enslave subhumans. Hearing this, not only the soldiers of the summoning country were a little uneasy, but even some people in the Principality of Logavia lowered their heads. After all, buying subhuman slaves is also a kind of pleasure for them. However, the next moment, Duan Muhuai changed the subject. If it is a righteous hero, he may not be able to sit idly by. But for the Inquisition, we will not care about such trivial matters. It must be said that, after hearing Duan Muhuai words, not only the members of the brave team were stunned, but even the others could not believe their ears. After all, abusing subhumans is not a good thing, and many people oppose it. They thought Duan Muhuai would also reprimand, But he said he was indifferent. I have said before, in the eyes of the tribunal, subhumans are also human beings. For you, maybe subhumans are lowly, and should be enslaved as a matter of course, or maybe you have many reasons, such as the subhumans are the running dogs of the demon king, etc., to justify your legitimacy in enslaving subhumans. But this is not necessary. In your world, besides subhumans, there are also human slaves. Aren't they also abused? Then what excuse do you have to justify your actions? This. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Indeed, as Duan Muhui said, human slaves are actually the majority, because subhuman slaves are scarce, and now they are becoming increasingly difficult to catch. It can even be said that, compared to human slaves, the treatment of subhuman slaves is sometimes much better. Therefore, I said, the Inquisition will not care about such trivial matters. Whether it is humans attacking subhuman tribes, capturing them, and bringing them back as slaves, or subhumans killing human cities for revenge, in the eyes of the Inquisition, it is very normal, there is no justice or evil. If you go to arrest people, you will naturally be arrested. This is an internal struggle among humans, and the Inquisition will not care about the internal struggle among humans. Duan Muhui stared at everyone while talking. He had to make this concept clear, lest someone would take advantage of this to fish in troubled waters. There are too many similar things in the game. Regardless of whether the civilization is developed or underdeveloped, they all like to use big banners to cover up their own problems, claiming that the tribunal chose them because they represent the destiny, etc. So they are the rulers appointed by heaven, and everything they do is sacred and just, and any resistance is a villain against God. For such idiots, the tribunal has always kicked them away directly, leaving them no room for maneuver. But the Demon King army is different. You have all fought against the Demon King army, so you know without me saying much that the skulls of the demons are completely different from those of humans. That enough. I came here, and am willing to help humans fight against the Demon King army. The reason is simple. The demons are not humans. The demons pose a threat to humans, so they must die. Duan Muhui folded his arms, and looked coldly at the silent crowd below. Do you understand? You don't need to lie to yourself that we are righteous, and the demons are evil. Just like you remove weeds from the farmland. It is because weeds threaten the crops you planted. It is that simple. When you remove weeds, do you think weeds are evil? No one spoke. Everyone felt their brains go blank, and the people in the brave team felt a chill running down their backs. In their opinion, Duan Muhui's statement is more terrifying than saying that they are righteous and the demons are evil. After all, even if the demons are evil, as long as they turn over a new leaf, it is acceptable. However, Duan Muhui's approach is to kill all the demons, regardless of whether they are willing to coexist peacefully with them. The reason is simple. They are not human. They threaten the existence of humans. So, all demons must die. Is this the Inquisition? Even the female knight was speechless at this moment. She was also a fanatical believer. But compared with Duan Muhui, the female knight felt that she was already very conservative. Duan Muhui was going to kill all the demons on the entire continent. Now you know the duties and policies of the tribunal. So I have to make it clear to you. Duan Muhui continued to stare at the soldiers in front of him. As the chief judge of the tribunal, even if I come to this world, my duties will not change. I will protect mankind and eliminate all threats to mankind, no matter the cost, no matter the reason. For me, the demons must be eliminated, no matter men, women, young or old. As long as they are demons, they must die. It's that simple. If you want to continue fighting with me, you must understand this. If you want to stay, then stay. If you want to leave, then leave. After all, you have your own cognition in this world. The tribunal will not force you to make a choice. As long as you don't stand in front of me, you can make any choice you want. Well, I have said this. You can think about it slowly. After saying this, Duan Muhui turned around and left, leaving only the soldiers and civilians standing on the training ground, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. In the next few days, Duan Muhui's speech quickly spread throughout the continent. It must be said that many people were shocked by Duan Muhui's speech. After all, their highest hope for the heroes is to kill the Demon King and stop the invasion of the Demon King army. However, Duan Muhui actually wants to destroy all demons. Are you kidding? Some people think this is just a joke, and some people think this is the only solution. Of course, there are supporters and opponents. But these have nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. But besides them, someone else was also interested in Duanmu Huai's speech. It really interesting. In a luxurious study, a girl was sitting on a chair, staring at the letter in her hand. She had peach-colored curly hair, a petite figure, and the young girl looked lovable, full of charm, that made people want to protect her. The Court of Inquisition? Choosing to eliminate the demons in this way, it really interesting. However, unlike that pitiful and lovable face, the girl's eyes were full of cruel and excited light at this moment. Her name is Norn Kratarissa Gyrar, the first princess of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment, the younger sister of the hero of magic Freya El Grande Gyrar, and the second princess. Although Princess Norn does not have the same powerful fighting power as her sister, the hero of magic, she has extraordinary wisdom, and is also an elite talent in the Domestic Affairs Department of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment. The heroes of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment are formed by signing a contract with the Divine Weapons. The so-called Divine Weapons are unique to the Kingdom of Magical Equipment. Their bodies are similar to red crystal balls. Only after signing a contract with the heroes will they transform the other party intentions into the desired posture. Of course, Norn has no fighting power, so she cannot become a hero. But for Norn, this is not important. At the moment, she is excitedly looking at the letter in her hand, which is exactly what Duanmu Huai said in his speech before. The Court of Inquisition. It seems that it may be of use. Norn muttered to herself while looking at the information. The Kingdom of Magical Tools is different from the other two countries. They mainly collect funds from the demons by spreading the threat of demons and intimidating the people. For example, if the demon army attacks, it is very dangerous. So the country decided to build a wall to block it. So it needs to increase taxes. Such excuses collect a large amount of money from the people. Of course, the wall will be built. But how much it will cost is another matter. Anyway, after collecting taxes, how to use the money is up to the country. Therefore, the country of magic tools has always used this method to intimidate the people, so as to maintain its rule and domination. But Norn knew that this was limited. After repeated intimidation, the people were no longer so sensitive. The evidence was that the Demon King army really attacked this time. But when the country raised taxes on the grounds of raising military expenses, many people not only refused to cooperate, but also developed antipathy. Although they only complained a few words in front of the state machine, Norn was keenly aware that if this continued, the situation would not be good. However, it is difficult to change the traditional system of the Kingdom of Magical Tools. However, Duanmu Huai's speech has shown Princess Norn a new path. Instead of regarding the demons as evil, we should regard them as a threat to humanity and completely eliminate them. Well, this reason is not unreasonable. And it can also encourage the people and nobles to join in. As long as the operation is appropriate, we can not only eliminate the demons, but also seize their territory. All along, the Kingdom of Magical Tools has been on the defensive in front of the Demon King army. Of course, one of the reasons is to present to the public the image of we are victims of the threat and oppression of the demons. In this case, it is not easy to convince the public to admit that they have invaded the demon territory. However, as long as we change it and adopt the theory of the Inquisition, the situation will be completely different. There is no need to deliberately make up stories to prove the evil of the demons. As long as they are considered to be a threat to humans, they can be eliminated. Such a simple and crude but reasonable idea is really interesting. In this way, the Kingdom of Magical Tools can launch an offensive against the demons' territory, occupy their territory, kill their people, and plunder their property. As long as the people benefit from the war, their dissatisfaction with the heavy taxes will disappear. After all, the demons are not human, so it is not a problem to kill them or plunder their land and property. Although at first glance, it seems to be more intuitive than the argument that the demons are evil and humans are righteous. It clearly separates the two. No need for subjective judgment, only relying on objective facts to make distinctions simple, convenient and direct. It seems to be really useful. But, sure enough, I still have to talk to the judge in person to convince him to cooperate with our country. Princess Norn held her chin, thinking to herself in a low voice, and then made a decision. It seems that I have to meet with the judge in person, and this kind of thing can't be left to others. By the way, let call my elder sister along, although she is a useless idiot, but at least she is not bad, and her face is acceptable. If the negotiation goes well, let her marry him. Anyway, as a princess, Her value is only this much. Speaking like she didn't sound like she was talking to her elder sister at all, Norin jumped up as briskly as a bird. Okay, get ready to act. Chapter 1561 The Story of a Border Boy. Lit. Wow. Until a hand stretched out from the side. Lit came back to his senses. Hurriedly stepped back. And looked to the side. Only to see Lillian with her hands on her hips. Puffed up her cheeks. And stared at him with an angry look. What are you doing? You have been absent-minded these days. No, maybe. I am just a little too tired from training. Lit turned his head, and said in a low voice. I see. Hearing Lee Took answer, Lillian's expression eased a little. I also know that Lee Took is practicing very hard now, but you have to rest well. If you overtrain and get hurt, that would be bad. But if you get hurt, your lovely childhood sweetheart will definitely take care of you. Maybe this is not a bad thing? Mina? She doesn't have time to take care of me now. By the way, the hero is back. I didn't expect that he actually likes our little village. Lee turned his head, pretending to be looking at the surrounding scenery, while silently clenching his fists. What he heard that night still echoes in his mind. Although after that, when he opened his eyes again, he was already in his own bed at home. He asked his sister, who also said that he had returned yesterday, and then went to bed. So was it a nightmare? Or was it real? Lit didn't know. But, at this moment, Lillian also sighed. Speaking of which, Mina has become more beautiful. Has she? Didn't you notice it? Really? That's why I said man. I noticed it a long time ago. Unlike Mina before. She now has how should I put it? A very feminine feeling? Is it because she has grown up after reaching her age? So, it seems that AI Lian also said. Lee forced himself to collect his thoughts and replied casually. He did remember his sister saying that Sister Mina had become more beautiful. But in Lee's opinion, Mina was still Mina, who would greet him every morning when he went out, and prepare dinner for them, the enthusiastic and cheerful girl. But, I still think it better for her not to change. Hey! What wrong? Are you jealous? Seeing Lit's sulky look, Lillian chuckled. Came over and nudged Lit with her elbow. No. I just think that no matter what, Mina is still Mina. Well, let's just take it as it is. Hearing Lit answer, Lillian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. But she soon smiled again. By the way, Lit, have you decided what you want to do in the future? In the future? Yes, I have decided. I want to join the brave army. As she spoke, Lillian clenched her right hand. You have listened to the speech of the hero. I also hope to fight for humanity. Join the hero army and destroy the demons. This is my goal. After the crisis of the Principality of Logavia was resolved, Wanmu Huai returned to this border village. After all, Logavia was a foreign country, and he could not stay there with his army. Wanmu Huai also wanted to see how many soldiers would be willing to stay after this speech, and how many people would be willing to join. So he stayed here temporarily, and the work of organizing and recruiting soldiers was handed over to the old general. Destroying the demons. This kind of thing is impossible. Really. Don't keep saying such discouraging words. How do you know it impossible without trying? But, if you want to destroy the demons, don't you have to invade the demons' territory and kill them? Although they look different from us, there are also old people and children in the demons. So what? However, before Lit could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lillian angrily. When the Demon King army invaded us, didn't they say they wouldn't attack the elderly and children? Didn't you see the people whose homes were destroyed by the Demon King army? Didn't you hear their cries? Faced with Lillian questioning, Lit was speechless for a moment. When the Demon King army attacked the Summoning Kingdom before, many people had fled here. At that time, Lit also saw the miserable appearance of those refugees, their pain, sadness and anger. Obviously, Lillian felt the same way. I will never let this tragedy happen again in our village. I want to protect everyone in the village. And I have to completely destroy the demons. In short, I have made up my mind. Leet. Turning her head, Lillian stared at Leet. I hope you will join the brave army with me. Just staying here will not realize our ideals. I am not very smart, but I have figured it out. If we just defeat the Demon King, it will not work at all. In history, heroes have defeated the Demon King more than once, and the Demon King army did retreat. But after that, they will come back again. Perhaps the hero can indeed destroy the Demon King, and we can get a temporary peace. But what about after that? Won't my children, my grandchildren, or my grandchildren still have to face the threat of the Demon King army? I believe you can do it. Lit. Looking at Lit, Lillian reached out and held Lit clenched fist. You work hard and are brave. I believe you will pass the test and join the brave army. I think about it. Facing Lillian frank gaze, Lit seemed a little embarrassed. He was silent for a moment, and finally spoke in a low voice. After hearing Lit answer, Lillian was relieved. Then I go back first. Goodbye. Lit. After saying this, Lillian waved to Lit, and then turned and left. Lit watched her swaying ponytails disappear at the other end of the road. Then he retracted his gaze and walked towards his home. I'm back. Lit pushed open the door and said, normally, Mina would have prepared dinner by this time, and she and her sister would be waiting for him to eat dinner. But now, it was deserted here, and there was no one in sight. By the way, Eileen also went to the hotel to help, because of the arrival of the hero. There were a lot more people here, and Mina couldn't leave because she had to serve the hero. So Eileen volunteered to go to the hotel to help. Lit took out the dry bread in the kitchen, and ate it silently. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he came to his senses, it was already dark outside. The whole room was also dark. Lit stood up, lit the oil lamp, and then looked at the time. It was almost time to pick Eileen up, although the hotel was not far from his home. As a brother, he naturally couldn't let his sister walk alone at night. Thinking of this, Lit put down the half-eaten dry bread in his hand, stood up, and walked out of the house. It was already late at night, and most of the guests in the hotel had already left. After all, the brave man was staying in the hotel, so the others only came here to drink and had no way to stay in the hotel. Lit walked across the street and came to the door of the hotel. At this moment, only the bar on the first floor of the hotel was still lit, and the rest of the hotel was dark. Lit raised his head and looked up, and then his eyes widened. I saw a blurry figure lying on the window on the second floor. Because the light was too blurry, Lit couldn't see clearly what it was, but he could vaguely see that it should be a person. Under Lit's gaze, the white figure was pressing the window with his hand, shaking back and forth. In the quiet night, a faint voice blew into Lit's ears with the night wind. The voice seemed familiar, but just when Lit tried to catch the voice, it disappeared with the wind. Brother? A petite figure walked out of the hotel door. Eileen looked at Lit curiously. What are you doing here? Eileen, are you okay? Seeing his lovely sister, Lit's heart, which had been inexplicably hanging, was relieved. Are you okay? It's just that there are too many guests, and it's really hard to handle. If it weren't for Sister Mina helping me, I'm afraid I would be too tired to move at all, and I might have to let my brother carry me back. Is that so? Where Mina? Sister Mina should have gone back to her room to rest. So, speaking of this, Lit looked up at the window on the second floor again, but it was already pitch black there, and he couldn't see the figure just now. Is it because of his eyes? Brother? Nothing. Lit looked away and looked at his sister. Let go back. The next day, Lit went to report to the garrison as usual, but he didn't see Lillian. Just when Lit was about to go find Lillian during the lunch break, he saw two soldiers from the garrison, chatting, and walking towards this side. Oh, really? Should we say that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Or is it brave? Lillian actually dared to challenge the hero. It should be said that young people are full of youthful vigor. If nothing else, just the look of the hero, standing in front of me. I don't think I can win. Lillian didn't say she wanted to defeat the hero. She just wanted to show him her strength. But I agree. Anyway, it's courageous to challenge the hero directly. Hearing the two talking, Lit hurriedly quickened his pace and came to them. What are you talking about? Where is Lillian? Oh, Lit. You. Seeing Lit, a guard greeted him. Lillian went to sign up for the brave army, and the brave lord was there to examine her. Oh, I didn't expect Lillian to be so capable that she actually hoped to fight with the brave lord. I have to say, this courage is rare. Yes, most men would be so scared that they couldn't walk just by seeing the brave lord. For example, I didn't even have the courage to draw my sword just by looking at the brave lord. Not only is the brave lord appearance scary, but more importantly, the murderous aura he exudes is much scarier than the demons. Lillian is joining the brave army? Heard this, Lit was stunned for a moment. Where is she? The training ground, where all the registered people are. Heard this, Lee turned around quickly and ran towards the training ground, and watching him run away, the two guards laughed. Ah, it's great to be young. Yes, I hope Lee can understand Lillian's feelings. We have already seen it. The martial arts arena is located at the checkpoint outside the village. During the previous attack by the Demon King army, the checkpoint was partially damaged, but not seriously. Now it has become the place where the hero army recruits soldiers. However, when Lit ran to the martial arts arena panting, except for the people queuing to sign up, he did not see Lillian's figure, nor did he see the hero. Hey, isn't this Lit? You are here to sign up too? There was a villager watching the excitement nearby, who knew Lit, and greeted him. I'm here to find Lillian. Is she here? Lillian? Oh, I remember she passed the test. And then? Well, maybe she went back. Really? That right. Thank you. Lillian would definitely tell her family about passing the test and joining the brave army. Thinking of this, Lit turned around and ran back to the village, and found Lillian home. However, Lillian didn't come back. What? You said she passed the test of the brave army? Is the child going to join the brave army? This is too dangerous. Then uncle, do you know where she went? How should I know? You are always together, you should know the child better than me. That what he said, but Lit searched many places after that, but he couldn't find Lillian. Where did she go? Until the sun set, Lit didn't find Lillian, so he had to go back to the martial arts field again. At this moment, there was no one here, even the villagers who came to watch the excitement had left. Lit just walked around aimlessly. And then, he walked into a small forest near the martial arts field. If he remembered correctly, there was a stream nearby, and Lit planned to go there to drink some water and take a rest. However, just as Lit was about to reach the stream, he suddenly heard a faint cry from not far away. Hearing this voice, Lit also trembled in a hurry and rushed over. That was Lillian's voice. After passing through the woods and coming to the stream, Lit finally found Lillian here. However, Lillian at this moment is completely different from what Lit imagined. Woo! Lillian's hands were forward, supporting the big tree in front of her. This tree was also very familiar to Lit. When he first joined the security team, he and Lillian had compared heights here. On that tree, you can still see the traces left by the two people height comparison. But at this moment, Lillian pressed her hands on the big tree, and her iconic twin ponytails kept flying up and down. In the shadow of the woods behind her, a tall shadow can be vaguely seen connected to Lillian. Brave sir, I can't do it anymore. Lillian shook her head and begged. What the matter? You said you wanted to experience my strength. You were so confident before, but now you can't hold on? Yes, yes. The brave sir is very strong, really very strong. No one can defeat him. I am not your opponent at all. I can't compare to you at all. Very good, then you can experience this kind of strength firsthand. Yes. I lost. I completely lost to you. I am no match for the hero at all. The voice was not like that of the strong Lillian, and it echoed in the silent woods, and was swallowed by the sound of streams and water. Then, I saw Lillian leaning against the tree, and slowly collapsed to the ground. This way, I can't win at all. Lillian half closed her eyes, and murmured to herself. And her words were not heard by the third party. Chapter 1562 Whetstone. Oh! I didn't expect it to be so smooth. The old general looked at the documents in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The brave army is now close to 8,000 people. I didn't expect His Majesty the King to be so supportive. After Duanmu Huai brave declaration was published, many people signed up to join the army. The king also cooperated quite well, and recruited troops throughout the army, collecting all the troops willing to join the brave army here, adding in the adventurers and guards from all over the country who signed up. There are almost 8,000 people. It's no use looking at it now. I estimate that only about 3,000 people will be left in the end. Optimistically, Duanmu Huai was not as optimistic as the old general. Also, don't call it the brave army anymore. It better to change the name. Why? Because if we call it the brave army, wouldn't we act like the heroes people imagine? Otherwise, they will say that the heroes I imagined are not like this, or that you don't deserve to be called a hero at all. I'm too lazy to waste time and argue about these boring things. Besides, I don't want to limit my actions just for such an ugly name. Then, what name do you plan to give it? Duanmu Huai stared at the document in front of him, thinking for a moment. Let's call it the Kree Death Corps. This name is a bit, okay, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, we do whatever you say. Because Duanmu Huai didn't like others calling him a hero, so everyone called him the Inquisitor as a second choice, which was also the name Duanmu Huai was more accustomed to. But, Your Excellency, what do you mean by reducing the number to 3,000? It's very simple. What I need is a cold-blooded killer. No matter if it's a man, a woman, an old man, or a child. Anyone who stands in front of us is an enemy and is to be killed. If they can't even do that, and only participate out of passion and a desire to save others, they will definitely withdraw. That's true. But Your Excellency the Inquisitor, are you really going to do this? You know very well that this is the best way, but you just don't want to admit it. Duanmu Huai glanced at the old general, who smiled bitterly and said nothing. You may think this is cruel, but I call it efficient. Well, now that the organization of the army has come to an end, it's time to give them a little shock of the tribunal. Let them enter the next trial. The next trial? Yes. They must learn to adapt to the tribunal combat style. Duanmu Huai stared at the battle map, and then his eyes lit up. Let's choose White Wing City as the target of attack. White Wing City. Are you planning to attack the White Wing tribe? Yes. According to what I know, the White Wing tribe is a subhuman tribe that is loyal to the Demon King. By attacking them, we can show the determination of our Inquisition, hone the will of the soldiers, and let the world clearly see the style of the Inquisition. It's a three-pronged approach. I think it great. Duanmu Huai did not choose Bai City casually. He made the decision after he had learned about the information of this world. The White Wings are a subhuman race. They look no different from humans, except that they have a pair of white wings, just like angels. However, there are no such things as angels in this world, so they are called the White Wings. Well, it's a good thing that they are not called angels, because these people have never done anything human. In the first war between the Demon King army and humans, the White Wings were enslaved by the Demon King as a subhuman race. Later, the hero defeated the Demon King and rescued the White Wings from slavery. At that time, the White Wings were very grateful to the hero and said a lot of words about their loyalty. As a result, when the second war started, facing the aggressive Demon King army, the White Wings slid down and became part of the Demon King army. Because the White Wings can fly and have good eyesight, they are very suitable for scouts and messengers. In addition, humans at that time had no defense against the White Wings. So after the White Wings joined the Demon King army, the human side was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. That is, after that, humans no longer believed in any subhuman race, and classified them all as potential enemies. After the failure of the Second War, the White Wings also knew that humans would not let them go, so they decisively joined the ranks of the demons. And they were very narcissistic, and made up a set of reasons for their actions, claiming that they were God people, and that the Demon King extermination of humans was God will, and as God people, they naturally had to practice God will. So it is not their fault to betray humans, but humans are destined to be destroyed by the devil, so it is humans who are wrong. Humans naturally want to deal with the White Wings, but these bastards have wings, can fly, and run fast, so it is difficult to catch them even on the battlefield. And the White Wings are also doing well in the demon tribe. The position of the Wind King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, has always been controlled by the White Wings. Although the number of White Wings is small, because of their characteristics, they pose a great threat to humans, and they have the support of the demon tribe, so humans can't do anything about them. Just like this White Wing City, it is located on the other side of the Summoning Kingdom, but the Summoning Kingdom can't do anything about it, because it is the territory of the demons. If the Summoning Kingdom sends troops, it is equivalent to going deep into the Tiger Den, and fighting the demons in the demons' territory. It is not a good choice no matter how you look at it. However, Duanmu Huai doesn't care about this. He wants to kill this chicken well. Let those monkeys know how powerful the tribunal is. As for the demons, kill as many as you can. If you don't come, I will do the same in the past. Then, how do we attack White Wing City? This city is located deep in the forest, and the White Wings patrol everywhere on weekdays. They have a good vision, and can clearly see things in the distance. Although we can send troops to hide in the woods, it is not easy to defeat them in such a place. And marching in the forest, these are not problems. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. We don't need any strategy. Just attack directly. But if I have to say, I do have a small request. What is it? Find me a group of guys who are good at shooting. Shooting? You mean archery? Yes. Duanmuhui nodded. And the old general was a little surprised. But even if we have good archers, it is impossible to shoot arrows to the high altitude where the white wings are. You don't have to worry about that. Duanmuhui obviously didn't intend to explain this problem. Leave the rest to me. White Wing City. This is a city located deep in the forest. It is located on a high mountain cliff. From here, you can even see the fortress of the Summoning Kingdom in the distance. However, for the White Wings, this distance is not a threat at all. They are very confident that, even if they are here, those humans can't do anything to them. On the one hand, White Wing City is surrounded by towering cliffs. There is no way in or out at all. Unless you are a flying demon or White Wing, it is impossible to enter this city from the ground. On the other hand, even if humans can use flying magic, the White Wings' vision and archery skills are not useless. So they can stay here leisurely, watching the mortals struggling to survive in the mortal world below. Of course, the White Wings are not without weaknesses. That is, at night, their vision will drop significantly. Although it is still better than that of humans, they cannot clearly lock onto enemies on the ground at high altitudes, like during the day. Even so, the White Wings were not too worried. Anyway, as long as it was daytime, they could patrol in the sky. Even above the clouds, they could easily see everything on the ground. Nothing could hide from the eyes of the White Wings. That was why they were so surprised when they saw this strange thing that was completely contrary to common sense. What is that? Holding a bow and arrow, flapping its wings. The White Wings tribe, floating in the air, stared with wide eyes, looking forward. In the distance, an extremely huge monster was marching forward in the forest. It looked like an extremely huge metal golem. And on the back of this golem, there was a magnificent church. Under the sunlight, this golden giant shone brightly, full of a strange beauty. Is it a new weapon of the Demon King army? It no wonder that the White Wings would make such a judgment. After all, the huge metal monster in front of them looked ferocious, and its face was a huge skull. No matter how you look at it, it looked like something that only the demons would use. But that the direction of the human kingdom. Right? Did the demon army attack humans? But there's no sign of being attacked at all? Another White Wing stretched out his hand to his forehead, looking into the distance, and then, swoosh, with a slight sound, the White Wing lowered his head, only to see that his chest and abdomen had disappeared, leaving only a huge semicircular hole. Before he could react to what happened, the next moment the White Wing head and upper body were blown to pieces. Who? Lillian took a deep breath, gripped the handle with her right hand, and stared at the enemy in front of her through the scope. According to the brave man, as long as you aim at the enemy with the cross in the circle, you can lock the opponent. And then, Lillian pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by huge recoil, the anti-aircraft machine gun spewed out countless bullets, which turned into a rainstorm and enveloped the White Wings in front of them. At the same time, the Steel Titan giant quickened its pace, created a path in the forest, and rushed to the White Wing City not far away. The battle began. Chapter 1563 Only Death. For the White Wings, this was a disaster they had never expected. When the huge steel fortress strode to the White Wing City wall, the White Wings patrolling in the sky had already been shot into sieves by the dense crossfire. But this did not stop the White Wings from counterattacking. Soon, the bell to meet the enemy was sounded, and thousands of White Wings flew into the sky with bows and arrows in their hands. Although in their opinion, the strange weapons used by the other side were indeed very powerful, they were just caught off guard before. As long as the White Wings can accelerate to the fastest speed and rush out of the fire net at the speed of the White Wings, they can counterattack from high altitude. However, whoosh! The blazing flame of Prometheum sprayed out from the flamespout on the shoulder of the god Mecha, instantly igniting the sky and land of the entire White Wing City. Those White Wings who tried to spread their wings and fly high were engulfed by the flames. Even if they were only stained with a little spark, their pure white wings would quickly turn into charcoal under the burning of the flames, and they would fall to the ground screaming. At the same time, the arm of the god mech smashed through the thick city wall. And then, the church door opened, and countless soldiers brandished their weapons and rushed out with a roar. Kill! Duanmuhui was not in the crowd. On the contrary, he sat in the driver's seat, watching the scene in front of him, and humming while shaking his head. Braised chicken wings. I like to eat them. But your mother said that you will ascend to heaven soon. The faster you ascend to heaven, the more you have to eat. If you don't eat now, you won't have a chance to eat again in the future. In fact, with the power of Titan, it would only take a flick of the wrist to completely destroy the White Winged City. But Duanmu did not do so, because the purpose of this war is not victory, but a whetstone. He wants to select those soldiers who are willing to obey the will of the tribunal and fight according to the orders of the tribunal. Now, the resistance of the White Wings has been basically destroyed. So, these soldiers and adventurers, facing the women, children, the elderly, and the young who have lost their loved ones, can they swing their swords? Duanmu said he would wait and see. After the sky was completely blocked, the most powerful fighting method of the White Wings was naturally sealed. They could not fly into the sky, they could only hide in the burning ruins and fight against the ferocious invaders. And once they could not fly, their fighting power would not be much stronger than that of humans. Soon, the resistance of the White Wings was defeated, and what followed was a massacre. Damn human. Die! A white-winged warrior roared and raised the longbow in his hand to shoot at the distance. However, the next moment, a thief appeared behind him silently, and cut the throat of the white-winged warrior with a dagger. The latter made a strange sound of gurgling, and then collapsed to the ground. The thief sneered, and then looked to the side. There, a white-winged woman was trembling and curled up. Please, don't kill me. Hee, I can't bear to kill you. Looking at the white-winged woman in front of him, the thief's eyes lit up. The white wings are rare in the slave market. Even if you have money in the store, you can't play with them. While speaking, the thief walked in front of the white-winged woman. As long as you satisfy me, I can consider sparing your life. What are you doing? Just as the thief grinned and tried to reach out to the white-winged woman, suddenly, Lillian fell from the sky, landed beside him, staring at the thief with dissatisfaction. Didn't the judge say that we should kill them all? I didn't say I wouldn't kill them. Miss. Seeing Lillian, the thief curled his lips. But it would be a pity to just kill them. Can you let me have some fun before killing them? No. Lillian shook her head again. The judge said that this is work, not fun. If you bring a playful attitude to work, you will be unqualified. As she spoke, Lillian reached out to press the hilt of the sword at her waist. Or, are you ready to be eliminated? TSK. Hearing Lillian's words, the thief's face darkened. He frowned, thought for a moment, then sighed silently. Forget it, I don't think so. Before he finished speaking, the thief suddenly swung his hand, and a flying knife shot straight at Lillian, but the latter reaction was obviously faster than the thief. She dodged the thief's attack with a flash of sword, and then the thief widened his eyes, covered his neck, and fell to the ground with an unwilling expression. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing the thief being killed, the woman from the white-winged tribe also turned around and thanked Lillian. Thank you for saving me. However, before the white-winged tribe woman finished her words, Lillian stretched out the long sword in her hand, and the sharp blade directly pierced through the heart of the white-winged tribe woman. The latter looked at Lillian in surprise, as if she didn't understand why she did this at all. However, Lillian just watched the body of the white-winged tribe woman fall, and then she retracted the long sword. It is our job to destroy the demons. And the same goes for you lackeys. We just won't kill for pleasure like you do. Duanmu certainly knew that in such a large-scale war, there would inevitably be some killing for pleasure. But this was unnecessary for the Inquisition. As Duanmu said to Lillian, this is a job, and you are only required to do it well. Instead of being self-indulgent, dancing, and acting like you're on drugs, this will also reduce work efficiency. Right? So Duanmu specifically ordered Lillian to form an inspection team, responsible for inspection in the rear, and immediately punish anyone who violated the rules. Since you are unwilling to obey orders, just execute them directly. The tribunal is not so easy to deal with. Lillian continued to advance on the battlefield. She was originally an agile knight, and after receiving Duanmu's blessing, Lillian's strength was also strengthened a lot. Now she is confident that even if she fights one-on-one with the guard knights of the royal capital, she is absolutely sure to defeat the opponent. Along the way, there were miserable deaths everywhere, and many bodies of white wings could be seen. Some of them were still holding their wives or children. But this scene did not shake Lillian's heart at all. What the demons did when they attacked humans was 100 times more cruel than what they were doing now. In Lillian's view, giving them a clean death was already a very cheap way for these demons. The first echelon of the assault team had arrived at the palace of White Wing City. and the second echelon was roaming around to search for survivors and kill them. And the third echelon, to which Lillian belonged, was responsible for monitoring their actions to avoid similar violations of military discipline. After all, strictly speaking, this war is a test, so there must be examiners. Soon, Lillian discovered the commotion not far away. When she arrived there, she saw several warriors confronting each other. Behind one of the groups was a group of children from the White Wing tribe. They looked only 5 or 6 years old, and their wings had not even grown yet. At this moment, these children from the White Wing tribe were huddled together, shivering, and looking anxiously at the battlefield in front of them. In front of them, the warriors were confronting each other. "Get out of the way! What are you doing? Cargo, we must eliminate these lackeys of the demons." "What lackeys? They are just children. Are you going to kill these children?" The judge also said that we must kill them all. Otherwise, when they grow up, won't they take revenge on humans? Didn't you join the Death Corps to avenge the demons? But my sword is not meant to kill innocent people. It's wrong to do so. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't the Demon King army also kill your son? Don't you want revenge? The sword-wielding man gritted his teeth, was silent for a moment, then he looked at the white-winged children behind him again. "No, I won't do that. I won't let you do that. You." Hearing the man's words, the warriors on the opposite side also prepared for battle, but at this moment, suddenly, one of the white-winged children took advantage of the man's inattention, jumped up suddenly, clenched the dagger in his hand, and stabbed at the man. Swoosh! The next moment, an arrow shot from a distance, pierced through the head of the white-winged child, and nailed him to the wall. Before anyone else could react, several arrows were shot out, killing all the remaining white-winged children. Then, Lillian flashed out from behind the ruins with a longbow in hand. "You failed." Lillian stared at the man who fought against his comrades for the white-winged child, and said coldly, "That child had no intention of surrendering. It was planning to kill you when you weren't paying attention. Didn't you even think of that? But if we hadn't destroyed their homes, killed their parents. It was the Demon King army that attacked us first." Lillian interrupted the man's defense. "We are just fighting back. We won't play with them as cruelly as the Demon King army, but we won't let them live either. How else can we be worthy of those who were killed by the Demon King army?" Faced with Lillian's accusation, the man remained silent. After a moment, he threw away the long sword in his hand and knelt on the ground. I didn't expect this kind of battle. Take him away." Lillian looked at the man who had lost his fighting consciousness, shook her head, and then gave orders to other soldiers, who nodded, and then took the man away from the battlefield. When Lillian arrived at the White Wing's palace, the vanguard had already broken through the defense, leaving only corpses on the ground. At this moment, only a noble-dressed White Wing's woman stood there, and confronted the raiding soldiers with several guards. Behind her, there was a little girl from the White Wing tribe. "We are willing to surrender." The White Wing girl was kneeling on the ground, lowering her head to the soldiers. "The White Wing tribe is willing to surrender to you. Please, give us a way out. We are willing to accept the slave mark, and we are willing to become slaves, as long as we can survive." It must be said that, facing the request of the White Wing girl, the raiding soldiers didn't know what to do. The captain in the lead was also relieved when he saw Lillian coming. After all, they all knew that this girl was Duanmu Hwai guard. "Miss Lillian. What wrong? That woman is the princess of the White Wing clan." The captain glanced at the woman kneeling opposite. "She said she was willing to lead the White Wing clan to surrender to us. And she also said she was willing to accept the slave mark." Please wait a moment." Lillian raised her hand, then reached out and pressed the communication button. And soon, Duanmu Hwai's face appeared in the void. "What wrong? Lillian?" "Judge, we have arrived at the White Wing's palace and they said." Lillian repeated the princess' statement to Duanmu Hwai, who was silent for a moment, and sneered. "That a nice thing to say. I remember your tribe said the same thing to the hero who came to save you. The White Wings have been enslaved by the demons for thousands of years, but we have been waiting for the opportunity to be liberated, and the arrival of the hero has given you hope of defeating the Demon King. We are willing to assist the hero and fight to defeat the Demon King." Hearing Duanmu Hwai's words, the White Wing princess didn't know what to say for a moment, while Duanmu Hwai flipped through the book in his hand and continued. "Then what? Oh, by the way, facing the Demon King army that attacked again. You said this, humans regard themselves as our saviors, oppress us wantonly, and we can't escape. They forced us to leave the Demon clan in the beginning. And now, We are willing to return to the Demon King army and fight for the Demon Clan. Okay. That it. Duanmu Huai closed the history book in his hand. Keep you alive. And then a few hundred years later, what excuses will you come up with to say that you are being persecuted again? At this point, Duanmu Huai yawned. Okay. Kill them all. Yes. Judge. Lillian cut off the communication, looked at the pale-faced white-winged princess in front of her, then raised her hand and waved forward. Go! As the white-winged city was engulfed in flames, the assessment of this time also ended. Except for the soldiers who died on the battlefield, everyone else returned to the Titan again. Then Duanmu Huai manipulated the Titan to pull away and fired at the white-winged city. Well, the whole world was quiet. As for the next step, it was to announce the test results. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, there were more soldiers who followed the rules, accounting for about 2/3. Only the remaining 1/3 were eliminated. And most of them were either trying to enjoy themselves on the battlefield, or they had a revelation of conscience and were unwilling to attack unarmed civilians. Those who enjoyed themselves were directly executed for disrespecting military orders. As for the rest, Duanmu Huai expelled them. It wrong to do this. Even so, those people were not convinced. They faced Duanmu Huai and argued. This approach can't solve the problem at all. As long as we kill all the guys who create problems, there will be no problems. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Similarly, as long as we kill all the demons and their lackeys, there will be no more attacks on humans by the Demon King army. Right? But even so, the war in this world will not be calmed down. That has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai was obviously not interested in such impassioned empty talk. The tribunal only cares about external threats to humanity. You can fight as much as you want internally, and it has nothing to do with me. Okay, you can go now. Hearing Duanmu Huai's decisive answer, the soldiers could only turn around and leave helplessly. At this moment, Lillian came in, with an uneasy look on her face, and hurried to Duanmu Huai's side. Judge. What wrong? The first and second princesses of the Magic Tool Kingdom are here. They said they want to see you. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Why did they come to see him? Chapter 1564 Meeting. Soon, Duanmu Huai met the other party in his reception room. The first princess of the Magic Equipment Kingdom, Freya El Grande Gyrar, who holds the title of the Hero of Magic, and her sister, the second princess, Norin Kratalisa Gyrar. Nice to meet you. Your Excellency the Judge. The two beautiful girls stood up respectfully, lifted their skirts, and saluted Duanmu Huai. Both of them had pink hair. As the elder sister, Freya looked elegant, graceful and beautiful, and her figure was also first class. As the younger sister, Norlin is also full of the innocence and lovable charm that only girls can have. Hello, your highnesses. Duanmu Huai returned a salute to them, and then invited them to sit down. I wonder what you two came to see me for. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the two looked at each other, and then Princess Norlin looked at Duanmu Huai and said, In fact, we hope to reach an alliance agreement with you on behalf of our country. Oh! Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? We have all heard the speech of the judge. This time, it was Freya who spoke. The Kingdom of Magical Tools has been repeatedly invaded by the Demon King army. We also hope to save the country and the people from the threat of the demons. Therefore, after hearing the speech of the judge, we think this is an opportunity. All along, the hero has only been responsible for defeating the Demon King and repelling the attacks of the demons. But this cannot solve the problem once and for all. In order to completely stop the threat of the demons from affecting the people, we believe that the idea of the judge is the most feasible, so we came here, hoping to discuss the alliance with the judge in person. The Kingdom of Magical Tools wants to form an alliance with us. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Aren't you going to invite the Kingdom of Protection? The other party rejected our request. Princess Norn answered with some dissatisfaction. She puffed up her cheeks, revealing a cute expression that only girls can have. My sister and I only wanted to talk to them. But the Kingdom of the Divine Protection rejected even this request. After all, for those who have the Divine Protection, I'm afraid they won't care about such a small matter at all. Among the three great countries, the Kingdom of the Divine Protection is the strongest, and the Kingdom of the Summoning is the weakest. Of course, according to the story, it would be best if the three great countries worked together to form a joint army to fight against the demons. But obviously, it seems unlikely now. The Kingdom of Protection is obviously not willing to lower its status and join this joint military operation. Or maybe they have other ideas. After all, Duanmu Huai is also very wary of the protection thing. Very interesting. Duanmu Huai nodded, leaned on the sofa, and stared at the two people. I understand your intentions. And next, how are you going to convince me to act with you? Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai question, Freya was stunned. But didn't you say you wanted to destroy the demons? Your Excellency the Judge? This is exactly the same as our goal. Wouldn't it be good for us to work together? I understand what you mean. Your Excellency the Judge. Princess Norn nodded calmly. We can negotiate on the distribution of the occupied demon territories and property. That's something this country needs to consider. Duanmu Huai interrupted Princess Norn's speech. You seem to have made a mistake. I am not from this country. The reason I chose to destroy the demons is because it is my duty. It's just because this country summoned me that I'm here. So, the benefits this country gets have nothing to do with me. Hey. This. Facing Duanmu Huai answer. Freya and Norn were both stunned. Although the latter expression did not change. He was very surprised in his heart. After all, before coming here, Norn also collected a lot of information and learned that there were also two princesses in the summoning country. And their ages were about the same as his sisters. Logically speaking, since this judge is so powerful, then the king of the Kingdom of Summoning should definitely let his daughter take action to win over this judge and have a good relationship with him. But now it seems that not the case? What is the king of the Kingdom of Summoning doing? Although she does not have the powerful power of her sister Freya, Princess Norn's mind and wisdom are second to none. She has her own reasons for making this judgment. In Princess Norn's opinion, since the king of the summoning country has entrusted the deployment of his troops to this judge, it means that Duanmu Huai must have gained the king's trust. But considering that Duanmu Huai is not from the summoning country, but is summoned, then the king of the summoning country must have reached an agreement with him in some way and means, otherwise it would be impossible for him to safely hand over his troops to this brave man. As for what method he used, considering that he has two daughters, then this method does not seem difficult to guess. Norn thought she had guessed right. But now she found out that she was totally wrong. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the interests of the summoning country. This was not bluffing. But he really didn't care. This also meant that he had not reached any kind of interest-related agreement with the summoning country. In this case, why would the king give him the command of the army? This was simply incomprehensible. Just as Norn began to quickly think about how to speak, Freya asked in surprise. But, Your Excellency the judge goal is to destroy all demons. Right? In this case, isn't it better to have more people? Stupid sister. Hearing Freya question, Norn sighed helplessly in his heart. Although his sister has great power, she is also very good at disguising herself as a saint to cover up her twisted personality, but in the final analysis, she is still too stupid. At this time, you shouldn't say such a statement that will make the other party show off. Won't this boost the other person momentum? To deal with the main force of the demons, I am actually enough by myself, but it is a bit troublesome to chase those fleeing insects, so I brought soldiers with me. Although I can completely eliminate all the demons by myself in a little time, I don't have the patience. But even so, I need soldiers who obey orders, not those half-hearted guys. See, I knew it would be like this. Princess Norn showed a surprised expression on the surface, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. The other party was very powerful, and we didn't have enough means and interests to impress this brave man. This was troublesome. I see. However, Freya was completely unaware of her sister's inner anxiety, and instead showed an expression of amazement. No wonder the judge could say such a thing. It seems that you are indeed very confident in your own strength. Perhaps we were too abrupt. This stupid sister. Norn's facial muscles began to twitch. She knew what Freya wanted to say. Obviously, she felt that Duanmu Huai was not a person who could be controlled by her. So she decided to withdraw from this plan. If Duanmu Huai can really destroy the demons, then the Kingdom of Magical Equipment can reap the benefits without firing a single shot. If Duanmu Huai can't do it, then she can negotiate with the other party at that time. As a result, she didn't understand the situation at all. She had explained it in such detail on the carriage. Why is it still like this? Even if Duanmu Huai has no feelings for the Kingdom of Summoning, but he uses the soldiers of the Kingdom of Summoning, then the Kingdom of Summoning can naturally take over the defeated demon territory. More importantly, what Norn values is the future potential of the summoning country. As we all know, the most powerful and famous thing about the summoning country is the slave mark for subhumans. If it is just to occupy the land, it is fine, but with the slave mark, with the powerful power of this judge, the summoning country can completely convert all the subhumans who follow or do not follow the Demon King army into slaves with the slave mark. In this way, the power of the summoning country will be greatly improved. By that time, the kingdom of magical equipment might fall from the 2nd place to the 3rd place. That's why we have to take advantage of the summoning kingdom before the war officially begins, so as to bring the two sides closer. It would be even better if we could obtain the unique magic method of slave engraving. On the contrary, once we distance ourselves from the other party at this time, it means that we are enemies rather than friends, and it will be impossible to close the distance in the future. However, it is not impossible to cooperate. I need to see your performance. Just as Norn was thinking about how to guide this situation, Duanmu Huai suddenly brought the topic back. He then took out a map and placed it in front of the two sisters. What is this? Just yesterday, I led people to attack White Wing City and completely destroyed it. Have you defeated the White Wing clan? It must be said that this news really surprised the two princesses. In this way, the White Wing clan will also be included in your command. Great. With the addition of the White Wing clan. In terms of reconnaissance, I have killed them all. However, Duanmu Huai interrupted Princess Norn bluntly, which made Princess Norn speechless. Why? As long as they cooperate with the slave imprint, the White Wings will become a very valuable fighting force. Then, they will become a new trouble in a few decades or hundreds of years. Duanmu Huai laughed, squinted his eyes, and stared at Princess Norn. So since you two are here, I would like to ask, where do you think I should attack next? Although they didn't know why Duanmu Huai asked this question, Freya and Norn thought about it for a while, and then gave their own answers. Duanmu Huai looked at their answers and laughed. Thank you for your suggestions. I will think about it carefully. After that, Duanmu Huai asked the two to leave, and left the reception room and returned to the guest room. Freya was obviously unhappy. Really? It's a waste of time. If we had known it would be like this, we shouldn't have come. And we have to sit in the carriage for such a long time. Sister? Hey! Hearing Norn's voice, Freya's body trembled suddenly, and then her endless complaints became much quieter. Yes, is there any problem? I don't think I said anything wrong. Huh? Looking at Freya, Norn sighed silently. Sister, what do you think of the judge? What do you think? I don't like him very much. He looks too fierce. He doesn't look like a hero at all. And he looks quite rude. Okay. I understand. Norn put his hand on his forehead and sighed. I think of another way. If it doesn't work, no. It nothing. As a princess, the Kingdom of Summoning naturally prepared the best guest room for the two of them. However, even the best guest room here would obviously not satisfy Freya. However, because of the fatigue of the journey, she fell asleep while complaining. Only Norn did not sleep. On the contrary, she just sat in her room, quietly waiting for something. Knock. 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Norn looked up. Come in. The door opened, and then Lillian walked in. Princess Norn? The judge is looking for you. Okay, I got it. Princess Norn stood up, tidied her clothes, and then followed Lillian out of the guest room, and came to a study, and in the study, Duanmu Huai was sitting on a chair, looking at the map in front of him. Sir, Princess Norn is here. Oh, I see. You can go down. Duanmu Huai waved his hand without looking back. Then Lillian said goodbye and left, closing the door, leaving Norn alone here. The whole room was silent. Norn did not speak, and Duanmu Huai did not speak either. He just stared at the map. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly spoke. Why did you choose to launch the attack from the western front, instead of like your sister, choosing to march directly through White Wing City to the inner territory of the Demon Clan? Here it comes. Hearing Duanmu Huai question, Norn was refreshed. Because the west is the area with the weakest defense of the Demon Clan. There are only a large number of subhumans there. And the north is where the Demon Clan is most concentrated. I can understand your sister idea. Take advantage of the loopholes in White Wing City to pass through the Demon Clan defense line. Directly cut into the core of the Demon King army. Fight the Demon King. And eliminate the Demon King in the shortest time. But you disagree? If it is to defeat the Demon King, then my sister's judgment is not wrong. But if we want to completely eliminate the demons and their followers, I think we should start from the weak links of the demons. First put pressure on the subhumans. Although this route is longer, it is not a big obstacle. And we can also use slave imprints to capture a large number of subhumans as slaves, and eliminate those subhumans who are unwilling to obey orders. As for the escaped subhumans, they will naturally choose the more tightly guarded demon territory. At this point, Norn paused. This will cause chaos within the demon race. If it works, it may even cause internal disputes and fights between the subhumans and the demons. In this case, we can take advantage of this chaotic situation and wipe them out in one fell swoop. That a good idea. Only then did Duanmu Huai turn around and look at Norn. But it doesn't seem like what a little girl of your age should think. Norn lowered his head without saying a word. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai looked at Norn with a somewhat admiring look. Indeed, as Duanmu Huai said, this kind of vicious and inhumane scheme is not something a girl can come up with. But for Duanmu Huai, this is just right. After all, in the eyes of the tribunal, the demons are not considered human beings. It's just that. I understand what you want, and I can give you what you want. Duanmu Huai stared at Nuoluan. Then the question is, what can you give me? Norn did not speak. She was silent for a moment, then walked in front of Duanmu Huai, and stared at the tall man in front of him. Then, Norn stretched out her hand, and with her movement, the long robe and coat of the little princess fell from her body to the ground. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Very good, I hope you can satisfy me. Then he spoke. Chapter 1565 March. Not long after this, a message quickly spread throughout the continent. The princess of the kingdom of magical tools. The hero of magic. Princess Freya responded to the call of the hero of the kingdom of summoning, Judge Duanmu Huai, and the two sides jointly formed a force to fight against the Demon King army. And their ultimate goal is to completely defeat the demons. It must be said that, when this news came out, the whole continent was shocked. The Demon King army had fought with humans many times before, but basically every time it was humans who gathered a large army on the front line to block the attack of the Demon King army, while the heroes formed a small team to take the opportunity to sneak to the rear and fight the Demon King to the death. When the Demon King is defeated, the Demon King army will withdraw. For hundreds of years, this has basically been the routine. However, now, they are actually planning to invade the Demon Clan territory? This news shocked many people. Some people praised their courage, while others thought it was a stupid move. After all, it has been obvious for so many years in history that a brave man can defeat the Demon King. So why bother? You have to know that human soldiers are not born from the ground. Gathering a large army to attack the Demon Clan means that the garrison military strength will be weakened. Is this really good? Of course, no matter what the world says, it will not affect the preparations of both sides. Needless to say, the king of the kingdom of summoning is Duanmu Huai Shadow, and he only needs to act according to Duanmu Huai orders. As for the kingdom of magical tools, under the coordination of Princess Norn, an army was also dispatched. In terms of the deployment of troops, Norn agreed with Duanmu Huai's idea that the quality of soldiers is more important than the quantity. Although the more soldiers there are, the greater the possibility of victory. But the required supplies and food are also an astronomical figure. Therefore, in the end, both sides agreed to set the number of people at 8,000. The remaining troops will stay behind, waiting for the advanced troops led by them to capture the target, then go to take over the captured city. As for how to do this, it is not difficult for Duanmu Huai. Dong dong. The huge divine machine moved forward on the land. It ruthlessly flattened all obstacles in front of it, and moved forward. Wow. Standing on the balcony, looking at the scene in front of her, Princess Norn widened her eyes in surprise. Is this a weapon from another world? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If there is such a weapon, then it does not require too many troops to defeat the enemy. As she spoke, Princess Norn turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai standing beside her. But it is too big and easy to be discovered, which is also a disadvantage. That not a problem. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Even if they prepare in advance, they can't resist our attack. I think you should know this very well. And don't forget. Duanmu Huai looked at Princess Norn while speaking. What you should do. Of course. Judge. Princess Norn smiled slightly. Although in name, this coalition was organized by Duanmu Huai and Freya. But the one who was actually in charge of commanding this army was not Freya, but Norn. Although Duanmu Huai and Freya are heroes, in Norn's strategic plan, they are more of a vanguard. However, Judge, these subhumans have been running away when they see us recently. which is also a problem. I don't think it a big problem. Duanmu Huai shook his head. According to Norn plan, they advanced from the western front, with the two heroes Duanmu Huai and Freya, plus the weapons of mass destruction Duanmu Huai brought out. They were invincible along the way. Even the Demon King's army was not seen much. But this was natural. 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings died, and the White Wing clan, which was the eyes and ears of the Demon clan and the information transmission center, was also wiped out by Duanmu Huai. It can be said that the current situation of the Demon King's army has become precarious from the initial good situation. Facing the aggressive coalition army, the Demon clan has now gathered its troops, abandoned the external territory, and only left the subhumans, who followed the Demon clan to face the iron hoof of the human coalition army. Duanmu Huai and Norn had different opinions on how to deal with these subhumans. Norn hoped to deceive them first, then subdue them, and then take them down, in order to retain the subhumans' manpower to the maximum extent. After all, as slaves and assets, subhumans are very valuable and popular in the rear, whether it is to use them to smooth relations, or to sell them to raise funds for military equipment. It is the best choice. Therefore, Norn hopes to retain as many subhumans as possible. But Duanmu Huai rejected Norn's suggestion. His attitude was more distinct. First, he told these subhumans that they should either surrender or die. Even if they surrendered, it would not be in vain. They had to accept the slave mark. So, they had to be slaves or die. These were the 2 choices that the subhumans faced. At first, the subhumans naturally refused, even if there were some who did not go along with the demons. Even if they tried their best to explain to Duanmu Huai that they did not want to participate in the war between humans and demons, and only hoped to find a place to live a stable life, Duanmu Huai was unmoved. Slave or enemy? Choose. When Duanmu Huai gave this choice, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. Recalling the previous battles, Norn looked at Duanmu Huai with a somewhat complicated expression. She considered herself a cold efficientist. In order to achieve her goal, Norn did not mind using all the means she could. However, Duanmu Huai taught Norn a lesson. That is, in the face of absolute power, any wisdom is meaningless. What she could do was more like filling in the gaps, rather than taking charge of the overall situation as before. Take the way she treated the subhumans. For example, at the beginning, the subhumans were all free or die, and they really launched the attack with the mentality of dying together. However, their attacks had no effect. The flames ejected from the god machine jets could easily destroy their villages and disintegrate their defenses. The surging thunder and lightning could turn the subhumans running on the ground into charcoal in an instant. That scene was so cruel, even Princess Norn, who didn't care about human life, was shocked by it. The war she knew was cruel and brutal. People would follow their emotions and become a stage for beasts to kill each other. However, in front of Duanmu Huai, the battlefield was more like a cold and ruthless processing platform, without any emotion, without any meaning, only death and destruction. Just recalling that life was so small, such an insignificant scene, Princess Norn felt a flame of excitement burning deep in her heart. For the first time, she felt that life was so meaningless, so lowly, so fragile, and so vulnerable. Everything, including herself, was just a worthless existence. After the subhumans at the beginning used their lives and blood to prove the horror and terror of the Inquisition, the subhumans behind them finally got the idea. Even if Princess Norn did not use tricks, they would take the initiative to consider whether to submit as slaves or directly resist and then be killed by the Inquisition. Obviously, this decision was not difficult to make. Ah, the report from the front has come back. Just then, a carrier pigeon flew from a distance and landed on the balcony railing. Princess Norn reached out and picked up the letter on the pigeon, and then quickly scanned it. Then, her eyes flashed. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. The scouts have detected a tribe of lizard men in front. They don't seem to intend to surrender, but want to fight us to the end. Lizard men? Then they have no chance to surrender. Duanmu Huai certainly knew what lizard men were. According to the standards of the tribunal, these large walking lizards were pure aliens, and they must be eliminated. Even if they wanted to surrender, Duanmu Huai would not give them a chance. In other words, are we going to fight again? Hearing this, Princess Norn suddenly became excited, and Duanmu Huai glanced at the excited Princess Norn. You seem excited? Of course, Judge. Seeing so many lives die meaninglessly, I feel extremely excited, because it makes me feel like I am also a part of it. Fragile, small, vulnerable, and can be destroyed at any time. As she spoke, Princess Norn looked at Duanmuhui. Her cheeks flushed, like a girl confessing to her beloved. Can you understand that feeling? That feeling of hopelessness and powerlessness. Being manipulated at will and unable to resist. Just like you did to me. I just think that both of you sisters seem to be a little sick. Looking at the red-faced and excited Princess Norn in front of him, Duanmuhui rolled his eyes helplessly. Although Freya disguised herself well on the outside, Duanmuhui had already seen through her. In fact, her inner personality was quite twisted. As her sister, Norn was not much worse. On the surface, she is a smart and wise princess. But in fact, from what she said just now, this princess is a bit of that. Well, it should not be activated by myself. However, looking at Princess Norn who was staring at him, Duanmuhui also knew what she wanted. So Duanmuhui reached out and grabbed her. Norn exclaimed, but it was more like expectation. Chapter 1566 Justice from Heaven. Lost Forest. In this forest, there live several lizardman tribes, who have constant disputes and often fight with each other. But now, these lizardman tribes, which have always been fighting, have united. There is only one reason. Have you determined the movement of the coalition army? Standing on a tall rock, a strong lizardman, with a spear in his hand, stared at the distance with his eyes wide open, and then asked. The lizardman beside him looked at the sky, then nodded. Yes. The scouts have just sent us information that the golem has reached the outside of the forest. In half a day, the coalition forces will attack us. Humph. A mere human dares to attack us? They don't think that they will not take our lizards seriously just because they defeated some subhumans. As the most powerful tribal leader among the lizards, Green Eyes had a serious expression, and a compelling aura emanated from him. The lizard tribe was not completely unsure. After all, this vast forest was like their own backyard to the lizard tribe. It was precisely because of this that they had such confidence. Although the lizard tribe had serious internal strife, they were still very united when facing foreign enemies. The demon tribe had tried to recruit them several times before, and had also thought about sending a large army to the border to directly turn these lizard tribes into slaves of the demon tribe. However, the lizard tribe relied on the dense forest and complex environment here, and even the demon army was forced to retreat by them. Therefore, in the eyes of the lizards, humans are completely vulnerable. After all, humans were beaten by the Demon King's army before, and the Demon King's army was no match for them, so what can humans do to them? Indeed, I heard that these humans have a huge and strange golem, but it doesn't matter, in such a vast forest, that golem can't exert its power at all. As long as humans dare to come, then don't even think about leaving. Is everyone ready? The family members have been arranged. As the chief, although he was confident of victory, he did not neglect his duty. After all, the humans were very aggressive this time. It was even said that they defeated the Demon King army and several subhuman tribes. This showed that these humans must have some skills. But the problem was that the lizards had always lived in isolation, and did not know much about the situation outside. Unsure of what methods the other party would take, the lizards decided to give the enemy a lenient treatment. They hid those who could not fight in a place only they knew, and then ambushed the others in the depths of the forest. These are all carefully planned by them. As long as these humans dare to step into the forest, they will never return. Bang bang. After a long time, accompanied by a huge vibration, the lizard chief lurking in the tall tree saw the strange and huge metal golem that everyone talked about. But the first time he saw this thing. Is this thing really made by humans? Not from the Demon King army? The lizard chief blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked at his subordinates in confusion. The latter expression was equally complicated. After all, this thing looked hideous, twisted and ferocious. And some people might believe it was the terrifying Demon King in the Demon King army. Yes, Chief, we have investigated several times, and we did see traces of humans coming in and out. And those humans did not look like captives. Forget it. Forget about it. The lizard chief decisively put this doubt behind him. I want to see. What can these humans do to us with this golem? Do they really think that they can conquer us with just this thing? As he spoke, the lizard chief once again looked forward. The lizard tribe has good eyesight, especially when they are on high trees. They can even see that the huge metal golem stopped outside the forest and then stood still. Not long after, the lizard chief saw the gates under the legs of the metal golem open, and fully armed soldiers walked out. The lizard chief narrowed his eyes, and saw that these soldiers were well trained, wearing fine armor, holding steel shields and sharp blades, and they looked difficult to deal with. But, so what? This forest is so dense that, unless you were born and raised here, there is no way to go. Although these warriors look powerful in their armor, once they enter this forest, they will die. Just as the lizard leader gestured to his subordinates, asking them to prepare for battle, he saw the cannon on the top of the steel golem suddenly turn to the sky, followed by bang bang bang. A series of cannon shots. Several points of light shot out, flew into the sky. What was he doing? Was it a signal? Seeing this, the lizard chieftain was startled. He raised his head hastily, staring at the points of light. Then, he saw the points of light draw an arc in the air, falling towards the forest, getting closer and closer, closer and closer. Not good. At this moment, the lizard chieftain felt an unprecedented sense of threat in his heart. He almost instinctively jumped down from the tree, trying to escape. However, at this moment, a ball of light had fallen from the sky and hit the forest not far away. Then, the lizard chieftain only felt a wave of heat coming from behind him. And the next moment, he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the lizard chieftain only felt the ground shaking suddenly, which made him open his eyes. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he was completely stunned. Looking around, he saw that the surroundings had completely turned into a sea of fire. The forests and trees that they were once familiar with had all disappeared at this moment. This, cough, cough. The lizard leader wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. All he could smell from his mouth and nose was thick black smoke. Looking around, there were blazing flames everywhere. Even he himself was covered in burns. He hadn't even seen the enemy yet, but he had already been completely defeated. What kind of power is this? Even the Demon King army doesn't have this ability. Could it be, are we lizards really going to perish here? At the same time, at the high tower of the Church of God Machinery, Princess Norn was lying on the railing, staring at the battlefield in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Burn it all on fire. No wonder Princess Norn was so excited, because what was burning in front of her was a whole forest. From the plain in front, to the mountains in the back, all the green that was originally visible, was now covered by scorching flames. And all this was just the result of 3 rounds of volleys from God Machinery. This kind of destruction, this kind of terrifying, irrational suppression, made Princess Norn heart surge. Unlike her sister, who was a warrior, Princess Norn herself had no fighting power. So she had been working hard to learn various strategies and skills. Although the fighting power of a warrior was indeed very strong, it was after all a personal power. Princess Norn was not at ease with this kind of power. No matter how smart she was just a weak woman who was powerless. Even if her sister was willing to listen to her, she was still a human being, and she had her own ideas and judgments. But these steels are different. They are controlled by humans, have no consciousness of their own, and can completely obey their orders. Just thinking of this, Princess Norn was extremely excited. The blazing flames in front of her seemed to burn into her body, making Princess Norn's petite body tremble. This little girl is really interesting. Looking at Princess Norn lying on the railing, Duanmu Huai shook his head. He discovered one thing, that is, this princess looks innocent on the surface, but in fact, her personality is twisted. Especially every time she went to the battlefield, when she saw her side ruthlessly ravaging the enemy, she would be particularly excited. At that time, Princess Norn's eyes were full of cruelty. And after each battle, she would be eager to find me, and almost begged Duanmu Huai to give her a good beating. How to say, this is both S and M, the XP of this princess is really weird. But Duanmu Huai doesn't hate her. Although the plans proposed by Princess Norn are inhumane and only focus on efficiency, their enemies are not humans. So Duanmu Huai has no psychological burden or pressure to take Princess Norn's suggestions. The same is true for Princess Norn. At first, Princess Norn chose to win over Duanmu Huai just because she saw that, under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, once the kingdom of summoning swallowed up the demon territory, it would surely prosper, and might even surpass the kingdom of protection, and become the most powerful country among the 3 major countries. In this case, the best way to get involved with the other party is to have sex with them. After all, as princesses, their bodies are originally part of the political capital transaction. Therefore, for Princess Norn, it was normal to use herself as part of the deal. In fact, she was not so happy at first. but who told her sister to be so stupid. Although in front of outsiders, she could perform a saintly image very well. But for Duanmu Huai, she obviously didn't like him. If she was forced to associate with Duanmu Huai, the two sides might break up, and a good thing would turn into a bad thing, which would be troublesome. So Princess Norn thought about it and decided to do it herself. But now, Princess Norn found that she seemed to have fallen in love with this big guy. In fact, Princess Norn also knew that her reputation was not good inside, although those who did not know would be deceived by her innocent appearance. But once Princess Norn put forward her suggestions and opinions, those who implemented them would inevitably notice the cold-bloodedness in them. After all, Norn's strategies have always been to use any means to achieve their goals, and they were cold-blooded and inhumane. Therefore, even if everyone obeyed her orders, they would still avoid her and fear her like a snake or scorpion. But Duanmu Huai was different. What Princess Norn admired was that Duanmu Huai did not consider his suggestions from a moral perspective, but from an efficiency perspective, and would even propose more outrageous plans. For example, this time fire attack. At the beginning, according to the fighting style of the lizard tribe, Princess Norn proposed the idea of setting fire to the mountain, forcing the lizard people to come to the rescue, and then they would take the opportunity to attack the lizard people. However, Duanmu Huai waved his hand and said, "What the use of saving them? He just burned down the whole forest with a fire. Let's see how many of those lizard men can survive." Even Norn thought that Duanmu Huai's idea was a bit extreme, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a problem. This forest was not on the edge of their border, but on the border of the demon clan territory. Even if the fire got out of control, it would only affect the demon clan, and would not have any impact on humans. Thinking about it this way, burning the whole forest seems like it would work. Even Norn had to admit that, after coming to Duanmu Huai, she found that her previous vision was too small after all. Burning such a forest requires careful consideration. Of course, this is also because only Duanmu Huai can do it. Even her sister Freya cannot burn the whole forest. Well, from this point of view, my sister is really useless. But anyway, she has a good figure, and looks good, if she can be obedient. At this moment, Norn has withdrawn her attention from the burning battlefield, and began to think about other strategies. Chapter 1567, Forcing Someone to Do Something. Just when Princess Norn was thinking about how to get Freya on board, someone in the Kingdom of Summoning was thinking the same thing. Now it seems that some action must be taken. Looking at the information in her hand, the woman sitting on the throne sighed silently. She was none other than the Queen of the Kingdom of Summoning, Mirelia Q. Melamag. In fact, in the Kingdom of Summoning, Article XXXI, as the king, did not have much power. The real power was in the hands of the Queen Mirelia. When the king summoned the hero, Mirelia and the second princess Melty were abroad, so they didn't know the details until they came back. Of course, because the king, the first princess, and their guards were replaced by Shadow by Duanmu Huai. The situation the queen knew was naturally different from the original. However, Shadow didn't lie completely, but confessed most of the situation to the queen. Only the ending that Duanmu Huai killed the king, the princess, and a group of guards was changed to Duanmu Huai defeating them. And under Duanmu Huai's threat, the king agreed to deal with the first princess, and handed over the military power to Duanmu Huai to show friendship. By the way, the shadow of the first princess was nominally exiled by the king after that, but in fact she was sent to die. After the shadow died, not even the body would be left, so no one would find the woman again. However, the queen is not in the mood to care about her troublesome eldest daughter now, because there is something that is most troubling to her. That is the relationship between Duanmu Huai and the Kingdom of Summoning. It must be said that Princess Norn's strategy is very good. Most of the subhumans that Duanmu Huai defeated were escorted back to the Kingdom of Summoning. Of course, these subhumans themselves are not so easy to surrender. After all, humans have captured them for hundreds of years, and both sides have a deep hatred. However, Duanmu Huai is unwilling to spend time on such boring things, but it does not mean that Princess Norlin will not do it. She is the best at this. Princess Norlin knows very well that, despite the fierceness of these subhumans, they would rather die than be without freedom, but that is just hard talk. Duanmu Huai's ruthless attack had already broken their self-esteem and backbone, and now their hard talk is just instinct. If it were someone else, they would probably use torture to make these subhumans surrender. Norn liked to do this in the past, but now after appreciating the extreme and unreasonable violence of the Inquisition, Norn felt that this simple torture was meaningless. So she thought of other ways. That is to alienate and divide. For example, she would send people to investigate the relationship between these subhumans, and then say that if they are willing to surrender, then they can send their entire family to the same place to be slaves depending on the situation. If they don't want to, then separate them. The males are taken to the Kingdom of Magical Equipment to do mining and excavation. The Kingdom of Magical Equipment is good at making magic weapons, which naturally requires a lot of ore. Many areas where magic ores are located are very dangerous. There are not enough ordinary workers. It is wrong to let these subhumans do it. No one will feel sorry for them if they die anyway. The effect is very significant. After learning that they will be separated from their families, many subhumans decisively choose to yield and surrender. Some subhumans do not want their families to suffer with them, so they insist on being sent to do hard labor. In short, these subhumans have no will to resist, and they just hope to survive. Of course, perhaps a few hundred years later, these subhumans may make a comeback and compete with humans for control. But for Duanmu Huai, it doesn't matter. After all, from the perspective of the tribunal, humans and subhumans are all humans, and the tribunal never intervenes in human civil wars. So whether humans can always suppress subhumans and turn them into slaves, or whether subhumans will wake up one day and stand up against humans, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. He dealt with the White Wings before because they were the confidants of the demons, pure heretics, and it was impossible to leave them alive. As for the subhumans, they could still be left alive. After the Summoning Kingdom obtained a large number of subhuman slaves, its strength was indeed greatly improved. From this point of view, Norn saw it very clearly and had expected it. As the Queen of the Summoning Kingdom, Murilia certainly knew the interests involved. So how to establish a good relationship with Duanmu Huai again soon became the top priority of Her Majesty the Queen. Especially the arrival of Princesses Freya and Norn, which sounded the alarm for the Queen. The Queen also watched Duanmu Huai's speech, and because of this, she was very uneasy at the moment. From the speech, Duanmu Huai had no feelings for the Kingdom of Summoning. He chose to fight against the demons purely out of his own duty, just work. And getting the authority to mobilize the army from the king was just a kind of compensation. Not to mention that before, the father and daughter were dissatisfied with Duanmu Huai and even set up a trap to frame him. It was obvious that, under such circumstances, it was unrealistic for Duanmu Huai to have any good feelings for the Kingdom of Summoning. So, this is tricky. The Queen naturally has her own informants. She also found out that, in this coalition army, Duanmu Huai and the first Princess Freya have a normal relationship, but the relationship with the second Princess Norn is quite good. According to the information she got, the coalition army is basically commanded by Princess Norn. Nominally, Duanmu Huai and Freya are the leaders of the coalition army, but the real commander of the coalition army is Princess Norn. How can this be tolerated? Seeing this, the Queen almost fainted. Duanmu Huai is basically selling out the army of the summoning country. Of course, the soldiers of the summoning country don't think so. In their view, Duanmu Huai is a hero summoned by the summoning country, and is naturally from the same country as them. So when they brag and chat, they talk about how powerful their heroes are, and how they would like to win the hearts of the two princesses and bring them all back to the country. These are just idle chats from the soldiers, but they make the Queen tremble with fear. She knows her own affairs. As for the bad things that this hero encountered when he came, if he wasn't good at fighting, he would have been harmed by the king and the first princess long ago. It good enough that he doesn't bear grudges against this country. You still expect him to bear grudges? What a joke. From the way this brave man acts, he is very decisive, and absolutely has no mercy at all. At that time, it's not him who brings the two princesses here, but he follows the two princesses. If that happens, it will be the biggest blow to the Kingdom of Summoning. The Queen knows very well that, although the Kingdom of Summoning has greatly improved its strength because it has obtained many slaves of the subhuman race, the biggest reason why those slaves of the subhuman race are obedient is that they are afraid of being killed by the Inquisition. Once they know that Duanmu Huai wants to sever ties with the Kingdom of Summoning, then, it would be strange if they don't rebel. We must find a way to win over Duanmu Huai, and as soon as possible. But in fact, there is only one way at the moment. Looking at the intelligence in her hand, Her Majesty the Queen made a decision, although she had this idea before. Now, she must speed up. After completely destroying the lizard tribe, the coalition army has arrived at the border area of the demon territory. At this moment, The entire demon territory was already filled with an atmosphere of facing a great enemy. The coalition forces did not advance immediately, but used the western mountains as the border, confronting each other. After all, they had fought all the battles along the way, and entering the demon territory, it would be a war of annihilation. So both sides sent another 3,000 soldiers as reinforcements to the front line to join the coalition forces. Among these 3,000 soldiers, there was also a special person. Sitting in the carriage, looking at the scenery outside, the girl sighed slightly melancholy. She was the second princess of the Summoning Kingdom, and the first heir to the throne, Melty Melamag. From the outside, Melty is about the same age as Princess Norn. She has dark blue hair, tied into 2 ponytails on both sides. Her childish face looks quite cute. But this cute face is a bit melancholy at the moment. As a princess, Melty came to the front line in person for a simple reason. First of all, since the Kingdom of Magical Tools has sent a princess, the Kingdom of Summoning must also send a princess to the front line to boost morale. The first princess is not good, because she is a troublemaker. Otherwise, Melty would not have obtained the status of the first heir to the throne as the second princess. This time, Mother really gave me a difficult problem. Melty looked out the window, muttering to herself. She had only one main mission when she came to the front line. That was to win over Duanmuhui. At least, don't let him lean towards the Kingdom of Magical Tools. But this mission is not easy to accomplish. Melty also knew what her sister had done. To be honest, she was speechless when she learned about it. She couldn't understand why her father and sister would attack Duanmuhui. After all, Duanmuhui is not the kind of person who looks frail. His appearance and body shape alone are intimidating enough. However, in this situation, they still dare to provoke each other. If you are bitten by an unknown poisonous snake, you can say that it is carelessness, but if you deliberately pull the tiger tail, you will die. This matter is already difficult to deal with, and your opponent is even more difficult. The second princess of Norn. When she thought of her, Melty felt a headache. In this world, there are academies specially built for the education of the royal families of various countries. The heirs of the 3 major countries and other principalities will enroll in the academy, which is also a way to expand their network. Norn age is almost the same as Melty. They are in the same grade, and they are both princesses of big countries. They are also the second princesses. They have a lot in common, so they are naturally more familiar with each other. Because of this, Melty is very clear about Norn's brutal nature hidden under her innocent appearance. Although she usually uses her innocent appearance to deceive men, once she wants to achieve her goal, she will show her unscrupulous and brutal side. Knowing that Duanmuhui and Princess Norn were so close, Melty was a little worried. Would he be deceived by Princess Norn like other men? In school, Melty and Norn kept to themselves and would socialize politely. But they did not really communicate or have conflicts with each other. Because Melty knew that although Norn's fighting ability was not as good as hers, her intelligence and more importantly, her terrifying wisdom without any humanity, was the biggest threat. She did not want to create a powerful enemy for herself and the country inexplicably. But now it seems, Melty sat up straight, revealing the eyes of a warrior. Perhaps on this front, she would have to fight a good battle with Princess Norn. Chapter 1568 Fighting. With the arrival of reinforcements, the coalition army was also very lively for a while. The first Princess Freya of the Kingdom of Magical Tools came out, mainly to welcome the arrival of reinforcements. Soldiers who have traveled thousands of miles, I welcome you here. Let us work together to completely eliminate the demons that threaten mankind. It must be said that, from the outside, the first princess with a loving smile at this moment really looks like a saint, and those soldiers of the Kingdom of Magical Tools, who were exhausted from the long journey, were also greatly encouraged, and joined in with loud cheers. As for Melty, he brought good news to the soldiers of the Summoning Kingdom in the coalition. All the soldiers who participated in this war would be rewarded, and they would be promoted twice. Some soldiers even received noble titles and rewards. Although it was only the lowest level, the Baron title without inheritance rights, it was enough to make these soldiers excited. Of course, Melty did not forget to explain the reinforcements he brought, saying that if they could also perform well in this battle, they would also be rewarded. One relies on personal charm, the other relies on rewards. Anyway, the arrival of reinforcements has further boosted the morale of the coalition army. After visiting the soldiers on behalf of the royal family, Melty finally met Duanmuhui. Of course, she also brought the royal family of the Kingdom of Summoning's rewards to Duanmuhui, including a large piece of territory, and even the title of Prince Duanmuhui, etc. However, for Duanmuhui, these do not seem to be important. Okay, I am not interested in these. Duanmuhui simply waved his hand, interrupting Melty's explanation. My only goal is to annihilate the demons, so I don't plan to stay here for long. I don't need those princely territories. On the contrary, the reinforcements you brought are very important. Norn, you will be responsible for organizing these reinforcements, determining their duties and action plans, and seeing how to incorporate them into the joint army. Yes, Judge. Hearing Duanmuhui words, Princess Norn smiled and lifted her skirt, bowed her head and bowed to Duanmuhui. And Duanmuhui stood up, nodded to her and Melty, and then turned and left the room. Bang. The heavy door closed, and the atmosphere in the room became subtle for a moment. Melty stared at Norn, and the latter also stared at Melty with a smile. Your Highness Melty, it seems that your idea of winning over the judge has failed. I don't know what you were talking about. Melty also showed the kind of polite smile that a princess should have at this moment. The brave man was originally summoned by us, and my father also gave the brave man the right to dispatch the army, which shows that we trust the brave man very much. Melty knew very well that the reason why Norn called Duanmuhui judge was to show her close relationship with Duanmuhui. Therefore, Melty insisted on calling Duanmuhui hero to remind Norn that Duanmuhui was a hero from the summoning country. That was just because he was coerced by the judge. Norn's smiling face remained unchanged, but the words she said were like a sharp sword that showed the dagger in her eyes, and went straight to the heart. It really funny. You didn't take the hero you summoned seriously at all, and tried to frame him instead. You hope to control the hero in your hands, and make him obey you? Oh. Although my sister is also stupid, your sister is 100 times more stupid in comparison. We both have a stupid sister, it really a disaster. Isn't it? How come you? I didn't hear that from the judge. After all, to the judge, you are probably like bugs on the roadside, not worth paying attention to at all. But I also have my own information channels. To be honest, I didn't really believe that such a stupid thing would happen. Until just now, I was sure of this. I was curious. The summoning country clearly assigned the army to the judge, but did not send any capable assistants to help. This is very strange. After all, whether from the perspective of controlling the army or building a closer relationship with the judge, sending assistance is the best choice. As a result, the person who appeared next to the judge was actually a village girl he promoted from the border village guard team, Norn said, with his hands behind his back, staring at the silent Melty with a smile. Until just now, seeing you so eager to give rewards, I finally confirmed the authenticity of this information. It was because my sister and I appeared next to the judge that you had to take action. Right? What a pity. I thought you would be an interesting opponent, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. As she spoke, Princess Norn shook her head, showing a rather disappointed expression, and Mel's heart sank completely at this moment. You should know that the royal family has completely blocked this news, and no one knows it except for a few internal members. However, Princess Norn can get this information, which means that her intelligence network has even penetrated the top level of the summoning country. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. As if sensing Melty worry, Norn spoke again. After all, the hero and the royal family are at odds. If this news spreads, it will shake the morale of the army. Once the morale of the army is shaken, it will hinder the judge's plan to wipe out the demons. The judge will not be happy, so please rest assured. I will keep this news a secret until the demons are wiped out. In other words, it will be different after the demons are wiped out. Right? And, if you want to impress the judge with rewards, it's just wishful thinking. As she spoke, Princess Norn spread her hands. Did you see it? This great metal church? All of this? They are all products from the judge world. Does your country of summons have such creations? Can it be compared with this great miracle? Melty had to admit that Princess Norn was right. When she first saw this magnificent metal church, she was also stunned. Even in her country, there is nothing comparable to such a miracle. And this kind of thing, Duanmuhui can take it out at will, which shows that he is obviously not interested in the boring luxury and enjoyment of the summoning kingdom. Is it really that there is really no way out? What did you do to the brave man? I didn't do anything. Facing Melty's stare, Princess Norn smiled and shook her head. You may think that I will control him in some way. Actually, I planned to do so at the beginning. But now, I have become the most loyal slave of the judge. No matter what he wants me to do, I am willing to do it. Moreover, he will not look at my actions differently or criticize them. Complete, pure, cold pragmatism is simply the most ideal existence in my heart. So, having said this, Princess Norn walked to Princess Melty, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I don't have to do anything at all. But you are different. Princess Melty, I am very curious. What do you have to do to win back the favor of the judge?" After saying this, Princess Norn chuckled and stepped back. "Then, I will take my leave. Your Highness Melty. After all, as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army, I still have a lot to do. And the judge has given me a lot of work. I can't let him down. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Please do as you please." After saying this, Princess Norn smiled and left the room, leaving Melty standing there alone, clenching her fists and unable to speak. Bang! The heavy metal door closed, and Norn let out a breath after leaving the study. Then she walked forward. Well, the reaction of the summoning country was within my expectations. But Melty is indeed a difficult opponent, because they are of the same kind. Norn knows very well that Melty is not as harmless as she looks. Or, she just does things differently from Norn. Norn uses his innocent appearance to lower the other party defense, and then uses his wisdom to implement the plan. Moreover, she will not hesitate to dirty her hands to issue orders in order to achieve her goals. For example, if Norn thinks that something should be done, she will do it as long as he thinks it should be done. But Melty is just the opposite. On the surface, she seems to have no desires, and is very submissive to everything. She rarely takes the initiative to do anything. However, those people will make a choice under her unconscious guidance. Let's put it this way. For example, Princess Norn will give an order, saying that you should kill all the people in that village, leaving no one alive. And then the subordinates will obey Princess Norn's order. Princess Melty will not say this, nor will she do this. But the people around her will take the initiative to do this for Melty. Of course, this is just an analogy. After all, the personalities of both sides are poles apart, because her elder sister is a brave warrior with great strength. Princess Norn, who has been looked down upon by others since childhood, must take action to prove her worth before she can be recognized. In contrast, Melty has been loved by the queen from the beginning, and even as the second princess, she can obtain the first right to inherit the throne, which speaks for itself. Such a child who has been spoiled since birth, of course, has a different way of looking at things than herself. Because, huff, huff. Thinking of this, Princess Norn chuckled. I'm afraid that Princess Melty has never encountered a problem that she can't solve. Then it's time to let her know that if you don't pay anything, you won't get anything. Well, the judge should not succumb to Princess Melty's childish moral concepts. She wants to see what Princess Melty can do. Well, I have to work harder on my side. It seems that I have to put the plan of winning over my sister on the agenda. Chapter 1569 Dilemma. Just as the coalition forces were forming their formations outside the demon territory, and preparing to fight a big battle in the demon capital, the demon king was also having a headache about this matter. The humans defeated the demon army, and even pushed all the way to the demon border? And they didn't intend to stop there, and it looked like they were planning to march straight in, and attack the royal city directly. Since the demons and humans began to be hostile, the demons have never suffered such a loss. Although the demon king was killed many times before, the demons would at most call it a day, and retreat to their territory without making any moves. Humans were badly hurt by the demons, and it was impossible for them to pursue the victory. So the two sides would tacitly shake hands and make peace. After the demons choose a new demon king, the demons will attack humans again, and then humans will have brave men to fight against the demon king. Basically, this has always been the situation. However, now, humans actually want to attack the demon territory, and even want to kill all the demons? What kind of joke is this? If this works, then he will be the first demon king to let humans enter the demon territory, which can be regarded as filling a historical gap. But he doesn't want to fill this gap. At the beginning, the demon king thought about sending the demon king army to attack again, breaking through the human defense line at all costs, and rushing directly to the palace of the kingdom of summoning, forcing them to evacuate from the front line. If they don't withdraw, then he will slaughter all the people of the kingdom of summoning. Well, the demon king idea is not bad, but it is useless to Duan Muhui. Even if Duan Muhui knew about this, he would probably just say this is a necessary sacrifice to eliminate the aliens, and send him away, and continue to do what he needs to do. Unfortunately, even with this idea, the Demon King cannot implement it, because at the moment, the demons are not strong enough. The 4 heavenly kings, Feng, Shui, Hui and Di, have been killed by Duanmu Huai and Lu Ti respectively, leaving only Feng and Shui. The Wind King was furious because of the destruction of the White Wings. But unfortunately, the troops under his control were mainly responsible for reconnaissance and information transmission, and they did not have strong combat power. It was okay to let him lead the army to assist. But strong attack was not the strong point of the Wind King. The Water King never left the demon territory. No matter when, he would quietly defend in the demon territory. So the Demon King could not mobilize him to attack the human kingdom. Not to mention, there were only 2 heroes who came to the outside of the demon territory this time. And the hero Ludi and his group from the Kingdom of Protection were not here. And the Kingdom of Magical Tools also had the Sword Hero and the Cannon Hero. He only had 2 Demon Kings under his command. If he sent them all out, the inner territory would be empty. Then, the enemy might reach his doorstep before he could even reach the enemy doorstep. Moreover, the Demon King really couldn't send them to do this now, because at this moment, the inner territory of the Demon Clan was also in chaos. When Duanmu Huai wiped out those subhuman races before, many of the survivors of the subhuman races fled to the Demon Clan territory. The arrival of these refugees naturally made the inner territory of the Demon Clan unstable. Especially after learning from the refugees about the power of the human coalition, even the residents of the Demon Clan began to panic and worry. In this case, the Demon King had to put a lot of troops on suppressing and controlling these refugees. How could he make any rash moves? In fact, this was Princess Norn's idea. When the plan was initially made, Princess Norn anticipated that the Demon King army would most likely use this trick to save Zhao from Wei, so she discussed it with Duanmu Huai, and for those subhumans who had a close relationship with the Demon Clan, Duanmu Huai would kill half and keep the other half, and drive them all away. As for those with lesser relationship, they were captured directly. According to Princess Norn's guess, these subhumans would not give up after escaping. And given the deep relationship between them and the demons, they would definitely want the demons to avenge them. After all, this was a revenge for the extermination of the clan. And those who were released were all diehards. So there was no need to worry that they would not come to retaliate. However, the demons would definitely not listen to these lackeys just because of their clamor. If there were few lackeys, they would just kill them. But if there were many lackeys, it would be another situation. Therefore, the current number of refugees in the demon territory was actually designed by Princess Norn. In order to be on the safe side, she also deliberately sent news to the demon territory through her own secret line about how the captured subhumans were made into slaves. Princess Norn did not believe it. When these subhumans learned that their wives and daughters were engraved with slave marks, becoming humble and lowly slaves, and being toyed with and abused every day, could they still endure it? As long as they can't help it, the Demon King will have to divide his power to suppress these refugees. In this way, the demons will not have enough military power to threaten the 3 countries. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't care about the lives of those subhumans, since Princess Norn swore that there was no problem, he would let her do it. At least, this can save him some trouble. Right? It can be seen from this that Princess Norn is indeed talented in strategic design. When it comes to deploying troops, Princess Norn may not be as good as Ikit. But when it comes to plotting evil, well, this guy is the second Jiasu. His main point is that I don't care about the lives of others. As long as the goal can be achieved, it doesn't matter how many people die. The Demon King doesn't know all this. But in fact it is just like Princess Norn's plan. There is no way to act rashly, let alone to save Zhao by attacking Wei. What can you do? Sitting on the throne, looking at the demon leader below, the Demon King also had a serious face and asked in a cold voice. Of course, it didn't want to be the first Demon King whose territory was invaded by humans. Although the pressure was on itself. As a Demon King, couldn't it pass the buck? Of course it could. So the Demon King decisively passed the buck to his subordinates. Otherwise, what the use of you? Hearing the Demon King question, the demons soon started shouting. But their answers did not satisfy the Demon King. Some demons suggested that they should march outside the borders and fight to the death with the coalition army. Some people thought of the method of encircling Wei to save Zhao that the Demon King had thought of before. Some people directly said that they were stupid and could not think of any solution. Anyway, whatever the Demon King said, we would do it. Throwing the blame back again. A bunch of bastards. Master Demon King. At this moment, an old man covered in a cloak suddenly spoke, suppressing the quarrels around him. Seeing it appear, the Demon King immediately perked up. This old man was none other than the Water King, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Although it has always stayed in the territory of the Demon Clan and has never gone out to act, its strength is unquestionable. After all, the other 3 of the 4 heavenly kings have been replaced several times, only the Water King. When the Demon King was not yet the Demon King, it seemed to have been in this position for a long time, and no one could replace it. Obviously, this is not because the demons respect the old and love the young. What do you think? Looking at the Water King, the Demon King asked, and the latter was silent for a moment. I think we should concentrate our efforts to completely destroy this joint army. Oh! Hearing this, the Demon King frowned, because the Water King idea was also proposed by others just now. And he said it again. Is he suffering from Alzheimer's disease? However, what the Water King said next surprised the Demon King. Moreover, I hope that your majesty can fight in person. What? Hearing this, the other demons were also stunned. All along, the Demon King has been stationed in the royal city, and it is the responsibility of the 4 heavenly kings to attack humans outside. And now the Water Heavenly King actually wants the Demon King to fight in person. What the reason? But the Water Heavenly King obviously doesn't care about other people's opinions, and just said lightly. This old minister has investigated this war with humans, and found that the one who changed everything was the brave man from another world summoned by the summoning country. And now he is leading the coalition army, outside the demon realm. It is precisely because of his bold move that the morale of mankind is so high. But on the other hand, if he is killed, and the coalition army is completely destroyed, then mankind will not only lose 2 heroes, but will also be greatly hit. At that time, it will be much easier for us to launch an attack on mankind. So, the reason why you want me to go to the battlefield in person? The 4 heavenly kings alone are obviously no match for that hero. The Water King shook his head. The fact that the other party could easily kill the Fire King explains the problem. Not to mention that the 4 heavenly kings are not together now. Even if the 4 heavenly kings gather together, it would be difficult to take him down. And as the guardian of the demon territory, your strength is far superior to ours. Therefore, it is most appropriate for you to deal with that hero. In the demon territory, the Demon King is not just a simple political leader, it is also the guardian of the demon tribe, and has the most powerful force in the entire demon territory. Not only that, the Demon King and the demon territory are interconnected. When the demon territory prospers, the Demon King will be strong, and when the demon territory weakens, the Demon King's strength will also weaken. This is why the heroes used to deal with the 4 heavenly kings first, and then fight the Demon King. If you don't kill the 4 heavenly kings, then the Demon King powerful and unreasonable power can't be stopped at all. At that time, the Demon King was invincible in the demon territory. And now, how to say, although 2 of the 4 heavenly kings died, there are still 2 left, and the elite soldiers and generals of the demon territory are still there. The Demon King's own strength has not weakened too much because of the weakening of the demon territory. At present, our demon clan has many soldiers and generals. And the subhumans, who have fled here, have a deep hatred for the coalition army. As long as you, the Demon King, lead the army yourself, you will definitely be able to defeat the coalition army in one fell swoop and win. Yes. Hearing this, the Demon King's eyes lit up. He naturally understood what the Water King meant. Those refugees are also a big trouble. Now, those refugees hate the coalition army to the core. As long as we find this opportunity to incorporate them into the battlefield, they will definitely launch a fierce offensive against the coalition army, causing heavy losses to the other side. In this way, all these refugees will die, and the internal security problem of the demon territory will be solved. As for whether he can defeat the hero from another world, let's talk about it after the fight. Thinking about it, the Demon King also made a decision. It decided, gather the demon army, and head to the west, to let those daring humans see how powerful our demons are. Chapter 1570. The story of a border boy. The north wind whistled, and snowflakes fluttered. Leith stood at his post, holding a spear in his hand, looking at the dark mountains in the distance. To be honest, everything that had happened during this period of time seemed like a dream to Leith. He had never thought that one day he would come to the border of the demon territory, or even step into it. Yes, after that, Lit also joined the coalition army, passed the test, and became a warrior. Originally, Lit wanted to protect Lillian, no matter what. He didn't want Lillian to be killed by the demons. However, the one being protected is me. Lit sighed silently and lowered his head helplessly. After joining the coalition army, Lillian's strength improved by leaps and bounds for some reason. And she was completely different from when she was still in the guard team. Lit could fight Lillian in the past. But now, even when facing the elite generals of the Demon King army, Lillian can kill them alone. It must be said that this change not only stunned Lit, but also surprised her colleagues from the guard team. However, she was very modest, saying that it was all the credit of the hero. How should I put it? Now I feel that I am getting farther and farther away from Lillian. Thinking of this, Lit felt very depressed. He was just an insignificant guard in the coalition army. However, Lillian was already the fourth person in the coalition army, the adjutant of the hero, and often conveyed orders on behalf of the hero. In the entire coalition army, the only princesses with higher status than her are Freya and Norn from the Kingdom of Magical Tools. Not only that, now Her Highness Melty has also come, and she has given Lillian a completely unexpected reward. She actually appointed Lillian as a general, a garrison soldier in a border village. Now he has become a general of a country. This is simply a step to heaven. In comparison, although I have become a baron because of my military exploits, but the gap between me and Lillian is getting bigger and bigger, and Ailian and Mina. Thinking of this, Lit felt uneasy. Although the coalition army was mainly for fighting, they also needed logistical support and auxiliary personnel. This time, the brave man led the team, and Mina was brought here because she had been serving him in the inn. After hearing about this, his sister Ailian was worried about him and wanted to join the coalition army. Although Lit firmly opposed it at that time, Ailian still insisted, and Lit had no choice but to give in. After that, Ailian followed Mina's introduction and joined the allied army as a maid. She was mainly responsible for small tasks such as serving tea and water, washing clothes and cooking, which was not too dangerous. Just then, Lit saw a soldier coming over. It time to change guards. Oh! Lit walked down the sentry post and exchanged positions with the other party. How is it? Are you going to take action? No. I heard from the brave man that we have to wait a little longer. The person who changed the guard went on sentry duty, looking into the distance, and said, "Hasn't the demon clan already sent all its troops here? Why do we still have to wait? How do we know what the people above are planning? Anyway, we will definitely not suffer any loss if we follow the hero." That true. Hearing the answer from his colleague, Lit's expression was a little complicated. As his colleague said, launching an attack on the demon clan territory is definitely not a trivial matter. However, their losses have not been great so far, because every time they come into contact with the enemy, the hero will control the huge and terrifying metal golem to project endless destructive firepower at the enemy. And then, he will rush forward and defeat the important figures of the enemy army. As for his soldiers, they usually just followed him, cleaning the battlefield or chasing deserters. In this respect, this brave man was indeed impeccable. Okay, I'm going to stand guard, and you should go back and rest. Okay. The two of them talked briefly, and then Lit turned around and left. However, just as he was about to return to the camp, Lit suddenly thought of something and touched his pocket. When the reinforcements came before, they also brought a caravan, so that these soldiers could do some shopping. Lit bought Ailian a hairband with 2 small beads on it, which was very beautiful. Lit originally planned to give this as Ailian's birthday gift, and today happened to be her birthday. Thinking of this, Lit touched his pocket and turned to walk to the other side of the military camp. There, a huge, golden church stood on the ground. Lit was also accustomed to this. Whenever he set up camp, this terrifying steel giant would bury most of his body in the ground, leaving only the church group on his back. Even from a close distance, it can only be seen that this is a church building, and it is completely impossible to see that there is a huge golem buried underneath. However, when Lit walked to the door of the church, he was stopped. This is also normal. Although this church is huge, not many people are allowed to live here. Most soldiers camp outside. Only servants and senior officers are qualified to live here. Moreover, it is dusk now, which is off-duty time. Lit is just an ordinary soldier, and there is no urgent military information. When people asked him what he was doing, he just said that he was going to see his sister. He was definitely not allowed to enter. What wrong? What happened? Just as Lit was arguing with the guard, a voice suddenly sounded. Lit turned his head and saw a petite and cute girl with pink shoulder-length hair walking down the stairs. When the guard and Lit saw her appear, they hurriedly lowered their heads. Your Highness Norn. What wrong? What the quarrel here? Is there something important to report? No. Your Highness, it this soldier, he said his sister works in there, and he wants to go in and give her a birthday present. The guards here also hurriedly answered. After all, if there was an emergency military situation, it would be impossible for them to stop it. Norn stared at Lit, with his hands behind his back, and came to him in a small jump, looking at the innocent and lovely princess in front of him. Lit felt his face turn red, and couldn't help but look away. Ah, I remember you. You are Lillian companion in the border village. Right? Hey! I have to say, after hearing what Princess Norn said, Lit was quite surprised. Ah yes. Princess. How did you know? Because I have heard about you. So you are Lit. As she spoke, Princess Norn looked Lit up and down with a playful smile, and then nodded. Okay, you go in. Hey! Really? Is it really okay? Princess? Hearing Princess Norn actually speak, the guards and Lit were a little surprised. Lit had originally thought that if it didn't work, he would just ask someone else to take her in. He didn't expect that the princess would be so easy to talk to. Of course. After all, I also know Eileen, and she is quite cute. At this point, Princess Norn seemed to have thought of something and blinked. Since you are her brother, then there is no problem. Go ahead. Well, they should be working on the second floor. Thank you. Thank you, Princess. After saying this, Lit happily bowed to Princess Norn, and then hurried in. Looking at Lit back, Princess Norn put her hand in front of her mouth and chuckled. You're welcome. After all, it's more fun this way. Then, she said in a low voice. Lit did not hear Princess Norn answer. He ran into the church excitedly, and then went to the second floor. There were not many people in the whole church. Lit found a maid and asked her. He learned that Eileen went to sort and register the goods in the warehouse according to the order of the brave man. So after thanking her, he quickly went to the warehouse area. The church warehouse is located under the stairs on the second floor. It is not very noticeable. Lit had to look around before he found it. However, when Lit arrived at the door of the warehouse, he heard a bang 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 sound coming from the door, as well as a faint, almost inaudible sound. Lit walked forward, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out and knocked on the door. Who is it? The next moment, Eileen's voice came from inside the door. Huh? Eileen? Are you in there? It me. Lit took. Hearing his sister's voice, Lit took breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Brother? However, Eileen's voice sounded a little flustered. You? Why are you here? Ah, because today is not your birthday? I bought you a birthday present. Can you open the door? Well, okay. Wait a minute. After a while, Lit saw a gap in the warehouse in front of him, and Eileen poked her head out. At this moment, Eileen's face was flushed, and her maid outfit was very messy. Even the collar was pulled to her shoulders. Seeing this, Lit was also shocked. What wrong? Eileen? What happened? Actually, it nothing. Eileen blushed and explained in a low voice. When we were sorting the goods here, we accidentally knocked it over. We are cleaning it now. Right? Sister Mina? Yes. Yes. We are. Cleaning. Soon. Mina's voice came from the door. She was panting and seemed very tired. Is that so? Do you need my help? No. 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 Eileen waved her hand hastily, and then glared at Lit. Also, how long are you going to see me? Brother? Turn around. Oh. Sorry. Hearing his sister rebuke, Lit turned around hastily, with his back to the warehouse. Although she was his sister, she was also a young girl. It was not suitable for him to see her in such a disheveled state. Lit turned around and stared at the opposite wall. Then he felt his sister's soft little hand reaching out and holding his hand. Is this a hair tie? Yes. Don't you like this color? I saw it before and wanted to buy it for you. Thank you, brother. I like it very much. Ah, Brave master. Huh? Hearing the voice of his sister behind him, Lid looked around in fear. Brave master? Where is he? Aw, no, no. Alien voice came from behind a little intermittently. I just want to scare my brother. Look at how scared you are. Is that so? Hearing this, Lid breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't finish his words. Alien, after this war is over, I plan to take you back to the village. Holding Lid hand, Alien right hand tightened even more. And feeling this, Lid also held Alien right hand with his backhand. Do you remember? You want a big manor. A big house. And with money. These are not a problem. By then, we can live a good life. Right? Woo. Alien voice behind her was like a low moan. And also like sobbing. At the same time, her hands became stronger and stronger, holding Lid tighter and tighter, as if she was fantasizing about that future. I promise you, Alien, I will definitely live until the end of the war, and then go home happily with everyone. At this moment, Alien seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. Moaning, her little hand suddenly exerted force, grasping Lid tightly, even making Lid unable to break free. After a while, Alien hand seemed to have lost its strength, slowly letting go of Lid hand, and taking away the hair tie at the same time. Alien? Don't look back. I must look ugly now. So you can't look at me. Brother. Oh. Hearing Alien words, Lid stood there obediently not moving. Thank you. Brother, I will cherish this gift. After saying this, Lid only heard a clang sound from behind, and when he turned around, he saw that the door that had been opened a crack had closed again. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Lid just smiled slightly. That child must have cried so hard that he dared not let himself see it. Really, they are obviously siblings, but they still care about such a small matter. Thinking of this, Lid shook his head and turned to leave. However, when Lid came to the stairs, he saw Princess Norn standing there, smiling at him. Congratulations. Have you given your birthday present to your sister? Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Princess Norn question, Lid nodded with a blushing face. After all, it was a matter between brothers and sisters, and it was a bit embarrassing to let outsiders see it. Sorry, I made you laugh. It nothing. It a good thing that you have a good relationship between brothers and sisters. Princess Norn blinked her eyes, came to Lid, looked at the charming and lovely face like a fairy. Lid felt his heart beating, although he always thought his sister was the cutest. Princess Norn was also a cute and romantic girl. Besides, I am also very happy to see such an interesting scene. Is it interesting? I have to say that Princess Norn's words surprised Lid. Perhaps as a princess, she thought that the relationship between brothers and sisters of common people would be different. Okay, you can go now. After saying this, Princess Norn also made way, and Lid also bowed to Princess Norn, and then hurried away. Seeing Lid leave, Princess Norn retracted her gaze and moved her eyes to the stairwell in the distance. Really, Judge? Even if it's a birthday, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. While speaking, Norn walked towards the stairwell. Chapter 1571 Norn and Freya. When Freya got off the griffin, she was exhausted. Really? Why do you want me to do this? After saying goodbye to the griffin operator with a saintly smile, Freya complained indignantly. As a princess, she should have stayed in the palace elegantly, enjoying a comfortable life, instead of doing such boring patrols in the snowy hell to maintain her image. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Hearing the cute voice, like a baby coming from behind, Freya's body stiffened, then she turned her head and looked at Princess Norn standing behind her with a smile. What the matter? Oh, is this what you should say to a sister who comes to greet you out of concern for her? Although Freya's voice was a little low, Norn didn't care at all, just looked at her with a smile. My sister went on patrol. How is it going? If you want to ask this, I can only say that there is no change. Freya breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around with Norn to leave the rooftop and walked into the corridor. The thick corridor blocked the cold wind outside, which made Freya relax a lot. The demon army is still gathering. Although I didn't get close, I roughly saw that there were more than 100,000 of them, and they were in a complete defensive formation. Although I don't know what kind of guys are among them. I feel a few powerful magic powers. At this point, Freya frowned. But it doesn't matter, as long as this iron thing is here. It won't be my turn to appear. Right? That right. Most of the reason why Freya was in a bad mood at the moment was because of the divine machine in front of her. As a brave warrior of magic, Freya is best at all kinds of powerful magic, especially high-level and powerful magic, which is what she likes. Generally, mages like Freya will play the role of human turrets in battle. For so many years, Freya has relied on her own strength to help the army of the Kingdom of Magical Equipment to keep the demons out. Although she doesn't like to waste time on such things, she still enjoys the feeling of being the focus of everyone's attention. However, now, she doesn't even have this feeling. Compared with this divine machine in front of her, her magic skills are nothing. This is also the reason why Freya is unhappy. Even if she goes out to fight on weekdays, she can endure it by relying on the attention of the soldiers. But now, her only role has disappeared, and what remains is just to boost morale in the military camp like a vase, or to do this boring reconnaissance mission. If it wasn't Norn who gave the order, then Freya wouldn't do it. But Freya is a little afraid of her sister. Of course not, the existence of my elder sister is also very important for this battle. However, Princess Norn ignored Freya's complaints with a smile as always. But this time I came to see you, sister, because I actually have something interesting to show you. Interesting? Yes. As she spoke, Freya looked at Norn and stretched out her hand, spreading it forward. Then, a whirlwind emerged from her hand, turned into a wind blade and flew out, and then disappeared into the air. This was just a very simple first-level spell. For Freya, she could even do better. However, at this moment, Freya stopped, stared at Norn with eyes wide open as if she had seen a ghost. What going on? Why can you use magic? It no wonder Freya was so surprised. After all, although Norn is smart, magic is a natural talent. That's why, no matter how smart Norn is, she can't have the power to cast magic. But now, she can actually cast magic? This shock to Freya is no different from a fish swimming in the sea growing wings and flying into the sky. Aha, I can only cast magic to this extent. Compared with my sister, I should be completely insignificant, but being able to use magic is indeed interesting. At this point, Norn turned around and looked at Freya. Noticing her gaze, Freya's aggressive aura weakened a lot. Actually, this is all the power of the judge. That man? Hearing this, Freya showed a hint of displeasure. How could he have such power? But this is the fact. Sister, you have seen it with your own eyes. Right? I think with your strength. You should know that I am not faking it. Indeed, but... Faced with Princess Norn's words, Freya seemed a little confused. I still don't understand. How did he do it? Huff. Hearing Freya's question, Princess Norn smiled and took out a glass bottle and handed it over. What is this? Freya took the small bottle that seemed to be about the same size as her finger and looked inside in confusion. But she could only see that there seemed to be some kind of liquid inside, and what it was, Freya didn't know. Don't worry, sister, I won't poison you. Please drink this. Freya looked at the small bottle in front of her, then looked at Princess Norn, then gritted her teeth, opened the bottle, and drank it all in one breath. Cough, 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 cough. The next moment, Freya coughed loudly, as if she was about to vomit. She almost clenched her teeth, and it took a long time for her to recover. What on earth is this? Why does it smell weird? Keep it secret for now, but elder sister, you should have felt it too. Felt what? Huh? As she spoke, Freya's expression changed slightly. Although it was very weak, Freya did feel that. The magic power in her body seemed to have increased slightly, although it was almost negligible. For ordinary people, it might not be noticeable at all. But for Freya, she could keenly feel this increase. It was like the situation of adding 0.01 to the magic power. What going on? Norn? What on earth is this? However, Freya hadn't finished her words yet. She suddenly felt dizzy, and then collapsed. Oh! It really worked. Sister is really stupid. I just said there was no poison. But I didn't say there was no medicine. This was the last sentence Norn said that Freya heard before she fell into a coma. When Freya woke up again, the first thing she felt was a gust of cold wind. Freya opened her eyes and looked around. Then she saw herself being handcuffed to the wall. The magic forbidden chains bound her hands and hung Freya high. And she didn't know when her clothes disappeared. Just when Freya hadn't figured out the situation in front of her, a low moan came. And then Freya looked up and saw her sister sitting on a tall and strong figure on a bed not far away. Seeing this scene, Freya's eyes widened in surprise. She had never thought that she would see such an expression on Norn's face. It was as if she had completely abandoned her rationality and was obsessed with it like a beast. Is this really her sister? For a moment, Freya even suspected that she had seen some kind of hallucination. However, it was not an illusion. Finally, Norn's body suddenly stiffened and then collapsed. She lay there, rested for a while, then stood up, walked off the bed, and came to Freya. "Oh, sister, I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. It really surprised me. What do you want to do?" "Norn? What does this mean?" Freya stared at Norn, then looked at Duanmu who had come behind her, with an angry look on his face. "It nothing. Because Sister Freya's power is too weak, isn't it? So I want the judge to strengthen you." While speaking, Norn smiled and stepped aside, letting Duanmu come forward. Looking at the huge columnar black shadow that almost covered her, Freya's face turned pale. "Wait, Norn, are you kidding me? This can kill people. What are you talking about?" "Sister? You saw it just now. Right? Even I am fine, so you must be fine too." "Sister. No. No. No." Freya shook her head desperately, rejecting loudly. "What a joke, I absolutely don't want it. That would kill me." "Is that so? Sister is really childish." Facing Freya's refusal, Norn seemed to be unconcerned. She walked to the fireplace with a smile, then reached out, picked up the firewood stick in the fireplace, and then walked to Freya again. "So sister, do you think this is better?" Looking at the red burned fire stick in front of her, Freya's face suddenly turned pale. I? Or do you think I won't really do this to you because of sisterly feelings?" As Norn spoke, the fire stick in her hand gradually approached Freya, who was desperately retreating at this moment, trying to avoid it. But unfortunately, behind Freya, there was only a cold and hard wall. She had nowhere to escape. I do." Finally, just as the red-hot fire stick was about to touch Freya's delicate and fair skin, the latter finally couldn't help but scream. "I am willing to do as you say. Norn, I promise you." "Very good." Hearing Freya answer, Norn smiled slightly, put down the fire stick in her hand, then she turned her head and looked at Duanmu. "Then, Judge, I leave it to you." Chapter 1572, Different Thoughts. The next day, Duanmu walked to the balcony while tapping his sore waist. "Thank you for your hard work, Judge." However, Princess Norn had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Duanmu, she also smiled and said, "It really hard after all. You have to plow 2 fields in a row." "Huh?" Duanmu yawned, stretched, and swayed left and right. "You're also very tired. Never mind, I don't think you're too tired. After all, only cows die of exhaustion, not fields are ruined." Looking at Norn's energetic and radiant appearance, it is impossible to tell that she has worked hard at all. "Ahahaha, just as the judge said, I am very happy now, and I feel a sense of satisfaction that my long-cherished dream has finally come true." While speaking, Princess Norn looked at the scenery ahead. "That high-ranking elder sister actually showed such fragility in my hands, begging for mercy, crying, and being manipulated by me. Just thinking about it makes me feel itchy. So satisfied. But I think she actually enjoyed it." Duanmu yawned again. "You two sisters must have some serious problems." "Thank you for the compliment, but Mr. Judge doesn't seem surprised at all." Speaking of this, Princess Loren blinked curiously and looked at Duanmu. "What I did to my sister, don't you think it's strange?" "Not at all. I've seen a lot of people like you." Duanmu didn't lie. After all, after traveling through time, he had seen many similar situations. Lycan and Yulia, Lumiel and Eclair, Mary and Xiali, Anisvia and Euphilia, Kane Madoka and Akemi Hamura, Tamaki Iroha and Nanami Yachiyo, Nishiki Chitsuka and Inoue Takaina. Some of them were in love. Some were unrequited love. Now, adding Norn and Freya wouldn't make any difference. But then again, why do I always encounter this kind of combination? Could this be a manifestation of some kind of divine duty? But it's not a loss for Duanmu. Where can you find a good deal like buy one get one free? It's just that compared to others, Norn is more proactive. Duanmu believes that, if it has this opportunity, she will not torment Gulia any better than Norn tormented Freya last night. If Xiali has the opportunity, I'm afraid it will be the same. Not to mention Akemi Hamura, the time-stopping stalker. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How is the situation of the Demon King's army? The army is out. Norn still had a smile on his face. They have gathered 100,000 troops on the opposite side, and the Demon King himself has also spread the word that he will personally defeat you on the battlefield. This news has spread throughout the continent, both humans and demons, and they all think that this will be the final battle that determines the fate of mankind. Actually, it's almost the same. Of course, that's what he said, but the Demon King must be sure that he can win, and he manipulates information in this way, just to put pressure on the human world. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If you are really killed by that Demon King on the battlefield, then humanity will be devastated, and may even lose the power to resist. How stupid. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly, while Norn continued to report. Now our country and the summoning country have made an appearance of sending troops to advance in full force. Of course, this is just an appearance. Because of the existence of the protected country, we can't really send all the troops to the front line. In fact, this information has been manipulated by me and spread. The Kingdom of Protection, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. I remember they also had a hero. Where did he go? Duan Mu Huai still remembered the girl who helped him break the protection of the hero, and he didn't know how she was doing now. I only knew that after that, the other party left, and as for what kind of journey they would have next anyway. Duan Mu Huai never saw them again, so they probably didn't die somewhere. Are you talking about the hero Ludi? According to the news I received, the Kingdom of Protection claimed that she had died in the battle, and relaunched a new hero. Male or female? Male. That fine. Duan Mu Huai was definitely not interested in listening. He was curious about Ludi because she was still a cute girl, but if the hero was a man, Duan Mu Huai would not care. He had no interest in men. Continue. Okay, although various countries have put a lot of pressure on the Kingdom of Protection, the latter is indifferent to it, and claims that just in case, all the strength of mankind cannot be put on this decisive battle. Although I don't care much about this kind of shit. Do you think they will take the opportunity to attack other countries? It's hard to say. Princess Norn shook her head. After all, the people of that country, whether alive or dead, live in accordance with the protection. If someone really wants to do this, it is not simply out of interest or conspiracy, but more of the influence of the protection. Therefore, it is difficult for us to judge their action plans simply from their character and daily actions. At this point, Princess Norn was speechless. She was very good at guessing other people's hearts. But protection was another matter. It was like some kind of mandatory order. And there was no logic at all. It was like when you play the game of The Sims. The little people in it are doing their own things. But you can make them jump into the river and commit suicide with just one click of the mouse. There was no logic. And there was no sign at all. Facing such a person, who seemed to be manipulated. It was useless even if Princess Norn was good at guessing people's hearts. Who knows what the god they believe in thinks? Even if it is not good for them, what if their protection is for this? Just like the person who fights and kills people because of the protection, what good does killing do to him? But he still wants to kill people, because this is his protection. Where can you find justice for such a thing? The power bestowed by this protection is quite strong, so other people generally stay away from the citizens of the country of protection. But just in case, I have already contacted Her Majesty the Queen of the Kingdom of Summoning in private, and will be vigilant of the actions of the Kingdom of Protection. The troop movements of our two countries, under the pretext of the decisive battle, are actually to prevent the surprise attack of the Kingdom of Protection. Is that so? Duan Mu Huai nodded. To be honest, he still feels that what he does is no different from what he does in other worlds, and there is no element that can be called the God of Joy, but who cares, he just needs to keep doing it. In that case, let these aliens set the stage. Since they are so confident, I want to see what kind of expression they will show when their confidence is completely destroyed. I am also looking forward to it. At this point, the two smiled at each other. Princess Norn was in a good mood, and Princess Melty was in a bad mood. When she first came here, Princess Melty was still confused about how Princess Norn had managed to get closer to Duan Mu Huai. She soon found out the result. After all, Melty is not a fool, and she also saw the interaction between Norn and Duan Mu Huai. So she naturally came to a conclusion quickly. That is, Princess Norn and this brave man are in love. Melty is not stupid, and it is not difficult to come to this conclusion. But after coming to this conclusion, Melty was completely confused. How to do this? Melty had anticipated the means that Princess Norn would use on Duan Mu Huai, such as using money, or beautiful women, or power and status, or it could be through sweet talk. But she didn't expect that Princess Norn would actually send herself in. This is the difference between the two. Although they are both second princesses, Melty's sister is a waste. Melty was determined to be the first heir to the throne early on. Therefore, although Melty is the second princess, she enjoys the treatment of an heir. What about Norn? She herself has no fighting power, and her sister is a brave warrior. If she doesn't work hard, then she has no value at all. So, in this regard, Melty is no match for Norn. It's like the difference between a person who has been pampered in a greenhouse since birth and a person who has been struggling in the bloody storm since birth. Norn will do anything to achieve her goal, because she knows very well that only by achieving her goal can she have her own achievements. If she cannot achieve her goal, then no matter how noble, kind, or just the means she takes are useless. She will only be seen as a loser. This is completely different from Melty's concept. Melty's sister was adjusted by her mother because she did not follow the rules and messed around. Therefore, in Melty's view, the result is not important. What is important is that the process must be fair, just, and reasonable, instead of doing whatever she wants like her sister. In this way, even if it is done, there is no reason at all. One is only concerned with results. The other is only concerned with processes. The two sides are completely opposite, and it is impossible for them to understand each other. Because of this, when Melty learned about this situation, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Should she learn from Princess Norn and send herself over? Is this right? Isn't this just tempting the other party? But the brave man actually accepted it? How could he accept it? Was he deceived by Princess Norn? Or did he have to do it? What should I do? At this moment, Melty still couldn't come up with a clear answer.